Chapter 2 Chapter 1 Price Depreciation System. Host, don't sleep, wake up. Lin Yifan gradually regained consciousness, but when he opened his eyes he found nothing in front of him.
Fuck, am I blind? No, I am dead, right?
Strictly speaking, you are indeed dead, but because you died saving the child who was crossing the road, and because you had accumulated good deeds in your previous lives, this system grants you the chance to be reborn.
The ethereal and disembodied voice sounded in Lin Yifan's mind. Lin Yifan was immediately surprised when he heard this. So I can be resurrected from the dead?
No, you're overthinking it.
Rebirth means that you can travel to a parallel time and space and be reborn. It doesn't mean you will die and be reborn in your original world. That's fine, it's better than dying young. Lin Yifan sighed. By the way, since you are a system, do you have any functions? How do you know our system is functional?
Lin Yifan's soul curled its lips. Everyone on Earth knows that. Anyone who has read the novel knows how awesome your system is.
There are systems like the super rich system, the exchange system, the treasure appraisal system, the money losing system, the cultivation system, the pretend system, and so on.
Fuck, you actually know my brothers? The system was shocked.
This earthling knew too much.
He was considering whether to silence him, but considering his own KPL, he endured it. If you take a step back, the world will be broader. You still have to rely on this host to evolve.
Now it was Lin Yifan's turn to be shocked. Your systems actually know each other? Isn't this nonsense?
We are all in the same circle, so we don't know each other. Lin Yifan vaguely sensed a hint of contempt from the tone of this broken system, and asked like a curious baby, I read those novels. Why are some systems chatterboxes? Some systems are very cold, and some systems are like simple machine programs, but you give me the feeling that you have human emotions. Why is that? The system accepted this idiot because it had chosen the host, and had to explain. The system was originally an emotionless program, and could only act mechanically within its own scope. It would not evolve thinking and emotions until it assisted the host several times and completed KPL. After evolving logical thinking and human emotions, the system will generate a corresponding personality, so there will be the aloof or talkative systems you mentioned. After that, it will continue to assist one host after another to complete tasks and continue to evolve, and eventually evolve into a human.
Lin Yifan said he was shocked again. Your system can actually evolve into a human?
The system remained silent.
He didn't want to bother with this stupid host anymore. Lin Yifan once again felt the system's contempt and said with a wry smile, why do you want to evolve into a human? What's so good about being a human? Birth, aging, sickness and death, running around for 3 meals a day, struggling to survive.
It's nothing like your system, which has all kinds of magical powers.
I really don't know what your system is thinking. It actually wants to evolve into a human being.
The system said with contempt, this is the bad nature of you humans.
You never know how to cherish what you have, and only see the beauty of what you don't have.
Compared to you humans, our system seems to have magical powers, but have you ever considered that this power can only be used on the host, and we are just a transitional carrier?
So what's the point of having this kind of power? Isn't it just a wedding dress for you humans? And when we didn't have a parasitic host, did you know the chaotic environment we were in? That kind of environment is enough to drive you humans crazy. After hearing these secrets he had never known before, Lin Yifan was silent.
After a long time, he came to his senses and stopped dwelling on this matter.
Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Tell me about your function. Are you a resurrection system? I am the 6th among my brothers. You can call me Lao Lu.
My function is not to resurrect, but to depreciate prices. In layman's terms, it is a super rich system. Hearing the name Lao Lu, Lin Yifan inexplicably had the urge to laugh, but considering that they were talking about serious matters, he held back.
Prices depreciating? How are they depreciating?
To put it simply, it means reducing the prices of goods in the parallel universe you are about to visit by 1 billion times. Lin Yifan curled his lips when he heard this. That's useless.
It doesn't matter how many times it is reduced. If prices are reduced, income will also be reduced. Is there any difference? Lao Lu said madly, can you please listen to what I have to say before you interrupt me? Okay, you're the 6th one so you go first. As a host, you have a benefit.
That is, the private money you hid in your original time and space can be brought to the parallel time and space, and it will not be affected by the 10 billion-fold depreciation of prices.
Fuck, Plus is so awesome.
Lin Yifan immediately understood the message hidden in the system's words.
What does this mean? This is equivalent to the private money that I had hidden before. In a parallel universe, $1 is worth 10 billion.
Lin Yifan quickly recalled his own private money. It seemed that he had hidden more than 10,000 yuan of private money after his marriage.
How much money would it cost if this were brought to a parallel world?
Lin Yifan quickly calculated in his mind. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, father, grandfather, great-grandfather, ancestor.
I never thought that I lived like a dog in my previous life, with mortgage and car loan every month, and worked so hard, but I could enjoy such treatment after death and travel to a parallel world to become a rich man. I can't even imagine it.
Then quickly transfer my private savings of more than 10,000 yuan over here, ha ha ha.
System Lao Lu said calmly, I'm sorry, you don't have that much private money.
Lin Yifan was stunned for a moment, then he said in a lost voice, how is it possible? I clearly hid more than 12,000 yuan of private money. I remember it clearly.
Then Lin Yifan thought of something. Sixth brother, are you going to deduct a handling fee?
I can understand if you want to deduct a handling fee, but please tell me.
How can I know if you don't tell me? I will know only if you tell me, right? You're overthinking it. Why would I deduct your handling fee? As a price depreciation system, I don't lack funds at all.
The funds of our super rich systems are all earned by low-level systems, that is, those exchange systems, or systems that deduct various handling fees. All the money they earn needs to be handed over to our super rich system.
Then I clearly have more than 10,000 yuan of private money hidden away. Why do you say that I don't have that much?
Lao Lu explained, the so-called private money refers to the money that you keep privately and only you know about.
The private money discovered by your wife is not included.
Lin Yifan was confused.
You mean my wife in my original world found some of my private money? The system was obviously relieved. You finally reacted. Chapter 3 Chapter 2 Private Money. Lin Yifan's heart sank, and he quickly asked, how many of them do I have left that haven't been discovered?
So far, only 3,600 yuan in a bank card, change in a piggy bank, and the coins and banknotes you bought at a high price have not been found. As for the private money in your other bank card and some cash hidden at home, they have all been discovered. After listening to the system's explanation, Lin Yifan suddenly felt distressed and fortunate. What makes me sad is that I lost nearly 10,000 yuan of private money.
How many billions would that mean I would lose in the parallel world?
Fortunately, I didn't put all my eggs in one basket, but hid them separately. If after obtaining the system said that all his private money had been taken away and the private money he could bring with him was zero, Lin Yifan would probably be so upset.
Well, I can only accept the reality.
More than 3,000 yuan of pocket money is not a small amount.
Lin Yifan can only comfort himself in this way. Do you have anything else to ask? If not, I will teleport you to a parallel world.
Lin Yifan thought for a moment and said, one last question.
If prices drop by 1 billion times, how is the unit of money calculated in the parallel world? It is calculated based on the units of your original world.
The economic units in your original world are calculated from the most basic yuan to the smallest, namely yuan, jiao, fen, li, hao, sei, hu, wei, xian, sha, nan, etc. However, since the 7 units of centimeters, millimeters, sai, hu, micrometers, and sands are not very useful, there are no corresponding coins for these 7 units in the parallel world, so they are skipped directly. That is to say, 1 yuan equals 10 cents, 10 cents equals 10 cents, and 1 cent equals 100 million Namibian dollars.
Nano is the smallest unit of money in the parallel world, and it is also the most commonly used unit of money.
Also, the cash and coins you collected from the past, including cents, dimes, and dollars, do exist in this parallel universe.
This kind of banknote belongs to the Treasury Reserve banknotes in that world. It is a large denomination banknote.
Similar to checks in the old world, they are issued by banks and are used by large companies or for large-scale trade between countries.
After listening to the system's explanation, Lin Yifan asked in confusion, let's not talk about banknotes. Those coins are nothing more than steel nickel, or copper zinc, aluminum zinc alloys. Isn't it easy to forge them?
Because Lin Yifan remembered that a funny thing had happened in his original world. 3 people wanted to make counterfeit money, but because they were afraid of being caught, they did not dare to make large amounts of counterfeit money, so they set their sights on 1 yuan coins. As a result, 180,000 yuan was invested and 160,000 1 yuan coins were made. This is a bit funny in the original world, as making counterfeit money resulted in a loss of 20,000. However, in a parallel world, if 180,000 Namibian dollars were spent to make 160,000 yuan coins, the value would be completely different. Such huge profits are enough for anyone to take the risk of cheating.
You overlooked a problem.
The coins in the parallel world are large denomination banknotes, comparable to checks in the original world.
Do you think they are simply made of alloy? The smallest 1-cent coin is worth 100 million naira dollars. Is it so easy to forge such valuable and large denomination currency? Will banks not take anti-counterfeiting measures for such rare and valuable currency? What's the anti-counterfeiting method?
Lin Yifan suddenly became curious. In the parallel world, all the banknotes in the vault, whether coins or banknotes, have built-in chips and are verified by professional banknote detectors. Whether it's a built-in chip or a currency detector specifically designed to check banknotes, they are all core banking technologies that the public simply cannot master. Because the yuan is issued in such large quantities and is limited by costs, it is impossible to achieve such advanced anti-counterfeiting.
But large denomination currency is different. Its rarity and preciousness are enough to deserve a chip to be embedded in each coin. Do you understand now?
Lin Yifan nodded. I see. The problem is that my private money is just ordinary banknotes and coins.
If I bring this with me, won't it be a bunch of counterfeit money? The system was a little mad at Lin Yifan's ignorance. Do you think I'm a decoration? I will convert your cash and private money into the equivalent currency in the corresponding world.
I will also exchange the money in your bank card for the highest level black card of the largest union bank in the world. The currency unit of this card is not yuan, but yuan. Lin Yifan smiled awkwardly and said, then suddenly having so much extra money must be safe and secure. Don't wait until I cross over before the Financial Supervision Department finds me.
Besides, the appearance of so much money won't lead to inflation, right?
Don't worry, the money you exchange for your private money is the money that this system already has in that parallel universe. You can't change all your private savings, so you don't need to worry about security or inflation. Lin Yifan's eyes sparkled. Fuck, it turns out that you, old six, are actually a hidden rich man.
Rich man, please help me. Get out of here.
Lin Yifan clearly heard the system's voice and was a little frustrated. Then he felt a pain in his soul's buttocks and lost consciousness. When Lin Yifan woke up again, he found himself lying on a bed in a dormitory.
The dormitory was quiet and there was no one there.
Just as Lin Yifan was about to look around, a memory suddenly flooded his mind. After digesting the memories of the original owner, Lin Yifan had a general understanding of this world and the original owner.
In this parallel universe where we are now, the planet we live on is called Blue Planet, and the country we live in is called China.
However, history is still surprisingly similar, so I am not unfamiliar with this time and space. The original owner had the same name and surname as Lin Yifan, and even their life stories were surprisingly similar. Both were orphans. According to the routine in novels, it is said that parents offer sacrifices to the gods and have boundless magic power. However, no matter in the original time and space or in the current parallel world, the two Lin Yifan are so miserable. If I hadn't done good deeds in my previous life and gained the favor of the system, I don't know when I would be able to turn things around. Lin Yifan in this world is only 19 years old. Although he is an orphan, he has been sensible since he was young and knows that he can only change his destiny by relying on himself. So during the 12 years of state-funded compulsory education, I studied diligently.
After graduating from high school, the original owner was successfully admitted to a key university. Not only did he successfully enter Shanghai Normal University, he also received a full scholarship. Currently studying in sophomore year.
Lin Yifan also discovered something in the original owner's memory.
Although the original owner was an orphan, he had no background and no money.
However, because of his pretty appearance, a naive freshman girl confessed to him when he first entered college. The original owner, who had only focused on studying and had never been in a relationship, fell easily after the girl confessed her love to him and started the first passionate love in his life.
Chapter 4 Chapter 3 Becoming the Richest Man.
However, after dating for a year, the original owner and the girl had not even held hands many times, just before the start of the sophomore year. The naive freshman girl came to her senses, became worldly wise and smooth-talked, and broke up with the original owner before school started. The reason for the breakup was not some bloody incident like cheating. It's simply because the girl knows the helplessness of reality and doesn't want to waste her youth accompanying the original owner. The poor child had just enjoyed the sweetness of love when he was hit back into reality. After being dumped by that girl, the original owner tried hard to keep her many times. Unfortunately, there is no way to save a heart that wants to leave. In the first half month of the sophomore year, the original owner, who was a little bit withdrawn but very motivated, began to become decadent and depressed, and became completely lost. Because of insomnia and staying up late, and lack of rest, he suddenly died in his sleep, and then was possessed by Lin Yifan and reborn. Brother, go with peace of mind. I will live well for you, and live a wonderful life. Lin Yifan muttered to himself. Then he started calling the system, Old Six, are you there? After waiting for a long time, the system finally responded, what's the matter? Lin Yifan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Lao Lu was still there after traveling through time. Money, where is my private money? In the cabinet next to your bed in the dormitory, there is a bank card from the United World Bank. The 3,600 yuan of private savings are all in the card. The piggy bank contains your pocket money, and the small safe contains your collection of banknotes and coins. Thanks, it's okay, you can go now. After Lin Yifan finished speaking, he didn't care about the system and quickly crawled to the head of the bed, opened the cabinet door and started searching. System Lao Lu almost exploded when he heard what Lin Yifan said. As a system, it has assisted so many hosts, but it has never seen such a bad host. Think about how polite those hosts were to me in the past, and then look at this guy. I just hate myself for being so blind to choose such an idiot. Lin Yifan rummaged around for a while before pulling out a black bank card with a gold border from the cabinet. In large gold letters it read United World Bank. This is the top bank, and one card can be used worldwide. Customer information is highly confidential, and its security and privacy rank first in the world. Not to mention ordinary institutions, even national institutions would not be able to obtain customer information from United Bank. Originally, there were Swiss banks in this world, and they used to be the most secure banks in the world. However, ever since an incident in which the Swiss bank abandoned its neutral status and chose to take a stand, its status and reputation have plummeted and it has never regained its former glory. It can be said to be an expert in the world of self-destruction. After the reputation of UBS collapsed, the World Bank took advantage of the situation and replaced UBS. There is 3,600 yuan in this bank card, and Lin Yifan decided not to use it easily. Then he dug out a piggy bank and a small suitcase. Lin Yifan looked around but couldn't find anything to smash the piggy bank open, so he simply smashed the piggy bank to the ground. After the piggy bank was broken, the change inside was scattered all over the floor. After picking up all the change, Lin Yifan took one and studied it carefully, and found that the money in his hand was not much different from that in his previous life. The only thing that is relatively conspicuous is the gold wire on the banknote. Maybe the chip is hidden in the gold wire. I really don't know how the chip was put inside the banknote. I can only say that this black technology is pretty cool. Counted the change. There are 16 pieces of 1 piece. 8 pieces for 5 yuan. 7 pieces worth 10 yuan. 5 of 20. 2 pieces of 50. The total amount is 326 yuan. How much is this? Lin Yifan was a little confused. I recalled the ratio the system told me. 1 cent is 100 million, right? So $1 is 10 billion Namibian dollars? 326 yuan is WTF? 3260 billion Namibian dollars? Lin Yifan thought he had miscalculated. In the previous life, the pocket money was only enough for me to buy a midnight snack, but now it has become 3 trillion? Lin Yifan felt his legs were a little weak and his heart was beating a little fast. After calming down, Lin Yifan continued to count the banknotes and coins he had collected in the small suitcase. Opening the small suitcase, there is a notebook specially for collection. There is a small compartment in the notebook, which contains brand new banknotes, cents, and coins. Count these and make a statistical analysis. 38 1-cent coins and 19 1-cent banknotes. 25 2-cent coins and 27 2-cent notes. 27 5-cent coins and 25-cent notes. There are 18 1-cent coins and 12 1-cent banknotes. 14 2-cent coins and 17 2-cent banknotes. 15 5-cent coins and 9 5-cent notes. Lin Yifan added the numbers on his phone's calculator with trembling hands. The total amount of all the banknotes and coins is 25 yuan and 16 cents. These collectible coins alone are worth 251.6 billion Namibian dollars. The total amount of bank cards, cash change, and collectible coins is 3,951.16 yuan. If converted into Namibian dollars, that would be 395,116 billion Namibian dollars? Lin Yifan was stunned after he figured it out. Then he started searching like crazy on his phone. After a while, the mobile phone interface displayed the information he wanted to see. According to the Forbes global rankings, the combined wealth of the 2,700 billionaires last year was worth $13 trillion. Based on the current exchange rate of 6.8 between the Namibian dollar and the Namibian dollar, the equivalent of this amount to 88 trillion Namibian dollars would be converted into Chinese currency, equivalent to 8,800 renminbi. Musk, the world's richest man, has a net worth of 148.92 billion Namibian dollars, equivalent to 148.92 billion yuan. China's richest man, Mr. Zhong, has a net worth of 446.7 billion Namibian dollars, equivalent to 40.67 billion yuan. Guangdong province, which ranked first in China in terms of GDP last year, had a GDP of 12.43 trillion Namibian dollars, equivalent to 1,243.69 billion yuan. China's annual GDP is 113.77 trillion, equivalent to 11377. After reading these data, Lin Yifan was stunned. I looked at my calculated total assets, which amounted to 3,951.16 yuan. In other words, his own assets are almost half of the assets of the world's 2,700 billionaires combined? The total amount of my own money is equivalent to the total GDP of Guangdong province, which has the largest GDP in China, for 3 years? The richest man's assets are not even half of his own cash? You should know that most of the so-called assets of the richest people are real estate or stock market value. And your own cash flow, these are two completely different concepts. Lin Yifan took a deep breath. Although he had a rough idea before, he had never compared it in this way. I quickly calmed myself down and slowed down my heartbeat. Lin Yifan doesn't want to become the second Fan Jin. Now perhaps only the name of a plant can describe my mood. Holding the change in his hand, Lin Yifan lay on the bed in a trance for a long time before he slowly came to his senses and began to think about how to put the money. Chapter 5 Chapter 4 Bank Deposit I don't dare put it in the dormitory. If people knew about the 300 plus yuan in change and the 25 yuan collector's coins, it would probably be a complete mess. Thinking of this, Lin Yifan quickly got up and put the money into his wallet. Then he took out the Huaxia bank card that the original owner had previously opened and picked up the small suitcase. After thinking about it, he put the black card of Union Bank in his bag and rushed to the bank. I took a taxi to the branch of Huaxia Bank that was closest to the school. After getting off the car, Lin Yifan hesitated at the door of the bank. He was a little worried, mainly about whether the money was genuine. If these money are different from the money in this world, will the bank call the police and say that they made counterfeit money? But thinking that the system was so powerful that it would not cheat the host, Lin Yifan gritted his teeth, pushed open the glass door of the bank and walked in. The bank lobby seemed a little deserted at this time. A young woman in a black suit saw Lin Yifan walking and carrying a small suitcase. I quickly stepped forward and greeted him. Sir, welcome to Huaxia Bank. I am the lobby manager of our bank. How can I help you? Lin Yifan glanced at the woman's towering chest. Her name badge read Lobby Manager Yang Qian. He tried his best to calm his inner panic and act calmly. Hello, I want to save some money. Once the sound comes out, others may not feel strange. But Lin Yifan found that his voice was a little hoarse. The lobby manager Yang Qian said with a smile, if you want to deposit money, you can deposit small amounts below 20,000 Namibian dollars at the ATM next door. If it's more than 20,000 naira, I'll get you a number and deposit it at the counter. How much do you need to deposit? Well, I want to deposit some money that requires a special machine to verify the money. Lin Yifan spoke hesitantly. It's not that Lin Yifan doesn't have a strong psychological quality, it's just that this matter is too big. This involves a huge amount of wealth of more than 3 trillion yuan. Once the money does not match this world, the bank will call the police and say that they have made counterfeit money. Lin Yifan didn't dare to imagine what would happen to him. Although the system can bring Lin Yifan back to life, it has already demonstrated the magic of the system. So there was no way anything could go wrong with the money, but Lin Yifan still couldn't suppress his inner uneasiness. When lobby manager Yang Qian heard the word special machine, her expression changed. She looked the young Lin Yifan up and down and asked cautiously, Sir, what's your name? Are you sure you need to deposit the reserve notes in the vault? Lin Yifan nodded and said, My last name is Lin. Okay, Mr. Lin, please follow me to the VIP room. Yang Qian stretched out her hand and led the way to the VIP room. When they arrived at the bank's VIP room, Yang Qian asked Lin Yifan to take a seat and motioned for him to wait a moment. Then go to the room inside to find the special money detector for the vault reserve banknotes. Lin Yifan, sitting on the sofa, thought about it and took out his Union Bank black card. Place it in a prominent position on the table and put the suitcase next to it. The reason why Lin Yifan took out this black card was mainly because he was considering the source of funds. A young man who is less than 20 years old suddenly comes to deposit a huge amount of cash of more than 3 trillion yuan. The bank will definitely trace the source of the funds. The question is, what can Lin Yifan use to explain the source of funds? The best way is to verify the authenticity of the black card before depositing money. If the black card is genuine, the bank will never ask about the source of funds. After all, the system said that what was exchanged for me was the highest level black card of United Bank, which is a card settled in yuan. This kind of black card is not something that any rich person can apply for. The minimum deposit must be over 10 billion. After all, 10 billion Namibian dollars is only $1. If it is less than $1, it is impossible for the bank to issue the highest level black card that settles in yuan. A regular gold card is sufficient. For those who have black cards, banks will probably not ask about the source of funds. While Lin Yifan's thoughts were racing in his mind, the lobby manager Yang Qian had already taken out the special money detector. Lin Yifan discovered that when Yang Qian saw a black card placed in the most conspicuous position on the table, she was obviously surprised. Seeing this, he felt slightly relieved. Manager Yang, can I deposit money into this black card? Yang Qian walked to the table, put the money detector aside, picked up the black card with both hands and looked at it carefully. After careful identification, she confirmed that this was indeed a black card from United Bank. Although Yang Qian showed no expression on the surface after verifying the authenticity, her heart was already in turmoil. She has been working in this branch for so many years, and she has only seen the black card during the bank's internal training. Those are sample cards that bank employees are specially trained to identify genuine and fake cards and cannot be used. As for the Union Bank black card that can actually be used, she has never seen it. This is a top-level card that requires a minimum investment of 10 billion. You have to know that this is the Shanghai Stock Exchange, a financial city where a single brick hit can create several multi-millionaires. Even though she worked in such a big city, she had never received a client with a black card. Now Yang Qian had only one thought in her mind, that this young man in front of her, who was frighteningly young, was definitely the heir to a top family in the country. Otherwise, how could I carry the Union Bank black card with me? Thinking of this, Yang Qian, who originally didn't quite believe that this young man could use a large value banknote detector, felt ashamed of her previous thoughts. Hello, Mr. Lin, if you need to deposit money into this black card, you can, because the United Bank card can be deposited and withdrawn at any bank at home or abroad. Then, Yang Qian said impatiently, but Mr. Lin, if you don't really need to deposit money into a black card, you can actually deposit money into our Huaxia Bank card. Our bank can offer higher interest rates than black cards and provide you with a dedicated 24-hour customer service. When the time comes, whether you want to deposit or withdraw money, you only need to make a phone call and we can prepare it for you. After hearing this, Lin Yifan raised his eyebrows. He asked this question deliberately just to confirm the authenticity of the black card. He didn't really intend to deposit money into the black card, and he had no intention of using this black card at first. Now that it is confirmed that the black card is genuine, there is no problem with the cash in my hand. As for Yang Qian's reaction, Lin Yifan knew what she meant with just a quick thought. It is nothing more than attracting deposits for the bank, which is an unavoidable task for every bank. Only when banks attract deposits can they lend money and make money. Another reason is to attract big customers. Big customers like this who have black cards can easily help the bank complete its tasks. No matter which bank they are in, big customers are high-quality resources that banks must compete for. Now that he knew the black card was real, Lin Yifan felt more confident. He smiled and said, okay, it doesn't matter where you deposit it. For Manager Yang's sake, let's deposit it in Huaxia Bank. Chapter 6 Chapter 5 Depositing Money in the Bank Part 2. Yang Qian was extremely surprised when she heard this, and her face turned slightly red. She said with a smile, thank you so much, Mr. Lin. I wonder how much Mr. Lin plans to save. If you can use a large value banknote detector, the minimum is 1 cent. This means that I have brought 100 million Naira dollars in savings to the bank. The branch has completed 1/5 of its performance this year. Lin Yifan opened the suitcase on the table and then opened the favorites folder inside. Suddenly, brand new banknotes and coins shining with a special luster came into Yang Qian's eyes. Yang Qian was completely stunned. Gods and Buddhas are everywhere, what am I seeing? Yang Qian shouted in her heart. She asked with trembling excitement, Mr. Lin, are you planning to save all this money? No wonder she was so excited. Forget about putting all the money in the bank. She only needed to deposit half of it. The fact that she had attracted so much deposits and made such big friends was enough for her to be promoted to deputy branch manager. Lin Yifan thought about it, reached out and pulled out 3 1-cent bills and 3 1-cent coins and stuffed them into his wallet. He said, here is 25 yuan and 16 cents. Please save it as an integer for me, 25 yuan and 16 cents. By the way, I have some change too, please save it for me. Lin Yifan said and took out his wallet. Yang Qian was immersed in the surprise of saving 25.1 yuan. When I heard Lin Yifan say that he needed to save some change, I didn't think much about it. Subconsciously, I thought it was just a few $100,000. Who knew that Lin Yifan took out a huge stack of bills from his wallet and threw it on the table? Looking at the pile of 1, 5, and 10 yuan treasury reserve banknotes in front of her, Yang Qian's rosy little mouth suddenly became an O shape. Mr. Lin, is this the change you mentioned? Yang Qian was completely confused. She had seen change before, but she had never seen such extravagant change. Brother, are you here to show off? Yang Qian really wanted to complain. I have seen people treat tens of millions of dollars in Namibian currency as change. I've never seen anyone refer to treasury reserve notes as change. Lin Yifan was a little amused and helpless. It was the thinking habit he developed in his previous life. I haven't changed in this world yet, so I just mentioned the word change casually. Please help me save it. Yang Qian began to count the money with trembling hands. After counting it several times, she put the money through the machine one by one. After everything was done, she said to Lin Yifan, Mr. Lin, the total is 351.1 yuan. Do you need to check it again? No need, save it for me. Mr. Lin, do you have a bank card from our bank? Lin Yifan took out his Huaxia bank card from his wallet and handed it to Yang Qian. It's like this, Mr. Lin, because the amount of money you deposit is huge, I can help you apply for a diamond card, the highest level of our Huaxia bank. It's also calculated in yuan. Do you think that's okay? Lin Yifan thought about it, and his old habit of not putting all his eggs in one basket came back again. How about this, you help me deposit 350 yuan into the diamond card, and change the remaining 1.1 yuan into nano yuan and deposit it into my ordinary card. After all, WeChat and Alipay are usually linked to this ordinary card, so it's convenient to put some pocket money in it. Okay, then please wait a moment. I will apply for a diamond card for you now. I will deposit the money in the card at the highest interest rate of our bank. A moment later, Yang Qian applied for a diamond card as quickly as possible and deposited 350 yuan into Lin Yifan's diamond card. Then he deposited 1.1 yuan in Nayuan into Lin Yifan's ordinary card. Now Lin Yifan only had 6 cents left in his wallet. That is 600 million Namibian dollars. The rest of the money was deposited into 3 bank cards. There is 3,600 yuan in the black card of United Bank and 350 yuan in the diamond card of Huaxia Bank. And that Huaxia Bank S. Pukari had deposited 11 billion naira. Yang Qian's hands were shaking when she was operating Lin Yifan's ordinary card to deposit money. Mainly because of what Lin Yifan said just now, it is more convenient to deposit 1 yuan and 10 cents for pocket money on a regular card. Whose pocket money is calculated in billions? Still carrying 600 million in cash? It was like a knife cutting my butt, it really opened my eyes. This can no longer be considered as being rich, it is simply inhumane. This 1.1 yuan pocket money can be used to apply for a black card even if you put it in United Bank. People actually deposited a common card directly. Although she was excited, Yang Qian's professionalism was still quite good. In a short while, the 2 cards were prepared according to Lin Yifan's requirements, and the spending limit of the ordinary card was also considerately cancelled. Taking the 2 bank cards handed over by Yang Qian, Lin Yifan inserted the bank cards into his wallet. Just as he was about to get up and leave, Yang Qian hurriedly called Lin Yifan. Mr. Lin, please leave your phone number and add WeChat. I will be your account manager from now on. If you need to withdraw or deposit money, you can always contact me. Lin Yifan thought so too, it was rather troublesome to withdraw large sums of money. You need to apply in advance, and if you have a connected account manager, it's just a matter of making a phone call. They exchanged phone numbers and added each other on WeChat before Lin Yifan left Huaxia Bank. After walking out of the bank, he did not rush back to the dormitory, but started strolling around. What happened today happened so suddenly. He came back to life in just one day and became the world's richest man again. Lin Yifan needs to adjust his mentality. After wandering around aimlessly until it gradually darkened, Lin Yifan sat down on a stone bench beside the bridge. In the night, watched the bright lights reflected in the river. Lin Yifan suddenly felt a little homesick. Coming to this strange parallel world, at first I was so overjoyed by the huge wealth that I lost myself. But now that I have calmed down, a feeling of desolation comes over me. He began to miss his home and his original world and his unborn child. He met his wife through a blind date, and because they were both older, they got married after dating for a while. The relationship between the two of them is not very good, but it is not very bad either. They just live a rather ordinary life. More than a year after marriage, his wife became pregnant. However, he died while saving someone just 2 months into the pregnancy. Thinking of this, Lin Yifan felt even more depressed. I don't know how sad my pregnant wife would be when she knew the news of my death. Sixth brother, are you there? Lin Yifan called the system in his mind. What's up? Is it possible for me to return to my original time and space? What? Are you planning to abandon this huge fortune and return to your original time and space? Lin Yifan fell silent after hearing this. Can you bear with it? Perhaps when in the chaotic space, if given a choice, Lin Yifan would definitely choose to return to the original time and space. But now that he truly has a huge fortune in his hands, Lin Yifan no longer has the courage to go forward without hesitation. Chapter 7 Chapter 6 Hope of Returning Home. Maybe I'm greedy, but do you think there's a way to have the best of both worlds? Let me return to my original time and space, and bring back some wealth? After asking this question, Lin Yifan felt that his question was a bit ridiculous. How can you have your cake and eat it too? Who knew the system would give an unexpected answer, yes? What? Lin Yifan cried out in surprise. Fortunately, there are not many people around, otherwise they would probably look at me as if I were a lunatic. Lin Yifan couldn't wait to ask in his heart, what's the solution? Tell me quickly. There are 2 tasks. You only need to complete either one and I can fulfill your wish. Not only can it send you back to your original time and space, but it will also give you enough wealth. Which 2 choices? Lin Yifan's breathing became rapid. The first method is to spend all the cash in the shortest possible time without destroying it in any way. And it has to meet the requirements I set. The shorter the time, the more wealth you can bring back to your original time and space. The second method is to double your wealth in the shortest possible time, without any illegal means. And it meets the requirements I set. The shorter the time, the more wealth you can bring back to your original time and space. Do I even need to choose? Making money is not as fast as squandering it. Of course I'll choose the first method. This is simply a welfare gift. Lin Yifan was secretly delighted. When it comes to making money, Lin Yifan has no idea. But when it comes to spending money, everyone is willing to spend. As long as you work hard and work to your death, you can squander all the gold and silver. By the way, does it count if the money you spend becomes an asset? Yes, I'm talking about cash. Assets are not included in cash. So as long as you have no cash left, your mission is complete. Ha, I thought cash exchanged for assets didn't count. This makes it much simpler, hee hee. Then start spending money now. Come on, young man. I'm rooting for you. The system's tone was full of ridicule. Unfortunately, Lin Yifan, who was immersed in surprise, didn't feel it at all. His mind is now filled with the desire to experience the feeling of being a prodigal son. Then, after successfully spending all the money, he returned to the original time and space with a fortune. He stayed with his wife and children and lived a happy life from then on. Lin Yifan took out his mobile phone and downloaded several live streaming platforms. For example, Youyou, Youyou, and Douyin. Spending thousands of dollars on the live streaming platform is something that no man can resist. Otherwise, why would the live streaming platform be so popular? In the past, I had only seen the protagonists in novels spending lavishly, but I never thought that one day I would go to such a step in order to squander my family's wealth. Let us do it one by one. First, register a Youyou account. Lin Yifan named his Youyou account Live a Cool Life. The meaning of this name is that one day I will return to my original time and space to prove that I have been to this world once. After the account was registered, Lin Yifan started to recharge his YY account. There are fixed amounts and self-selected amounts in the recharge options, and the maximum self-selected amount is 100,000 Namibian dollars. Lin Yifan started to deposit 100,000 yuan into the account without saying a word. Fortunately, fingerprint verification can be used when paying, which eliminates the need to enter a password and saves some time. So Lin Yifan began to operate mechanically, first inputting a 1, and then continuously pressing 0. Keep pressing until you are prompted that it is the maximum recharge amount, which is 100,000 Namibian dollars. Next, click the recharge button below, press your finger on the fingerprint hole, and the recharge is successful. The operation was repeated continuously, with the recharge rate being about 7 times per minute, which is 700,000 Namibian dollars. Mobile banking text messages also keep sending deduction reminders. Half an hour later, the account balance shown on the recharge page was 20 million. Lin Yifan's hands were sore from the first recharge he made. He felt like vomiting. But when he looked at the bank balance and the text message, it showed there was still 10,980 million, and Lin Yifan felt desperate. How long will it take to charge this? Not only is it a waste of time, but it's also tiring. Thinking of this, Lin Yifan found the customer service phone number of Youyou. I made a direct call and spoke directly to the human service. Hello, this is the customer service of the Youyou platform. My employee number is 1005. Is there anything I can help you with? Hello, I would like to ask if it is possible to increase the recharge amount of Youyou. It is really troublesome to recharge 100,000 yuan at a time. As a result, the customer service on the other end of the phone was confused. This was the first time she had heard such a request since she started working in customer service. Is 100,000 still considered a small amount? Although sometimes people directly top up 100,000. But it is enough to recharge it a few times at most. Who would recharge it for 100,000 yuan each time? Could it be a harassing call? However, the customer service representative still said politely, "Sir, please provide your account ID and I will help you check it. 597879310. Okay, please wait." After the customer service said this, he started to check the platform background on the computer. Soon all the information of this account was displayed on the screen, and the customer service looked at the account information. It shows that it is a new number registered half an hour ago. But when the customer service saw the recharge information, they were confused again. The above shows that within half an hour, this account continued to recharge with amounts of 100,000. The customer service looked at the recharge records one after another in shock and counted them. In half an hour, the account was recharged 200 times, with the total recharge amount reaching 20 million Namibian dollars. The customer service representative came to his senses and quickly answered the call. "Hello, sir. Are you still there? Hey, can the recharge limit be increased a bit? It's really troublesome to recharge 100,000 at a time." Lin Yifan complained. "Okay, I'll report this to your boss for you now, and I'll call you back later." After Lin Yifan agreed, the customer immediately hung up the phone and called the company's general manager. While the customer service was answering the call, Lin Yifan started browsing the platform. Although it is necessary to spend money, it does not mean that you will just spend money on anyone you catch. At least you have to find a girl who looks comfortable and appeals to you. Lin Yifan clicked into a live broadcast room, and on the screen a young lady in revealing clothes was dancing passionately. There were more than 100 people watching the live broadcast, and the public screen was constantly scrolling. He seems to be a moderate anchor. Unfortunately, this beauty was not Lin Yifan's type. He swiped up without hesitation and moved on to the next one. Lin Yifan had just watched 4 or 5 female anchors when the phone rang. It should be the platform customer service calling. Lin Yifan answered the call. "Hello sir, I am the customer service representative you just talked to. I have just reported the situation to my supervisor. In view of your recharge needs, our company can help you modify the recharge limit. What is the maximum recharge amount you need?" Youyou's reaction was within Lin Yifan's expectations. After all, Lin Yifan's recharge record in the last half hour has already proved his financial strength, and the platform only raised a small question for such a high-quality big customer. As long as the company leader has a high IQ, he will not refuse. Chapter 8 Chapter 7 Luxurious Brush Eye. Lin Yifan opened his mouth and said, "Please change it to 100 million for me, so that I don't have to worry about charging it."
100 million? Okay. I'll ask the engineer to help you change the limit right away.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Yifan waited for a moment. When I returned to the recharge interface again, I found that the recharge limit of my account had increased from 100,000 to 100 million.
This is so much easier.
Lin Yifan first entered 1 on the recharge interface and then pressed 8 zeros. Finally, click on recharge, and in just a few seconds, 100 million naira was recharged successfully.
Isn't this more efficient than the previous half hour?
Fortunately, when I was applying for the diamond card, Yang Qian also helped me cancel the spending limit of the ordinary card. Otherwise, let alone 100 million, even a recharge of 100,000 would be enough. This bank manager is good to deal with, she is really considerate when something happens.
The next step is to continue looking for an anchor that suits your taste.
Lin Yifan kept scrolling down, flipping through more than 10 live broadcast rooms. Finally, a live broadcast room popped up on the screen, and the appearance of the girl inside instantly attracted Lin Yifan.
This female anchor named Youyou looks to be around 20 years old.
Although she looks beautiful at first glance, she is not particularly stunning. It is mainly because of her delicate facial features that she gives people a very comfortable feeling. Although live broadcasts all have built-in beauty effects, Lin Yifan can still feel that there is not much difference between the host's appearance in front of the camera and in real life. After all, Lin Yifan was a man who had experienced the baptism of beauty cameras in his previous life, so he had some vision. I looked at the hostess homepage introduction, and it said that he was at the 10th level of Guzheng.
He is actually a talented anchor with real talent?
The host is currently playing the Guzheng, and the song is a Chinese ghost story.
Although Lin Yifan didn't know how to play the Guzheng, the smooth sound of the Guzheng sounded quite professional.
There were only a few people watching in the live broadcast room.
But to be honest, these days talented female anchors may not be able to compete with those who expose their body. After all, the sexy female lead is very open and can talk about anything.
This means it will appeal to a mostly male audience. Lin Yifan clicked on her list again and saw that there were only more than 3,000 people on the weekly list, and 1,500 of them were ranked first. There was a cliff-like drop when it came to the second place on the list, with only over 500 people, and the rest were in the dozens or hundreds. The first and second place on the list are both in the live broadcast room at this moment, typing and chatting on the public screen. After the song A Chinese Ghost Story ended, the host stopped and began to interact with several big brothers on the public screen. Lin Yifan also started typing, "Host, you play well, you are worthy of being a level 10 Guzheng player."
Youyou saw the newcomer coming in and speaking, and said with a smile, "Thank you for the compliment, brother Xiao. If you like the anchor, you can follow him."
Lin Yifan typed a statement with some bad taste, "Host, our meeting is fate.
You have great talent. I will promote you to be the #1 anchor of YY.
Youyou looked at this sentence on the public screen, just smiled slightly, and did not respond. She has been an anchor for more than 2 months and has gone through some things. I know that some people on this platform like to find those small and new anchors to make big promises. She has encountered this several times in the past 2 months. She has boasted a lot, but none of them have come true. At this time, the guy named Feng Wujiu Tian in the live broadcast room sneered and mocked Lin Yifan.
A rookie is bragging here? Do you think others are fools and can be easily deceived? Don't even mention making this anchor the best. You should break my #1 ranking first before you brag about it. The second on the list also typed, "That's right, even if you want to deceive the anchor, at least show your strength. Just watch the live broadcast, no one will look down on you, but it's really despicable to brag about it." Lin Yifan smiled slightly and said, "Are you saying I'm a rookie? It depends on my ability." Okay.
Lin Yifan clicked on the title next to it and found the highest level of title. King. The initial activation requires 120,000 foreign coins, and a monthly renewal fee of 30,000 foreign coins is required to maintain the title of King.
That's it. Click to activate, and Lin Yifan will pop up an activation reminder. Do you want to activate the King for Guzheng Youyou?
Lin Yifan clicked OK, and a banner for all platforms immediately floated across the public screen.
Walk with Ease was launched in the Guzheng Youyou live broadcast room.
And there was a golden icon of the word King in front of Lin Yifan's vest.
It looks particularly noble.
The first and second place winners who were typing away at Lin Yifan in the live broadcast room fell silent instantly after seeing the announcement. When the host Youyou saw the prompt in the background to open the title for herself, she covered her mouth in surprise. Then, she said to the camera in great surprise, "Thank you, brother Xiao, for opening the King for Youyou."
Thank you so much. Whatever song you want to hear, Youyou will play it for you.
At this time, the number 1 Feng Wu Jiu Tian also typed and said, "Fuck, Big Brother is awesome. I thought he was just another liar. I didn't expect that Big Brother is really capable." Lin Yifan rarely acted like a middle school student.
Host, just broadcast the show as you want. Tonight, I will make your name resound throughout the entire YY platform.
After typing, Lin Yifan found the most expensive one in the gift column. That is the spaceship, which is worth 8,888 Namibian dollars each. Giving away one spaceship will trigger a banner on all platforms. That is to say, if you give one, a gift banner will float above all the live broadcast rooms on the entire platform.
This banner has a portal effect.
As long as someone clicks on the banner, they can choose to enter the live broadcast room where the banner is floating.
It can be regarded as a way for a Big Brother to attract fans for the anchor. After selecting the spaceship, Lin Yifan clicked on Give as a gift. Then an animation of a spaceship appeared on the screen and slowly took shape.
It floated for a while before gradually dissipating. The banner on the top also began to float slowly from right to left. Wow, thank you brother Xiao for sending the spaceship.
Youyou is so excited. This is the first time I have received such a valuable gift.
Youyou's face turned red with excitement in front of the camera. She really didn't expect that a new anchor like her would receive the most expensive special effects gift on the platform.
Unfortunately, this is just the beginning.
As Lin Yifan continued to click to give gifts, the special effects animation in the lower half of the screen never stopped. The banners on top of the public screen floated by one after another.
Walk with elegance gift to Gu Zheng Youyou Spaceship 1. Walk with elegance gift to Gu Zheng Youyou Spaceship 2. Walk with elegance gift to Gu Zheng Youyou Spaceship 3. At the beginning, the anchors and viewers on the platform didn't pay much attention to it.
After all, those big anchors often receive spaceships, with dozens or even hundreds of them floating around at a time.
A few spaceships are not uncommon for big anchors.
But as time goes by,
other anchors and viewers on the platform gradually sensed that something was wrong.
It seems as if the entire banner was contracted by this tycoon named Live with Style. All the time, they are floating around in a carefree manner and are presented to the Guzheng spaceship.
Chapter 9 Chapter 8 Luxurious Brush Part 2.
Some viewers began to become curious, and those who could not resist clicked on the banner at the top. I plan to go into the live broadcast room to see what's going on. Some smart anchors also realized that this is the rise of a new Big Brother. He might as well create a small account to spy on the situation and broadcast the interface of the small account in his own live broadcast room. This is to retain those curious brothers in his live broadcast room. The number of people in Guzheng Youyou's live broadcast room began to increase rapidly. The audience size gradually increased from a few people to double digits.
After a while, it turned into 3 digits again. The numbers kept jumping and were rapidly moving towards 4 digits.
The host Youyou was so excited that she could only thank Lin Yifan. In the more than 2 months since she started broadcasting, the number of people online in her live broadcast room at the same time has never exceeded 20. Basically, they come, watch for a while and then leave.
Occasionally, a few wealthy fans will give her gifts. This is the first time that the live broadcast room is so lively.
It turns out that what our predecessors said was right. To become rich, you have to rely on a wealthy person to come from heaven. Seeing a large number of tourists coming into the live broadcast room, Youyou smiled and began to welcome the new tourists. After all, if you can retain a small number of these people who come in, it can bring you a considerable income.
Fuck, what's going on in this live stream room? It's so crowded, the money is like ghost money. I really don't know anything about the world of the rich. Fuck, even during the annual competition, those big anchors are only this good. This is too much.
They've already given away nearly 100 spaceships.
How much does this cost? This is just a new anchor, he only has a few hundred fans. I guess the union is trying to build momentum for the new anchor. Impossible.
I looked at the union the anchor signed with, it's just a small guild, it doesn't have such strong strength at all.
Could this Xiaosao brother really be a wild rich man who just moved in?
I just saw a banner with the word king on it. If I'm not dazzled, it should be the banner that this Xiaosao brother opened for this anchor named Youyou. The king has just opened it, so it is probably a wild big brother. If it is really the wild big brother who is rising, then this Guzheng anchor is going to be rich. It is obvious that the wild big brother likes this anchor. Wow, I'm prettier than this anchor, and my cup is bigger than this anchor's. Why can't my family meet such a rich man who fell from the sky? Brother Shasha, please pay attention to me. I am a girl with a delicate body and can be easily pushed down. I can be a bitch, and I know all 108 moves. Brother, do you want a pendant? I can be your mascot, can you let me hug your thigh? More and more people are entering Youyou's live broadcast room. Not to mention the audience who were attracted by the continuous banners, even some female anchors who were broadcasting simply stopped and ran over. The entire public screen was in complete chaos, with lines of comments scrolling continuously and then disappearing. On the other side, a middle-aged man was looking at his Youyou background in front of the computer. I accidentally discovered that the live broadcast data of a new anchor with Guzheng talent under my company was increasing rapidly. Whether it is the number of online users, the activity level of the live broadcast room or the amount of revenue, they are all growing in leaps and bounds. This surprised him a little. He immediately drove his Duke account into the live broadcast room of the female anchor under his company. As soon as I entered the live broadcast room, the first thing I saw was spaceships floating by. When he came in and saw the number of gifts, it showed that this fan named Youyou was about to send 100 spaceships. But the gifts haven't stopped yet and continue to float. The Youyou boss who saw this scene was as excited as the female anchor Youyou. Not only female anchors, but the Youyou also needs a big brother. After the platform takes a cut of the gifts given by fans, the rest is shared by the Youyou and the anchor. Although the Youyou's commission is relatively small, it cannot match the large number of gifts given. It seems that Youyou has to win over this rich brother and see if he looks down on other female anchors under his Youyou. If one or two female anchors in your Youyou can catch your eye, then your Youyou will be prosperous. Thinking of this, the Youyou boss quickly took out his mobile phone and sent a WeChat message to Youyou. Walk with Elegance is presented to Guzheng Youyou Spaceship 100. Walk with Elegance gift to Guzheng Youyou Spaceship 200. Walk with Elegance is presented to Guzheng Youyou Spaceship 300. Seeing the number of gifts, the audience went from being surprised at first to being shocked. 300 spaceships, how much does that cost? But what makes everyone speechless is that this big dog is still brushing. It's just outrageous. It's outrageous. It's just outrageous. At this time, the number of people in the live broadcast room was still increasing rapidly. Normally, an earl or marquis is considered a big brother in the live broadcast room of a small anchor. At this moment in Youyou's live broadcast room, throwing a brick could kill several earls and marquises. Even titles like dukes and kings were attracted by the lavish number of gifts and kept entering the live broadcast room. After all, there is still a big difference between kings. It is not a big deal for a rich second generation to spend 100,000 to drive a king. It is not uncommon to occasionally get 10 or 20 spaceships. Altogether, it only costs more than 200,000. But if you build hundreds of spaceships in a row, you can make millions in one night. Most rich second generations really wouldn't do such a thing. At most, they spend a few million on the live streaming platform each year. The more arrogant big brothers can spend tens of thousands. As the number of online viewers increases, Youyou's number of fans is also slowly increasing. Among them, many big brothers like the Duke and the King paid attention to Youyou. Because these people are also curious about what is so special about this female anchor that can attract rich people to spend millions on her. Another reason is that I want to get to know such a rich man. The rich second generation are also divided into levels, and everyone wants to squeeze into a higher level circle, which requires real connections. Youyou in the live broadcast room could no longer control herself and covered her mouth with tears streaming down her face. She didn't even dare to think about this kind of scene in her dreams. I never thought that such a thing as a rich man falling from the sky would actually happen to me one day. At first, she heard people say that live streaming can make more money than working. Thinking that I have already obtained the 10th level certificate in Guzheng, I should be able to earn a good income by becoming a talent host. Who would have thought that after entering the industry, I would find out that being a host isn't that easy? The anchors do make money, but they are only the big anchors at the top of the pyramid. Most small anchors only earn a living as a part-time worker, and many more anchors don't even have any income from part-time jobs. During the more than 2 months of live streaming, Youyou witnessed many of the hosts she met through live broadcasts leave the live streaming industry one by one. Then I watched new anchors rush in. There is really no shortage of beauties in this industry. All you have to do is turn on the beauty filter and put on some makeup and clothes. All the women in front of the camera are beautiful women. These 2 months were the most difficult time. There was no audience in Youyou's live broadcast room. She was the only one sitting in front of the camera, foolishly playing the Guzheng. Chapter 10 Chapter 9 Luxurious Brush Part 3. Finally, someone came in and I was just about to stop to welcome the new tourist. The person is gone. Fortunately, I persisted and finally waited for the rich man to come from the sky. Only you know the bitterness involved. This is also the reason why Youyou couldn't hold back her tears. Of course, Lin Yifan had no idea what Youyou was going through at the moment. At this moment, he was numbly clicking on gifts. This is the first time I realized that giving gifts is actually a physical job. Walk with Elegance gift to Gu Zheng Youyou Spaceship 500. Walk with Elegance is presented to Gu Zheng Youyou Spaceship 1000. Walk with Elegance gifted to Gu Zheng Youyou Spaceship 2000. Finally, when the number of gifts reached 2000, the number of combos displayed in real time on the public screen stopped. However, the banner and special effects animation will probably float for a while because they cannot keep up with Lin Yifan's speed of giving gifts. Fuck, it finally stopped. I almost fell asleep watching it. My mom asked me why I was kneeling down to look at my phone, and I said I saw God. It's simply inhumane. In just over an hour, 2,000 spaceships and more than 17 million were gone just like that. 17 million. I probably won't be able to earn that much money in my entire lifetime. It looks like this big brother has a few $100 million. I really don't know what he was thinking. Wouldn't it be nice to use the 17 million to buy pork ribs? Everyone in the live broadcast room was shocked by the number 17 million inside in amazement. At this moment, the number of people online in the live broadcast room has soared to more than 20,000. These are real people, not false popularity. Youyou calmed down and asked in the live broadcast room, "Brother Shosa, can I add you on WeChat?" After saying this, he stared at the scrolling public screen, afraid of missing Brother Xiaosha's speech. Who knew that after waiting for a long time, I didn't see the person with the king icon speak. "Brother Xiaosha, are you still there?" After waiting for a while, I still didn't see Brother Xiaosha's speech. At this time, someone typed, "What's going on? Big Brother spent tens of millions and ran away without saying a word?" This news immediately attracted everyone's attention, and some people began to look through the online audience list. Because of the dignity of the title, he is given priority in the front row of the audience list. The ranks of different titles are in different orders. At the top of the online audience list is the king, followed by dukes, marquises, earls, and so on. As a result, everyone glanced at the dozen or so kings at the top of the live broadcast room, and they really didn't notice the king's vest. Ha ha ha, after the big brother spent tens of millions, he carried the train and ran away overnight. This is really eye-opening. This is the first time I've seen a big brother playing like this. He just ran away after he was done. Is he afraid that the anchor will stick to him? As expected of a wealthy man, he left after his work was done, hiding his achievements and fame. Everyone was joking on the public screen. As for other remarks, Youyou may not care. But when she saw the sentence "I'm afraid of getting stuck with the anchor," Youyou suddenly felt a little sad. Is he really afraid that I will pester him? But I didn't mean that. Youyou was feeling confused at the moment, so she simply sent a private message on YY to the account of Ziyou. Then he cheered up and continued the live broadcast. The audience saw that all the rich guys had left and the fun was over. Most people began to retreat, and the number of people online began to slowly decrease. However, there were also viewers who were attracted by Youyou's appearance or talent and stayed in the live broadcast room. By the time most people had left, the number of online viewers had remained at more than 300. Tonight's live broadcast will deduct the platform and Union's commission. Youyou not only earned more than 7 million, but also gained nearly 10,000 fans and hundreds of die-hard fans. More importantly, her fame has been completely established on the platform. Although it is impossible for her to become the #1 female star on YY just because of this live broadcast, her potential has already been revealed. From now on, whenever the anchors and visitors on the platform talk about the tens of millions spent tonight, they can't avoid the name Youyou. Let us talk about Lin Yifan. After giving out gifts, he exited the live broadcast room, put his phone in his trouser pocket and left the river. It was already so late tonight, he had no plans to go back to the school dormitory. Lin Yifan took a taxi and headed straight to the best star-rated hotel nearby. I'm staying in a hotel tonight. It's quieter than the dormitory, so I can think about how to spend money quickly. When we arrived at the hotel, we spent more than $1,000 Namibian to book the most luxurious suite in the hotel. After entering the room, I went straight to the bathroom and took a shower first. After washing up, Lin Yifan lay on the soft big bed in the hotel and began to plan ways to spend the money.
Tomorrow I will first buy some clothes, then buy a car, and then go to Lujiazui to buy a house. This whole process should cost a lot of money.
Lin Yifan took out his cell phone and started looking at cars. I'll check the prices tonight and decide what car to buy, and then go straight to the 4S store to pick it up tomorrow. On the car search page, go directly to the price option and select the highest price over 1 million. Then, using the price sorting, from highest to lowest, Lin Yifan began to look at them one by one. Ranked first is a sports car called Lotus, which costs more than 20 million. When Lin Yifan saw the Lotus brand, his first reaction was what kind of unknown brand car this was.
It's actually so expensive.
After a search, I found out that they are on par with Ferrari and Porsche, two of the most well-known sports car manufacturers.
All I can say is that poverty has made me fall into ignorance.
I looked at the photos of Lotus and found that its appearance is quite domineering.
But with such a low ground, it would be difficult to go over a higher speed bump. Let us not consider this car for now.
After I buy a house, maybe I can buy this car and put it in the garage as a toy. Lin Yifan, who was in the second car, blurted out national quintessence as soon as he saw the picture. He was so familiar with this car. This must be the ultimate fantasy of every man. Lamborghini, a famous luxury car.
What man can resist a sports car like this?
When he saw the prices, which were only tens of millions at most, Lin Yifan became depressed.
It's a top-of-the-line sports car after all, can't you sell it for a little more? The highest selling price is tens of millions, who are you looking down on? Forget it, let us not consider the sports car for now. For your first car, it's better to buy something more practical.
The third car is the Phantom, which also costs tens of millions. When Lin Yifan saw this car, he photoshopped it without thinking. This car is indeed luxurious, but everyone sitting in the driving seat thinks he is the driver.
How many people who buy a Phantom will drive it themselves? This has been positioned by Volkswagen from the overall attributes of the car.
Those who drive Phantoms are all drivers, and the bosses all sit in the back seat.
Lin Yifan doesn't want to be mistaken for a driver.
When he saw the fourth car, Lin Yifan raised his eyebrows.
This car looks good. Chapter 11 Chapter 10 asks Youyou for help.
It has the same origin as the Phantom, but you will never be mistaken for a driver when driving this car.
This is Rolls-Royce's most famous SUV Cullinan.
The price is just too cheap, the most expensive one is only around 7 million. Lin Yifan continued to read and found that the following brands were all familiar ones.
Rolls-Royce sports car. Ferrari sports car. Bentley sports cars and sedans. Aston Martin and Maybach S-Class.
Lin Yifan was too lazy to waste his energy looking at those below 3 million. Among these cars, Lin Yifan's favorite brands are Bentley and Aston Martin,
because the design of their cars suits Lin Yifan's taste.
But in the end, because the prices were too cheap, Lin Yifan decided to give up these two brands.
I plan to buy Cullinan first.
Of course, Lin Yifan knew that the Lotus worth more than 20 million was not the most expensive car. When it comes to the world's top luxury cars, of course they are Koenigsegg, Zonda, or Venom. The starting point is more than 70 million.
The question is, can Lin Yifan get this car, which is limited to only a few units worldwide? Is it something that money can buy? Stop talking nonsense.
Even if Lin Yifan is now the richest man in the world in name only, he has enough money.
The problem is, what is the use of having money for a car like this?
Without the corresponding connections, you can't even find a way to buy a car.
Eat your food one bite at a time and walk one step at a time.
Sooner or later, Lin Yifan believed that he would be able to buy this top-of-the-line luxury car. After looking at the cars, Lin Yifan used the house hunting app to get a rough idea of the houses in Lujiazui. After reading it, I had some general ideas in mind. After exiting the house hunting software, Lin Yifan opened Youyou. Just as I was about to continue spending money on gifts, I unexpectedly saw a message in the private message column.
It was sent by the female Guzheng anchor named Youyou. Brother Shasha, can I add you on WeChat? Thank you very much for your support for Youyou today. Her WeChat ID is at the end of the private message. Glanced at the time.
It was sent when I just left the live broadcast room after giving gifts. Lin Yifan thought about it and decided that he was going to buy clothes tomorrow.
But my fashion sense is not very good and I don't know how to match them. This should be a common problem among men.
Few men realize that clothes need to be matched. How to match the colors of your top, pants and shoes to look comfortable, otherwise it will look awkward. This requires a good sense of fashion. But girls are good at this. After all, women's clothing has many more varieties than men's. They are also keen on shopping and buying clothes, and basically know how to match clothes. I was just worrying about how to buy clothes, and now someone is sending me a pillow just because I feel sleepy. Lin Yifan decisively copied Youyou's WeChat and added her as a friend. In a cozy little room in an apartment building in another part of Shanghai, a girl with delicate features was curled up in the quilt, staring at her cell phone in a daze. This action has been going on for about an hour. She has been keeping an eye on her phone since she finished the live broadcast, and even took her phone into the bathroom when she took a shower. Afraid of missing something. The girl was thinking about something when the sudden notification sound from her cell phone woke her up from her daze. She quickly opened WeChat and took a look. It was a friend request. The girl was immediately surprised. She had finally waited for something. On Lin Yifan's side, within a few seconds of sending the friend request, WeChat showed that the other party had successfully added him as a friend. A friend with a photo as his profile picture appears in the list. Lin Yifan clicked on the WeChat profile and took a look at the information. I found out that the other party's location was also Shanghai. Just when I was about to check the other person's moments, my phone prompted me that there was a message. Brother Xiaosa, is that you? How can you be so sure that I added you? A smiley face was sent over there. Because I only sent you my WeChat ID. I used a small account to add people to the live broadcast before. What the hell, it seems like the anchors all use smurf accounts to add fans on WeChat. Lin Yifan said that this was the first time he had heard of such a bold operation. Before Lin Yifan could type, Youyou sent another message. Brother Xiaosha, thank you so much for supporting Youyou today. But the amount of money spent was too high, and I feel a little nervous about taking the 7 million yuan commission. See if you can return a few million to you. I'll just take a little bit. This is indeed what Youyou really thinks. She was really a little panicked because she got the huge sum of 7 million yuan for no apparent reason. I feel a little scared. It's not that I'm afraid that Brother Xiaosa might have any other ideas. If it was just tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, Youyou could accept it calmly. But this is 7 million. Youyou simply felt that this person, a stranger, had earned tens of millions on the first day he entered her live broadcast room. I felt a little nervous about taking the 7 million share. Lin Yifan was stunned when he saw the message. There are actually people who think that money is too much? What's the matter? Is my money so hard to handle? You actually returned it to me. If all the anchors play like you, how can I still spend money? Lin Yifan felt emotional. However, the first thing this anchor named Youyou did was not to please himself or ask others to support him more. Instead, they want a refund. From this point alone, Lin Yifan could see the true nature of this anchor. If she's not pretending, then her personality is really good. You don't have to return the money. It's just some pocket money. Don't refuse it. This is what you deserve. If you really feel embarrassed, then do me a favor. Pocket money. Brother, is your pocket money in millions? When seeing the second sentence help, Youyou hesitated for a moment. The first thought that came to my mind was how much help would be needed to pay off the huge sum of 7 million. Could it be that Big Brother wants to? If that's the case, how can I refuse? Thinking of this, Youyou said a little nervously, Brother, you say, as long as I can do it, it's fine. How's your taste in clothes? Do you have experience in choosing men's clothes? Youyou on the other end of WeChat felt even more uneasy after hearing Lin Yifan's words. My mind was racing. Could it be that Big Brother was trying to find out indirectly whether I had a boyfriend? Brother, although I have never bought clothes for a boy, I still know a little bit about how to match his clothes. That's good. Just consider it a favor and go with me tomorrow to help me choose clothes. When Youyou saw the request made by the other party, she felt confused. Is it that simple? Because I don't know how to buy clothes, I spend tens of millions of dollars. The result is to find someone to help him choose clothes? Bro, are you kidding me? Lin Yifan on the other end laughed and said, it's that simple. What else do you think? By the way, I see your WeChat location is also in Shanghai. Which district are you in? Brother, I'm in Youyou district. That's not far. I'm in Hongkou district. Come to the Hua Ting Hotel near the stadium tomorrow morning and call me when you arrive.
Chapter 12, Chapter 11, Shopping. After finalizing the matter, Youyou saw him staying in a hotel. So he asked curiously, "Brother, are you here on a business trip?"
No, I'm studying at university here. I stayed up too late tonight buying you gifts, so I didn't go back to the dormitory and stayed in a hotel for the night.
Youyou sent a shocked expression. Brother Xiaosa, you are still in college? I thought you were a successful person entering society.
Don't call me Brother Xiaosa, it sounds normal in the live broadcast room.
It feels awkward to call me that in real life. My name is Lin Yifan. By the way, you're broadcasting live so late, are you a full-time anchor? Okay, Brother Yifan, my real name is Su Youyou. I'm not a full-time anchor. I have a job. I'm currently working as a financial accountant in a company.
Because the life pressure in this city is too great, I thought I would just do nothing after get off work, so I started live streaming to see if I could earn some part-time income. It's quite hard work, so how is the live broadcast effect? It's been more than 2 months since we started live streaming.
Brother Yifan, you saw it when you came in today. There are only a few people in the live streaming room.
The live streaming industry is so popular now, everyone wants to enter this industry to make easy money.
As a result, there are more anchors than fans.
Except for the big anchors, other live broadcast rooms basically have only a few or 10 people. I have been ready to give up live streaming several times in the past 2 months and find a part-time job.
Fortunately, I persisted, otherwise I wouldn't have met Brother Yifan.
This sentence was followed by a smirking expression.
Well, you have work. Do you have time to go clothes shopping with me tomorrow?
Youyou quickly replied, yes, don't worry, Brother Yifan, I will take a day off tomorrow to go with you to pick out clothes.
It won't affect your work. It's okay. Brother Yifan, you gave me so many gifts today.
I was thinking of returning more than 6 million to you. Leave some time for yourself, then quit your current job, go back to school, and recharge yourself.
Who knows, you won't want it even if I give it back to you.
Lin Yifan replied decisively, don't even think about returning the money.
There's no reason to take back the money I gave away. But what do you mean by further study? What do you mean by further study?
Su Youyou said seriously, I am only a junior accountant now. I plan to enroll in an accountant tutoring class to continue my studies and strive to get the intermediate accountant qualification certificate.
Not bad.
After earning so much money, the first thing you think about is not eating, drinking and having fun, but continuing to study.
Most people don't think that far ahead. The two chatted for a while and agreed to meet tomorrow.
Seeing that it was already past 1 a.m., Lin Yifan thought that tomorrow's schedule would be quite tight. After finishing the chat with Su Youyou, he didn't look for a new anchor to give gifts to, and just went straight to sleep.
Lin Yifan slept very soundly that night.
The next morning, Lin Yifan was woken up by his cell phone when he was half asleep.
It was Su Youyou calling, and Lin Yifan answered the call. Brother Yifan, I'm sorry, did I disturb you? You asked me to wake you up before 8 o'clock last night.
I'm already in the lobby of Huating Hotel. Only then did Lin Yifan wake up from his drowsiness. I glanced at the time and it was already 7:50. Thinking that I still had to go shopping today, I got out of bed. He said to the person on the other end of the phone, Youyou, sit on the sofa in the lobby for a while, I'll be down soon. After more than 10 minutes of washing up, Lin Yifan took the elevator to the first floor lobby. After taking a quick look around, I spotted Youyou's figure. He walked towards her and waved to her, Youyou, I'm here. This was the first time Su Youyou saw the handsome and rich man in the live broadcast room. He is 1.78 meters tall, thin, and has a pretty face, which makes him look a little handsome. The hair is neat and tidy, and the whole person is perfect. It's just that the way she wears this outfit it's hard to describe.
No wonder my elder brother asked me to help him choose clothes.
A rich man who spends tens of millions actually wears such cheap clothes in real life. And the combination is so monotonous, not worthy of his status at all. I saw Lin Yifan coming over. Su Youyou was obviously a little nervous when she met her eldest brother in private for the first time.
She smiled reservedly and said, Brother Yifan, shall we set off now?
Have you had breakfast? Su Youyou shook her head, no, I was afraid of missing the time and delaying your work, so I woke up at 6 o'clock in the morning and rushed here after washing up. Lin Yifan patted Su Youyou's head gently and said with a smile, thank you for your hard work.
I asked you to come here so early. Let's go. Let's have breakfast at the hotel before we set off. Don't let yourself get too hungry. If you faint from hypoglycemia, I'll be blamed.
Su Youyou, whose face turned slightly red after being patted on the head by Lin Yifan, shyly followed him towards the hotel restaurant. After breakfast at the hotel, the two took a taxi straight to the commercial street. Arrived at the bustling commercial street, found the location of the high-end clothing store. Lin Yifan took Su Youyou for a walk. When passing by the Van store, Lin Yifan passed by without hesitation. It's not that he has any problem with Vanjisi, or feels that Vanjisi is not good enough. It's simply because in the novels I read in my previous life, whenever the protagonist went shopping for clothes, at least 7 out of 10 would buy Versace. As a result, Lin Yifan was already aesthetically fatigued, so he didn't even consider buying Versace. After wandering past several stores, the clothes in one store caught Lin Yifan's attention. I looked up at the sign and read the English words on it. Lin Yifan always felt that he looked familiar. Su Youyou, who was standing next to him, saw Lin Yifan stop and look up at the sign, so she followed Lin Yifan's gaze. Next to Lin Yifan, he said, "Brother Yifan, do you want to buy Laputa's clothes? As an urban beauty, you are basically familiar with these luxury brands. Laputa is most famous for its women's bags, and as a woman, Su Youyou is naturally more familiar with this brand." Lin Yifan smiled and said, "Let's go in and take a look." The two walked into the store together. There weren't many people in the store, just a shopping guide accompanying a woman looking at bags in the women's bag area. The other idle shopping guide saw a customer coming in. One of them came up to greet them and said, "Hello, welcome to the Laputa store. What can I do for you?" As a shopping guide in luxury stores, although they will assess customers' purchasing power based on their appearance when they come in, it is also possible to discuss something after the customer leaves. But it is absolutely impossible for the kind of stupid shopping guide described in online articles to give a cold shoulder to customers who come into the store wearing cheap clothes. There are even cases of people mocking you in person. Of course, it is not ruled out that some shopping guides may be troubled by other things in life, or those who are naturally snobbish and mean. All I can say is that this situation rarely happens. Under the shopping guide's eagle eyes, he could roughly estimate the price of the clothes of the two people entering the store at a glance. The men's clothes are obviously cheap ones from Taobao. Chapter 13, Chapter 12, Buying Clothes. The quality of the woman's clothes next to her is pretty good. But it's just acceptable, they are not big name brands. This order was probably going to be difficult, the shopping guide was wailing in his heart, but he still had to go forward and greet the customer obediently. Lin Yifan took Su Youyou to the men's clothing area. "Youyou, I'll leave the task of choosing clothes to you. I'll be responsible for trying on clothes." Su Youyou nodded. "Isn't this the job she came here for?" She began to carefully choose from the shelves, taking down a piece of clothing from time to time to look at it. If you feel something doesn't fit, hang it up again and give the suitable ones to the shopping guide next to you. While looking at the clothes, Su Youyou also took a quick look at the label on them. Looking at the price starting from 4 digits, Su Youyou secretly clicked her tongue. A simple t-shirt is enough to pay for several months' rent in Shanghai. It is indeed a luxury brand. If this was the previous Su Youyou, she really wouldn't have the courage to enter such a store. While Lin Yifan was waiting for Su Youyou to choose clothes, he simply sat on the sofa in the store, took out his mobile phone and searched for the nearest Rolls-Royce 4S store. More than half an hour later, Su Youyou walked to Lin Yifan. She smiled sweetly and said, "Brother Yifan, I have already matched your clothes and shoes for you. Go to the fitting room and try them on to see how the overall effect looks and whether there is anything that satisfies you." This might be the first time that Su Youyou experienced the feeling of shopping at a luxury brand without having to consider the price tag at all. Even though these things are not bought for myself. This made her sigh that the world of rich people was really too happy. But think about it, there are also millions of dollars in my bank card. Maybe I won't have to be so careful when buying things in the future. And all this is thanks to the man in front of me. When the shopping guide saw that she had made her selection, she put the dozen or so sets of clothes that Su Youyou had matched into the fitting room. Then he signaled to Lin Yifan that he could go and try it on. When Su Youyou chose clothes, she matched them all together, from tops and pants to shoes. Lin Yifan only needs to change into the complete set of clothes that Su Youyou has prepared. A few minutes later, Lin Yifan changed into his first set of clothes and walked out of the fitting room. Su Youyou, who was waiting at the door of the fitting room, saw Lin Yifan coming out, and her eyes lit up. Even the shopping guide next to me had a different look in her eyes. I have to say that Lin Yifan has a good height and figure, and the clothes Su Youyou matched with him are also very suitable. After putting on brand name clothes, Lin Yifan's whole temperament has obviously changed. Before, Lin Yifan was wearing that cheap outfit and felt lost in the crowd. After putting on branded clothes, you will stand out like a crane among chickens. Elegant and noble. They both sighed in their hearts at the same time. It is true that Buddha relies on gold ornaments and people rely on clothes. The quality of clothes and the way they are worn can really change a person's image and temperament. Lin Yifan, standing in front of the mirror and looking at himself, asked Su Youyou without turning his head.
Youyou, how does this outfit look when you put it on? Is it okay?
Su Youyou nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Seeing that the clothes he had matched fit Lin Yifan so well, a happy smile appeared on his face. This smile expressed a sense of accomplishment, as well as happiness for being able to help Lin Yifan. The sales assistant next to him also praised, "Sir, you look really elegant in this outfit. You have a great figure.
You are a natural clothes hanger."
Lin Yifan smiled slightly. "Okay, I'll try something else.
By the way, Youyou, don't just stand here and watch. Go pick out some clothes for yourself. Feel free to choose. This is my reward for accompanying me shopping for clothes today."
Su Youyou waved her hands when she heard this. No, I already let Brother Yifan spend money yesterday. I feel ashamed to accept it.
Now I can't accept your gift.
Besides, helping you pick out clothes is what I should do, and it's not hard, so there's really no need to spend any more money.
Silly girl, I want to spend money and complete the mission. If you don't let me spend money, when will I be able to spend all the money in my card?
Lin Yifan complained in his heart.
He directly ignored Su Youyou's refusal and said forcefully, "Okay, just do as I say. We are friends, and friends should help each other, right? Yesterday I asked you to help me choose clothes, and you dropped your work and came to help me early in the morning. I should at least express my gratitude."
Su Youyou still shook her head stubbornly. "That's different.
Choosing clothes is something I can do, and it's very simple. It's not worth Brother Yifan spending so much money to thank me."
"Why is it different?"
"It's within your ability for you to help me choose clothes. I'll give you a few sets of clothes. Although the price is a bit high for you, it's just a small thing within my ability."
Seeing that Su Youyou was still about to refuse, Lin Yifan simply pretended to be angry. His face darkened and he said, "After what I have said, if you still want to reject my feelings, it proves that you don't regard me as a friend.
If you refuse again, we can't even be friends anymore."
Hearing these harsh words, coupled with Lin Yifan's angry expression,
Su Youyou's paws suddenly went numb.
She bit her lip and hesitated for a long time. Finally, she timidly whispered, "Then I'll go choose."
"Brother Yifan, please don't be angry with me, okay?"
Seeing that Su Youyou finally accepted his opinion, Lin Yifan immediately put on a smile.
She said gently, "That's good. Go and choose. I'll try on other clothes."
After Lin Yifan entered the fitting room, the shopping guide took Su Youyou to the women's clothing area.
While walking, he was talking to Su Youyou in a low voice. "Ms. Youyou, your friends are so nice to you. I believe you are also an excellent person, otherwise they wouldn't be so kind to you."
If the shopping guide had previously judged the other party based on their attire, they would not buy the product. After the two of them communicated, the shopping guide determined that these two customers had purchasing power. When they were communicating just now, the shopping guide standing on the side was observing their expressions. I could sense an inexplicable confidence in the man's words, coupled with the confidence revealed on his face. All of this proved that this man was not bluffing.
After hearing what the shopping guide said, Su Youyou said with emotion, "How am I good? It's just that the goddess of luck favored me and gave me the honor of meeting him."
Now that the shopping guide knew that the two of them were able to afford it, the smile on his face became much more sincere. The shopping guide's professionalism was fully demonstrated as she continued to praise him. "Miss Youyou is too modest. You must have enough shining points in yourself. As the old saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. The fact that you can be friends with such an outstanding handsome guy proves that you are also an outstanding person." While the two were choosing clothes in the women's clothing area, Lin Yifan had already changed into his second set of clothes in the fitting room. Chapter 14 Chapter 13 Crazy Consumption. Another shopping guide who was taking a break nearby saw Lin Yifan coming out and quickly walked behind him. "I was doing sales support for the previous colleague and helped Lin Yifan to straighten his collar and pull up his shirt." Lin Yifan looked at himself in the mirror and asked, "Beauty, how do you like this dress? This dress fits you very well, and it perfectly sets off your figure and temperament. Your friend has really good taste."
Lin Yifan touched the white shirt on his body.
I have to say that although luxury brands are expensive, their workmanship and fabrics are really excellent. The fabric of this shirt is comfortable and the gold thread pattern on the clothes is also exquisite. There were so many sets left that Lin Yifan was too lazy to try them one by one. Since these 2 sets of clothes have already proved that Youyou has good taste in clothes, there is no need to try them one by one. Of course, the main reason was that he thought changing clothes was too troublesome. Okay, let my friend look at the clothes first, and then we can check out together later. Okay, then go to the sofa and take a rest. I'll make you a cup of coffee. Seeing Su Youyou went to the fitting room, Lin Yifan sat on the sofa and played with his mobile phone. I just browsed my phone for a while when Youyou came over. You've chosen so quickly? Lin Yifan was a little surprised. Su Youyou nodded and smiled. Well, I've already chosen them. 2 sets of clothes and a bag. Hearing that Su Youyou had chosen 2 sets of clothes and a bag, Lin Yifan stood up with a wry smile, walked to her, and gently pinched her fair little face. He sighed and said, You, I told you to choose with confidence, but you only chose 2 sets. I really don't know what to say to you. Although he seemed to be chatting with Su Youyou calmly on the surface, Lin Yifan was actually vomiting in his heart. Where are the materialistic women that can be found everywhere in online articles? Where are the women who are obsessed with money? Why did you come here and want to ruin my family? But what I met was a lovely and perfect woman like Su Youyou. I am really impressed. She had been planning to return the money she had given out as rewards with great difficulty, but she stopped herself. Moreover, when she had money, her first thought was not to eat, drink and have fun, but to continue learning and improving her skills. Now I ask her to buy clothes, but she chooses 2 sets? It's too difficult. Lin Yifan was also convinced. Oh, forget it. It's better not to waste time on a girl who can remain true to herself in the face of money. If you want to spend money, you should find some new targets. As for Su Youyou, she is the anchor. At first, Lin Yifan only regarded her as a tool to complete his mission of squandering money. But at this moment, Su Youyou's weight in Lin Yifan's heart became a little different. Su Youyou smiled mischievously and said, I'm afraid that Brother Yifan will wait too long, so we need to make it quick. By the way, Brother Yifan, have you tried on all your clothes? Youyou, you have a pretty good taste. I'm too lazy to try. He turned to the shopping guide and said, pack up all the clothes you just picked. Lin Yifan wore his second set of clothes without changing into them, and planned to go out directly wearing this one. We will go to the Rolls-Royce 4S store later. With such high-end clothes, why do you have to change them into the original Taobao ones and go to the 4S store? Lin Yifan doesn't have the hobby of keeping a low profile and then pretending to be embarrassed. This is also why Lin Yifan planned his route yesterday to look at clothes first. Then buy a car. The final reason is to buy a house. Pack everything? The shopping guide waiting nearby was stunned when he heard these arrogant words. Although she later guessed that Lin Yifan had the purchasing power, she still thought it would be good enough if he could sell a few sets. As a result, when the salesperson heard that everything had to be packed up, he wondered if he was hallucinating. Su Youyou next to her was also in a mess. I swear to God, I matched so many sets of clothes for Brother Yifan, mainly because I was afraid that Brother Yifan would not like my matching. I chose several sets of various styles. I originally thought that Brother Yifan would at most pick out a few sets of clothes that he liked and pay for them from more than 10 sets of clothes. I didn't expect that at the end you would say pack everything up. Su Youyou was full of questions. Is this how all rich people buy clothes? But think about it, they spend tens of millions on themselves in just over an hour. Just these 10 or so sets of clothes that I just picked out would cost at most a few million yuan. It doesn't feel strange anymore. Lin Yifan took out the card and handed it to the shopping guide. Yes, you heard me right, pack up all the clothes I just matched. Now even the shopping guides who were taking a break from serving customers heard it all. The little faces looked at Lin Yifan in shock, and from time to time they looked at the colleague who received Lin Yifan with envy. The salesgirl took the card as if sleepwalking and took everything in the fitting room to the cashier. I was frantically scanning the barcodes one by one on the scanner. There are more than 10 sets of men's clothing, 2 sets of women's clothing and bags, a total of more than 60 items. The cheapest one here costs around 7,000 or 8,000 yuan, while the most expensive one costs nearly 100,000 yuan. The total amount is more than 1.089 million. Distinguished guest, 63 pieces of clothing, totaling 1,089,600. I'll give you the decimal point, a total of 1.08 million naira. Please enter the password. Lin Yifan took the POS, entered his bank card password on it, signed and handed it to the shopping guide. Seeing that the transaction was successful, the other shopping guides who were idle nearby came over to help pack. After receiving the bank card and shopping receipt, Lin Yifan asked, "Can I leave my clothes in the store first? I have something else to do later, so it's not convenient for me to carry so many things. I'll come back to get them when I'm free." The shopping guide smiled and said, "Don't bother. You are a distinguished guest of our store. You can add me on WeChat. I can deliver it directly to your home when the time comes. This is the basic service our store provides to our VIP customers." "Okay, I'll send you the address then, thank you." After saying that, Lin Yifan showed his WeChat QR code to the shopping guide. "This is better, so I don't have to run back to get the clothes." After adding each other on WeChat, Lin Yifan and Su Youyou both left the Laputa store wearing their newly bought clothes. After Lin Yifan and the other person left, there were no other customers in the store. Several shopping guides gathered together to discuss. "Fei Fei, you are so lucky today. You made so much money in one order. The commission you made today is equivalent to 1 or 2 months' salary. I am so envious. No, I am going to rip you off. Okay, let's go fishing in the sea after work and have a good meal together." The shopping guide who received Lin Yifan was so happy that his eyes were narrowed with smiles. "I really couldn't tell. When this customer first came in, I thought he was just looking around, but he packed up all the clothes he picked out. It's so inhumane." So, this incident tells us that we must not underestimate any ordinary customer. They might be rich, just like the big vest and flip-flops customer from Guangdong province. Chapter 15 Chapter 14 Buying a watch. I wish I could marry him. Sister, wake up, look at the quality of the beauties around him, will he be attracted to you? So what? I have everything she has, and I'm not necessarily smaller than her. The female shopping guide who was speaking puffed out her chest in dissatisfaction. This handsome boy looks like a rich kid. He must have been raised in poverty. Otherwise, how could he wear toboggans when he spent over 1,000,000 yuan without changing his expression? Seriously, Fei Fei, didn't you add her on WeChat? No matter if she has a girlfriend or not, try to date her. Yeah, even if he has a girlfriend, it's okay. Girls are meant to be poached. It would be a shame if such a rich young man missed out on her. The shopping guide named Fei Fei who received Lin Yifan blushed because of the teasing by her colleagues. Hey, can you guys be more serious and have some moral integrity? TSK, what's the use of moral integrity? Can it be eaten? Money is more practical. Brother Yifan, do you need to buy anything else? After leaving Laputa, Lin Yifan continued to wander around the commercial street with Youyou. Su Youyou, who was following beside him, asked. Lin Yifan glanced at the shops around him and said, "Wait, I'm going to buy a watch." "Hey, I found it, this is the one." Su Youyou followed his gaze and was surprised to find that Lin Yifan's eyes stopped at a Patek Philippe flagship store. Now Su Youyou has roughly figured out Lin Yifan's shopping ideas. This big brother has to be both suitable and the most expensive. Brother Yifan wants to buy a Patek Philippe? Why not a Rolex? After all, in China, Rolex is a more famous brand than Patek Philippe. Lin Yifan shook his head. It's because it's so famous that almost every coal boss has bought one. It's almost become a synonym for nouveau riche. Apart from that, the Rolex brand is more suitable for elite white-collar workers and successful people over 30 years old. It's too old for my age. Patek Philippe is more suitable. After hearing what Lin Yifan said, Su Youyou became more certain of her previous guess. Brother Yifan is definitely a young master from a wealthy family. I never thought that I, Su Youyou, would be able to be friends with such a rich man one day. But Su Youyou's mood is very complicated now. On the one hand, it is a lucky thing to know a young man of such a high level. But when I think about my identity and family, I feel depressed. It seems like I'm marrying above my station if I become friends with Brother Yifan. The original Su Youyou was quite proud and her own conditions were considered excellent. But after meeting Lin Yifan, she felt that all her pride had become so mediocre. Suddenly it turned from a white swan into an ugly duckling. It turns out that excellence also depends on who you compare yourself with. Seeing that Su Youyou was in a daze, Lin Yifan naturally had no idea of the anxiety she was feeling at the moment. His palm unconsciously placed on Su Youyou's head and rubbed it, giving her a killing pat on the head. Silly girl, what are you daydreaming about? Let's go. Oh. Su Youyou calmed down, the previous smile appeared on her face, and she followed Lin Yifan to the Patek Philippe store.
Hello, welcome to Patek Philippe.
The receptionist at the door saw Lin Yifan and his friend walking towards the door of his store. When he saw the clothes they were wearing, he immediately greeted them warmly.
This made Lin Yifan sigh in his heart. This is indeed a society that only values money. Good morning, sir and madam. Would you like to buy a men's watch or a women's watch? Look at the men's watches.
Please help me choose one that is a little more beautiful at a slightly lower price.
The shopping guide was so amused by Lin Yifan's attractive price that she couldn't help but burst out laughing.
But he immediately realized that he had lost his composure and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I'll get you one now so you can see how it works. After saying that, he took out a men's watch with a black leather strap and a black dial from the counter.
He said to Lin Yifan, Sir, what do you think of this platinum mechanical watch? Do you like the style?
Lin Yifan picked up the tag and looked at the number starting with 2, which was a 6-digit number.
It's too cheap. Please get me a more expensive one. Oh, okay, please come with me to the counter over there and take a look.
There are watches made with high-end craftsmanship over there, which should meet your needs. After reaching the counter on the other side, the shopping guide took out a watch with a black leather strap and a blue dial. Introducing, sir, this watch case is made of platinum, with a sapphire mirror, which can effectively prevent the mirror from being scratched, and the strap is hand-sewn crocodile leather.
As for the price, it's twice as much as the watch just now. Lin Yifan sighed helplessly. Isn't Patek Philippe a luxury brand? Do you only have watches worth hundreds of thousands in your store? Don't fool me with this kind of price. I'm in a hurry.
The shopping guide was shocked when he heard that.
He didn't even look down on a watch worth hundreds of thousands?
It seems that I have underestimated this customer's purchasing power.
Excuse me, sir.
Let me introduce you to some of our store's most valuable items. The shopping guide was about to pick up those million-level watches after he finished speaking, but was stopped by Lin Yifan.
Don't take it yet. Just tell me how much the most expensive one is.
Sir, the most expensive watch in our store is a platinum watch that costs 2.7 million.
Lin Yifan was puzzled. Doesn't Patek Philippe have watches worth tens of millions? How come the most expensive one in your store is only 2.7 million? Sir, it's like this. We don't produce many of each style at Patek Philippe.
Watch stores worth tens of millions of dollars don't have them in stock.
If you need them, you have to order them from the headquarters. How long does customization take?
If the headquarters has it in stock, it will only take a few days to ship it over. If there is no spot stock, you need to wait 1 or 2 months, depending on how many orders are waiting to be scheduled. Help me get that 2.7 million one you just mentioned, so I can take a look. The shopping guide quickly found the 2.7 million platinum men's watch from the counter. He took it out carefully and handed it to Lin Yifan with both hands. The watch is really beautiful, with a blue starry sky dial, a platinum bezel, and a hand-stitched crocodile leather strap. The only drawback is that it is too cheap for Lin Yifan, who was on a mission to ruin his family. Lin Yifan put the watch on his left wrist and looked at it for a few seconds.
He asked Su Youyou next to him, Youyou, what do you think of this watch? Does it look good? Is it strange that someone who can spend tens of millions in one night would spend less than 3 million to buy a watch? No wonder. Su Youyou was no longer surprised by Lin Yifan's financial resources and spending power. She smiled mischievously and said, Of course it looks good. After all, the price is so good. Okay, then we'll go with this one.
Please help me order the most expensive watch worth tens of millions. Calculate the deposit required.
Chapter 16 Chapter 15 Su Youyou's touch gift for reader 152 plus more.
Fortunately, the shopping guides at Patek Philippe are worldly wise. It's just ordering a watch worth tens of millions.
This kind of thing has happened before.
It's just that when she was calculating the deposit, her fingers on the calculator were shaking for some unknown reason. Sir, the most expensive watch we can order right now is worth 17.68 million. You need to pay 40% of the price, which is 7.07 million. Once the watch arrives at the store, you can come over and pay the balance and pick it up.
Okay, help me choose a women's watch. Su Youyou was happily eating melon and watching the shopping guide's nervous expression.
Hearing these words, my heart suddenly trembled and my heart skipped a beat.
What does that mean? Is Brother Yifan planning to buy something for himself again? Despite going through so much, Su Youyou's mental endurance has become much stronger. But when I think about it, if I really buy a watch for myself, it will be a gift worth several $1,000,000?
I received over 7 million yesterday and just bought women's clothing worth over 200,000. Comparing the watches worth 7 million with those worth several million today, Youyou had the illusion that clothes worth more than 200,000 were already small money. If you add a watch worth several million, the total value of these gifts would be more than tens of millions.
I, Youyou, am worth so much money? Even if I sell myself by weight, it's still not worth it.
Thinking about the fact that the two of them just met yesterday, but up to now, the eldest brother has already spent tens of millions on him.
What on earth does brother Yifan want from me? Even if it's just to marry a wife, the bride price wouldn't be that much.
Youyou said she was a little panicked.
What should I do? Waiting online, it's urgent.
Just when Youyou was wandering in space, she vaguely felt someone touching her wrist.
She finally came to her senses.
It turned out that while I was daydreaming, Lin Yifan was already putting a women's watch on his wrist. Seeing this action, Youyou retracted her left hand like a frightened rabbit. No, brother Yifan, I really can't accept such an expensive gift anymore.
After saying this, you may feel that what you said was not convincing enough.
She tilted her head and bit her lip again, saying, if you insist on giving me something this expensive, I'd rather you get angry than accept it. Looking at Youyou, who suddenly got stuck in a dead end, Lin Yifan was stunned for a moment.
He felt Youyou's determination to refuse.
It seemed that she was determined not to take this watch. Lin Yifan sighed, feeling that it was too difficult to ruin his family. Since you don't want the expensive one, just be roundabout and give me a cheaper one.
Even a mosquito leg is meat. We cannot let go of any possibility of ruining the family. This is a matter of principle.
Okay, since you think it's expensive, I'll choose one that costs about 200,000 yuan.
You can't refuse it again. After hearing Lin Yifan's words, Youyou hesitated for a long time.
In the end, I could only nod helplessly.
Now she really couldn't understand the thinking process of rich people. Brother Yifan just met me yesterday, why is he willing to spend so much money on me? Is it because you have too much money and you're feeling anxious? Or is it for your own body?
Even if you want to take care of your body, you don't have to spend so much. With the way he spends money, there is no woman he can't win over.
Youyou was really confused.
In the end, there were two watches, one for 2.75 million and one for 240,000, a total of 2.99 million. In addition to the deposit of 7.07 million for a watch worth tens of millions, Lin Yifan paid 10.06 million. Under the pilgrim gazes of the shopping guides, Lin Yifan left the Patek Philippe flagship store with the watch and the order. The next step was to buy a car.
Lin Yifan placed an order on his mobile phone and called a private car.
While waiting for the bus, Youyou seemed to want to say something but stopped herself several times.
Lin Yifan looked at her cute appearance and couldn't help but smile. Youyou, just say whatever you want to say. It won't be uncomfortable if you hold it in.
Youyou mustered up the courage to ask, Brother Yifan, we just met yesterday, and you've already given me over 17 million gifts. Today I spent more than 200,000 yuan on clothes, and just now I spent more than 200,000 yuan on a watch.
Why should I be so nice to you?
If you don't explain it to me clearly, I really won't be able to feel at ease with the money and gifts.
Youyou almost asked you directly if you were greedy for my body. Even if you want my body, you don't need to spend so much money. As long as they spend some time together, they will get to know each other a little better. If I feel that your nature and character are good,
I don't need you to lie to me, I will find all kinds of reasons to lie to myself.
Unfortunately, Youyou still has self-awareness. A man like Lin Yifan is so outstanding. If he needs a woman, all types of women will willingly climb into his bed. How could he possibly look down upon someone so mediocre as me?
Lin Yifan was stumped by this question.
Did he tell her that he did it to complete the mission? Do you need to squander your money and spend it all? People won't believe it. Who in their right mind would do such a thing?
Tell her that you just admire her and treat her as a friend.
Is that why he treats her so well?
Goodbye, I don't even believe this excuse.
Say you like her? Spend a fortune just to make her happy?
This is ridiculous. I just met her online yesterday, and today was the first day we met and she said she liked me. Everyone would doubt whether this liking is genuine love for her or just lusting after her body. Don't wait until the time comes and slap you in the face and then call you a jerk, that would be too much fun. However, what Lin Yifan didn't know was that with the power of money, he had become so outstanding in the eyes of others. He didn't even know that even if he openly said that he was greedy for her body, Su Youyou would not be angry. Because Su Youyou came in a hurry in the morning, the first thing Lin Yifan asked her was whether she had had breakfast. Su Youyou thought this was concern. Such a rich young man was able to notice carefully that she might not have had breakfast. This alone is enough to impress girls. Later in Laputa, when Lin Yifan bought clothes for himself. Remember to buy a few sets of clothes for yourself as a companion, and use thank you gifts as an excuse to accept expensive clothes. From Su Youyou's perspective, this was Lin Yifan's care and respect. Out of respect, I tried to make myself accepted in the name of a thank you gift. After I refused, he even used the overbearing method of forcing me to accept his gift. To maintain my dignity and tell myself that I forced you to buy the clothes. I won't think you are materialistic, so you can accept it with confidence. In Su Youyou's view, these little things are the qualities of a good man. It's a pity that Lin Yifan has never been so rich. Naturally, I don't know that the meaning of trivial things that were very ordinary in the past has changed after I became rich. Just like rich people delivering food, that's called recalling the good and bad times, that's called experiencing life. For poor people, delivering food is because they are forced to do so by life. Chapter 17 Chapter 16 Buying a car. It is very thoughtful for a rich man to personally fold 1,000 paper cranes as a birthday gift for his girlfriend. A poor man folds a basket of paper cranes on his girlfriend's birthday. Even making it into a wind chime as a birthday gift seems very ordinary. Some women even say that men are stingy. It's your own birthday and you just fold something like this out of paper to fool people. You see, it's still paper. When different people use it as a gift, it will be viewed completely differently by others. Differences in status and wealth lead to different meanings in behavior. Because this is determined by status and wealth, rich people don't need to spend any time or effort to maintain relationships with ordinary people. Ordinary people need to return gifts to express gratitude in order to plan for next time of contact. But do rich people need to spend so much time and effort caring about human relationships? No need, it's others who take the initiative to curry favor with you. Haven't you seen the old saying that if you are poor in a busy city, no one will care about you, but if you are rich in the mountains, you will have distant relatives? That's what I mean. This has nothing to do with materialism, at least for Su Youyou, it has nothing to do with this. Even female animals in nature know to choose strong males when choosing a mate. What's more, they are high-level humans. Which woman doesn't like strong men? Su Youyou blinked her beautiful big eyes and stared at Lin Yifan, waiting for his answer. She had to figure out what Lin Yifan meant today, otherwise she really wouldn't dare to stay with him anymore. Even if Lin Yifan told her directly and clearly that he liked her and wanted to sleep with her. Su Youyou felt more at ease, at least she knew what Lin Yifan's purpose was. The unknown is what scares people the most. Lin Yifan, who was in a desperate situation, suddenly had an idea. So he said to Su Youyou mysteriously, "Youyou, have you seen the richest tomato?" Ah? A question mark seemed to flash across Su Youyou's confused eyes. I'm talking to you about serious matters, and you're talking to me about movies? Brother, what's so wild about this? Aren't we on the same channel? Who knew that? Lin Yifan came over and whispered, I'm telling you secretly, you can't tell anyone, I have an inheritance to inherit. But the prerequisite for inheritance is that you need to spend all 1 billion, otherwise you won't be able to inherit the estate. So I gave you so much money and such expensive gifts just to complete the task. Su Youyou tilted her head and bit her lip, and said calmly, Brother, do you think I believe it? Even if you want to fool me, can you at least find a more reliable excuse? Lin Yifan couldn't help but smile awkwardly, as expected, people didn't believe him. Well, since you really want to know, I'll tell you directly. I like you, I watch your body, I spend so much money on you just to win you over. Lin Yifan simply gave up. Who would have thought that Su Youyou's little face would turn red all of a sudden after hearing this? He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Lin Yifan actually felt that she seemed to be relieved. Oh shit, am I dazzled? Su Youyou said shyly, sure enough, I won't tell the truth unless I force you. Seeing the smile on Su Youyou's face, it was Lin Yifan's turn to be confused. He just felt as if a flock of alpacas were whizzing past his head. No, sister, you got the wrong script. What does this reaction mean? I said I want to sleep with you, isn't it logical that you should slap me? At the very least you should call me a jerk and then storm off? Damn it, DJ, why don't you play by the rules? Lin Yifan was so confused that he didn't even notice that the special car had arrived. Su Youyou opened the car door and turned back to give Lin Yifan a mischievous smile. "Let's go, why are you still standing there?" Lin Yifan shook his head with a wry smile, stopped thinking about these things, and followed Su Youyou into the car. In the car, Su Youyou asked, "Brother Yifan, what are you going to buy next?" "Go to the 4S store to look at the car." "Which 4S store?" "Rolls-Royce." I shouldn't have asked so many questions. I can't even keep up with the thinking of a rich man like you. Su Youyou was obviously not as reserved as she was at the beginning when interacting with Lin Yifan. I speak more freely and even start making jokes. While we were chatting, the special car had already stopped at the entrance of the car market. You can see the Rolls-Royce 4S store in the most conspicuous position in the market on the roadside. This is the largest automobile trading market in the center of Shanghai, and the location of the automobile trading market is extremely valuable. Therefore, the market is basically full of 4S stores for luxury cars, such as Ferrari, Porsche, Lamborghini, Maserati, Aston Martin and so on. All the well-known luxury car brands have set up sales outlets here. After getting off the car, Lin Yifan took Su Youyou straight to the Rolls-Royce store. Although it is called a store, in fact the size of the store is comparable to that of a factory workshop. As soon as the two of them walked to the door, the shopping guide inside had already opened the glass door and bowed to welcome them. As soon as Lin Yifan stepped into the store, the welcoming guide began to make a simple assessment of the customer entering the store with his sharp eyes. When he saw Lin Yifan wearing a Patek Philippe million-level watch on his wrist, his eyes lit up. I instantly felt that this order had potential. So I quickly asked, "Sir, what's your name? What kind of car do you want to see? I can introduce it to you." Looking at the brand new cars displayed in the store's showroom, Lin Yifan asked, "Excuse me, my last name is Lin. I want to see the Cullinan. Do you have it in stock in the store now?" "Yes, Mr. Lin, please follow me." The shopping guide immediately took Lin Yifan to the row of vehicles at the back. Arriving in front of a black Cullinan, the shopping guide opened the driver's door. "Mr. Lin, this is the Cullinan you wanted. You can take a look at it or sit inside to experience the interior environment of the vehicle." Lin Yifan looked at the interior color of the car and was not in a hurry to get in. Instead, he asked, "Besides the black exterior, what other colors do you have in stock in the store right now?" "There are 5 colors: red, dark tungsten, white, black, and turquoise." "Which color do you prefer, Mr. Lin? I can take you to learn more about it on site." "Take a look at the dark tungsten, white, and turquoise options." "Okay, these colors are in the back row. I'll open the door for you so you can compare them. Wait until I look at the 3 colors of Cullinan one by one." Lin Yifan asked Su Youyou, "Youyou, which color do you think looks better?" Su Youyou, who was quietly accompanying Lin Yifan on the side, heard Lin Yifan ask her and frowned and thought seriously. After weighing the pros and cons, he said, "They're both good, but I think dark tungsten looks better than black, and white doesn't last long enough to get dirty, so turquoise is better than white." Then Su Youyou smiled and said, "Of course, Brother Yifan can buy whichever one he likes. I was just saying it casually." Lin Yifan pondered and nodded. He also prefers dark tungsten or turquoise colors. "Because I feel that although black is classic, it is too dull. As for white, it is not Lin Yifan's cup of tea at all." Chapter 18 Chapter 17 Su Youyou was insulted. Unlike Su Youyou, who only considered the appearance, Lin Yifan looked at the colors of both the exterior and interior. For cars with dark tungsten exterior, the main interior color is black, which is of similar color. The center console is decorated with mahogany patterns, and the center armrest and door sides are decorated with white. It gives people a feeling of stability and grandeur. The turquoise is completely opposite to the dark tungsten interior, where the main color is white. The central armrest and doorframe are decorated with turquoise color, making the interior space look particularly refreshing and comfortable. After thinking for a while, Lin Yifan finally gave up the dark tungsten color and chose the turquoise one. For no other reason than that I am only 19 years old in this world. Why buy such a dark color? If you don't act recklessly when you are young, you will live your youth in vain. I just want this turquoise car. How long will it take to get the temporary license? Don't you want me to introduce you? The shopping guide was confused and could not keep up with the pace. Don't waste this time. The temporary license procedures will be completed in half an hour. Are you sure you want to buy this turquoise Cullinan now? Lin Yifan nodded, and the shopping guide's inner surprise turned into ecstasy.
This is the first time I've seen such a straightforward customer. He placed an order within 10 minutes of coming in.
Okay, I'll take you to calculate the fees now, and then help you get a temporary license.
Please come this way.
When they arrived at the rest area, the shopping guide took a calculator and an A4 paper and said to Lin Yifan, Mr. Lin, the official guide price of the Cullinan is 7.8 million. Currently, our store is offering a discount of 600,000.
After the discount, the price of the car is 7.2 million. Would you like to pay in full or in installments? I can make a cost table based on your car purchase plan. Pay the full amount. There's no need to pay in installments. Invisible pretense is the most deadly.
Lin Yifan didn't even know how arrogant his words were.
Only Youyou knew that what Lin Yifan said was the truth. A person who can spend 17 million in an hour on a live streaming platform needs to pay in installments to buy a car worth more than 7 million? It's a joke. This little bit of money is not even enough for him to buy gifts. Okay, if I pay in full, the price of the bear car is 7.2 million.
The shopping guide began to list the cost details one by one on an A4 paper. The total cost of vehicle and vessel tax, compulsory insurance, and license plate fee is 6,730. As for the purchase tax, the shopping guide skillfully calculated the number on the computer and then wrote it down on paper.
Purchase tax, 615,385. How much commercial insurance do you plan to buy? Lin Yifan said proudly, you can do it as you see fit.
Okay, I'll buy you the insurance plan that most car owners have chosen in the past.
The total is 152,806.
After all the expenses were listed, the shopping guide quickly added them up. Mr. Lin, all the expenses together amount to 7,974,900 Namibian dollars. I'll give you a discount of 4,900 yuan, so you only need to pay 7.97 million yuan in total. Lin Yifan took out his ordinary card, swipe it. Okay, wait a moment, I'll get the POS machine and prepare the car purchase contract. When the shopping guide turned around and left, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Such customers are simply too comfortable.
Although the customers who bought the car before could afford Cullinan.
However, they would come to learn about the product many times before placing an order, and they would bargain again and again when placing an order. No one is like Lin Yifan, who buys a Cullinan just like buying a pair of jeans.
Payment without hesitation.
Here, Lin Yifan saw that Youyou's eyes were fixed on the Cullinan that she had just set her eyes on, and guessed that she might want to sit in it and try it out.
So I asked, Youyou, do you want to experience what it's like to sit in a car?
Youyou, whose thoughts were seen through by Lin Yifan, lowered her head in embarrassment. He hummed softly. Lin Yifan smiled and said, silly girl, if you want to experience it, go inside the car and feel it.
This car is too expensive.
It would be bad if it gets dirty by accident. Lin Yifan encouraged, it's okay, it will be my car soon, go ahead, it doesn't matter if it gets dirty.
Then I'll be careful. Youyou stood up happily and ran over in small steps.
Lin Yifan, who was sitting on the sofa, shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, then took out his mobile phone and started playing. After waiting for a while, the shopping guide came over with the POS machine and the car purchase contract. When she saw Lin Yifan sitting alone on the sofa playing with his phone, she smiled and asked, Mr. Lin, where is Miss Youyou? Lin Yifan put away his phone and smiled slightly, she is playing in my car. After saying that, he handed the bank card to the shopping guide. Who knew that the shopping guide was just about to take the bank card? A sharp voice rang out in the quiet exhibition hall.
Get off my feet.
The shopping guide who was about to swipe his card and Lin Yifan who was looking at the insurance list on the sofa were stunned. The two stopped what they were doing and looked in the direction where the sound came from.
Seeing this, Lin Yifan's face instantly turned gloomy.
He stood up from the sofa and walked over there. The shopping guide also understood what happened instantly. There was a man and a woman standing in front of the car that Lin Yifan was going to buy, and the one who just yelled get out was the woman. The other party involved is Miss Youyou. The shopping guide became nervous instantly when he saw this.
It's over, this has become a big deal. Maybe the opportunity to sign the contract will be ruined.
The shopping guide hurriedly followed Lin Yifan nervously and walked over there. Lin Yifan, who had just walked over, heard the woman cursing and saying ugly words again.
Anyone can come in and have a look.
It completely lowers the quality of this store.
Youyou has already gotten out of the car.
It was the first time she had encountered such a thing and she stood beside the car, at a loss as to what to do. Lin Yifan walked to Su Youyou and patted her shoulder gently to comfort her.
Asked, Youyou, what's wrong?
Su Youyou raised her head, her bright big eyes were misty. Seeing Lin Yifan was like a child who had found someone to rely on. She choked up and said, Brother Yifan, I was just sitting in the car and feeling the comfort of the seat when they came over. The woman saw me in the car and told me to get out in a bad tone. She said she wanted to test drive the car. I saw that her tone was so bad, so I just said that there should be a first come first served rule for test driving.
Who knew she would yell at me to get off? There is no need for Su Youyou to explain what happened next.
Lin Yifan saw it clearly when he walked over. His face was so gloomy that water could drip from it. The shopping guide who came with Lin Yifan was about to speak, but Lin Yifan did not give her a chance to speak.
Looking at the man and woman, he said coldly to the woman, What qualifications do you have to tell her to get off?
The woman looked at the young Lin Yifan and thought he was just a little kid whose family had a little money and who was still studying. Brought my girlfriend here to see the car and see the world. Thinking that her boyfriend was a genuine Rolls-Royce owner, she didn't take Lin Yifan seriously at all.
Chapter 19 Chapter 18 Standing up for Su Youyou.
So the woman smiled disdainfully.
He sneered at Lin Yifan, Who do you think you are? Why do you ask me what qualifications I have?
Because my boyfriend is a guest owner and a regular customer of this store.
I'm very familiar with the owner of this store. Do you think I'm qualified? It's nothing like some people who are young and don't learn their lesson.
They even go to 4S stores to pick up girls. The man standing next to her was playing with the car keys in his hand.
He looked at Lin Yifan and the other person with a smile.
When he saw someone coming forward, he thought he must be someone important. But when I saw Lin Yifan's appearance, I smiled in my heart. He didn't think that such a young guy had the ability to spend money in this store. He thought he was trying to coax the girl, so he brought her to the 4S shop to brag a lot in order to win her over. Because he brought this woman here today with this idea in mind. He deliberately drove his guest with the woman to the 4S shop, ready to brag in front of his female companion. Draw a big picture and try to unlock more difficult poses tonight.
It was precisely because of his preconceived idea that he overlooked one thing. He didn't notice the watch on Lin Yifan's left wrist. Of course, even if he saw it. With his perspective, he would also think that a little brat like Lin Yifan was wearing a high-end imitation Patek Philippe.
Lin Yifan was too lazy to pay attention to such a self-righteous woman. With the balance in his bank card as a guarantee, he was unwilling to talk directly to such a person.
To put it simply, this kind of person's level is not worthy of Lin Yifan's personal involvement.
Lin Yifan said to the shopping guide directly and coldly, I don't want to waste time. Although I am not a big shot, I still have to keep my face. My friend was humiliated in your 4S store. Since the person said he was very familiar with your boss, let your boss give me an explanation. Either let them go, or we leave. Who knew that the woman became even more excited after hearing what Lin Yifan said? He sneered, You also know that you are not a big shot, so you still dare to clamor for the 4S shop owner to give you an explanation. Do you deserve it? The shopping guide here is as anxious as an ant on hot pan. She had been unable to get a word in, so she quickly bowed to Lin Yifan and apologized nervously, Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry that your mood for buying a car has been affected.
Please don't be angry.
I'll call the young boss right away and ask him to come over and handle it for you. When the man opposite saw the shopping guide being so humble in front of Lin Yifan, he felt an ominous feeling in his heart. And the woman saw that the shopping guide didn't care about them and was still trying to curry favor with Lin Yifan. I suddenly felt like I was being looked down upon, and continued to make sarcastic remarks.
Salespeople these days are desperate and will do anything to achieve sales results, which is normal.
But at least you should choose the right person first, and don't treat just any random person as God. Be careful not to be fooled, or you'll end up with nothing. The shopping guide was immediately furious when he heard this.
You're about to ruin my order, and now you're still adding fuel to the fire? The salesperson couldn't help but yelled at the woman, Shut up.
The man frowned in displeasure when he saw the shopping guide yelling at the woman he brought. Just as he was about to stand up for his female companion, the shopping guide started making a phone call. He had no choice but to endure it for the time being and teach the shopping guide a lesson after he finished the call.
Hey, boss, are you busy now? If you are not busy, please come back to the store quickly. Something happened in the store. Two customers got into an argument. A young man's voice on the other end of the phone reached the shopping guide's ears. What? Who's arguing with who?
One is an old customer of the store, the one who bought the ghost before, and the other is a new customer who was going to buy the Cullinan.
Okay, I'm drinking tea in a friend's shop next door now. You stay calm, I'll be back soon. Yeah, okay, then come back quickly, I'll wait for you to come back and deal with it.
The shopping guide hung up the phone after saying this, feeling relieved. Fortunately, the boss was visiting a 4S shop nearby, not far away. You can go back to the store and deal with it immediately. The man also heard the shopping guide making the call. When he heard the shopping guide on the phone say that a new customer was planning to buy Cullinan, his brows furrowed slightly and he felt a little more worried. The woman also heard this. She smiled at her boyfriend and said, "It's really interesting." She brags without thinking.
She actually said she was going to buy a Cullinan. Why didn't she say she was going to buy a Phantom?
Just as the salesperson was about to rebuke her, she saw a young man hurriedly walking in from outside the store. The shopping guide breathed a sigh of relief as his boss finally came back. The shopping guide quickly came forward, walked up to the young man who came in, and whispered the key points in the young boss's ear.
Boss, the young man named Lin wants to buy Cullinan and is ready to pay the full amount by credit card.
In the end, the plan was almost ruined by the woman brought by the gust owner.
The woman even said that her boyfriend knew you. Mr. Lin is now looking for an explanation from the store. Mr. Lin said that if they don't leave, he won't buy the car.
The young boss frowned upon hearing this and strode up to the group. He had indeed seen the owner of the ghost car over there once. The last time he came to buy Gust, I helped him get a loan with a down payment of 1.58 million. But it's not that familiar. On the other side, the young man looked unfamiliar. But when his gaze shifted to Youyou, who was beside Lin Yifan, the young boss actually felt very familiar with her.
I seem to have seen it somewhere.
I tried hard to recall it, and suddenly a light bulb went off in my head and I remembered it.
Isn't this the host named Youyou in the live broadcast room last night?
The face in the camera in my memory gradually overlapped with the face in front of me, with basically no major changes. He was already 70% to 80% sure. When the man saw the boss coming, he said with a flattering smile, "Mr. Li, we meet again. I brought my girlfriend to look at the car today."
I didn't expect to alarm you.
Men can afford Gust, albeit in installments.
At least it proves that there is still some money.
But that depends on who you compare yourself with. If compared with Mr. Li, who can open a Rolls-Royce 4S store in the downtown auto trade market in Shanghai where every inch of land is valuable, his money is nothing. Faced with such a rich second generation, he had to be careful even in trying to please him. It's a pity that his so-called girlfriend obviously has no tact. When I saw my boyfriend greeting the owner of the 4S shop, I thought I was such a great man.
He raised his chin arrogantly and provocatively at Youyou.
Li Fei, the owner of the 4S shop, simply ignored the Gust owner's greeting. Just a customer who bought Gust on installment basis. If it weren't for business. Even in the places where they usually play, he wouldn't even look at them. Now he even dares to cause trouble in his own store, using his own name to ruin his own business. Li Fei naturally wouldn't give him a good look, let alone pay attention to him. He was now eager to verify his previous conjecture. Li Fei, the owner of the 4S shop, said to Youyou in an uncertain tone, "Excuse me, are you the Youyou who plays the Guzheng in YY?" Everyone present was stunned by Li Xiao's words.
But everyone's reasons for being stunned are different. Chapter 20 Chapter 19 was recognized makeup for yesterday's update. Youyou pointed at her nose and asked doubtfully, "Do you know me?"
When Li Fei heard this, he was immediately certain.
She is the host of YY, Youyou.
Li Fei clapped his hands and said with a smile, "It's you. I was wondering why you look so familiar. What a coincidence. Last night, in your live broadcast room, the king who was driving a Phantom to collect junk was me. I have to say, Miss Youyou hasn't changed much from what she appears on camera.
She's still so beautiful in person. No wonder the handsome rich man gave you 2,000 spaceships in 1 hour." Youyou had no impression of the king's number he mentioned, driving a Phantom to collect junk.
Her attention was all on Lin Yifan at that time.
However, when Youyou heard the boss of the 4S shop talking about the alias Sha, she burst out laughing.
He smiled and said to Lin Yifan beside him, "Brother Yifan, the boss said you are a super rich man." Li Fei was stunned for a moment when he heard this, but then he reacted immediately. He looked at Lin Yifan, who had a cold expression on his face, and his expression suddenly changed when he thought of a possibility.
He asked Lin Yifan tentatively, "Could it be, you are the cool guy from last night?"
Although Youyou admitted it herself.
But the best way to prove himself is to present hard evidence. Lin Yifan flipped to the Youyou Personal Center interface on his mobile phone and showed him the information on it. Looking at the Personal Center interface of Youyou, the familiar vest and the familiar king icon in front, Li Fei no longer had any doubt in his mind. Then when he accidentally saw the balance, Li Fei's pupils shrank. I was so scared by the string of numbers that I swallowed involuntarily. What did he see? Shit, last night I saw Xiao Shizuri with this account gaining over 17 million in 1 hour. He knew that this new king was powerful. But he could never have imagined that the other party was so powerful. There is still more than 100 million in the balance. So what I paid last night was just a fraction of what others paid? Li Fei has seen rich second generations who are richer than his family, but that is a circle that even he cannot get in touch with. But for people at that level, no one would dare to charge more than 100 million yuan in cash into the live streaming platform. What kind of family dares to be so presumptuous? Could he be a young master from one of China's top low-key families? After this thought popped up in his mind, Li Fei suddenly felt a huge pressure from Lin Yifan. This is a pressure that even those young masters in a higher level circle than himself have never experienced. In the eyes of ordinary people, I am indeed a top-rich second generation. After all, his father opened several Rolls-Royce 4S stores across the country, and was also involved in real estate and department store industries. But if this overly young guy in front of him is really a young master from a top family, then the assets of my family are nothing in the eyes of others. Haven't you noticed that the balances in other people's YY accounts all start in billions? 90% of China's wealth is in the hands of 10% of its people. This is not just a random statement. There is no richest person, only richer people. No wonder the shopping guide told him that the new customer wanted to pay the full amount for the Cullinan, except for the remaining balance in his YY account. If you ignore the limitation of limited edition, it's more than enough to buy a Koenigsegg. Li Fei hurriedly said respectfully, "Welcome Mr. Lin to our 4S store. Don't worry, this matter is not Miss Youyou's fault. I will deal with it immediately. You go and sign the car purchase contract first. I will come over as soon as I finish it." Lin Yifan nodded. He was very satisfied with his boss's reaction and believed that he would make the right choice. As for asking the other party to apologize, to be honest, Lin Yifan really doesn't want an apology from such a person. So, under the guidance of the shopping guide, Lin Yifan took Su Youyou and left directly. The owner of the Gust was also stunned when he saw Li Fei's reaction. Although he has the financial resources to buy a car, he is also a Gust owner and a customer of this store. He said in a slightly aggressive tone, "Mr. Li, what do you mean? Even if someone wants to buy a car, I am still your customer after all. Is this how you deal with it?" Li Fei curled his lips in disdain and said indifferently, "Do you really think you are awesome for buying a Gust? Don't you know how to buy this Gust?" He has enough pocket money to buy more than 10 Cullinans. Even I don't dare to offend such a person. Why are you still yelling here? From the look in your eyes, you probably didn't see the watch he was wearing. That watch alone is enough to buy half a Gusto. And you're still yelling like a fool. I'm really impressed. It's a good thing that Master Lin didn't get mad at you today, otherwise, not to mention whether he would let you go, even I wouldn't let you go. You ruined my business deal. Are you going to compensate me for the loss? You have grown a pair of eyes for nothing. Li Fei became angrier as he spoke, and he no longer cared about making money through harmony. Get lost now, stop being an eyesore here, be more low-key in the future, don't think you are awesome just because you are so awesome. After saying these words, Li Fei no longer paid any attention to this idiot and left without looking back. Only the man with the blue and white face and his girlfriend were left. In the end, the two left the 4S store in fear and shame. Li Fei rushed over just after the contract was signed. From a distance, he said to Lin Yifan with a smile on his face, "I saw Lin Xiaohao spend tens of millions of dollars last night. I didn't expect to meet him today. It's really fate. It's an honor for our store that Lin Xiao can come to our store." In fact, most of the rich second generation are not fools. Because they all have wealthy families, they have seen the world and come into contact with a wide circle of people since childhood. It is destined that their vision and pattern are not comparable to those who grew up in ordinary families. Except for some people with extreme personalities, distorted psychology, or those who are spoiled by being pampered. Most of the rich second generation are not bad in dealing with people and social skills. Otherwise, Li Fei's father would not have handed over such a large luxury car 4S store to his son to manage. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry for what happened today. I've caused you trouble. How about this, as an apology, I will give you Mr. Lin's car at cost price, and I will immediately arrange for the finance department to transfer the extra money back to Mr. Lin's card. Mr. Li, you are too polite. But there is no need to refund the money. What happened today cannot be blamed on your store. I don't like to owe favors to others. Just buy it at the normal price. Lin Yifan also responded with a smile. If someone respects me 1 foot, I will respect him 1 yard. The owner of a luxury car shop gave me enough face. Then Lin Yifan wouldn't be stupid enough to vent his anger on him for what just happened. Mr. Lin, please don't call me like that. I am nothing in front of you. Li Fei sighed and introduced himself. My name is Li Fei. If Master Lin doesn't mind, you can call me De Fei. Lin Yifan smiled and said, in that case, you don't have to call me Master Lin anymore. My name is Lin Yifan. Then I'll take advantage of you and call you Brother Yifan. Li Fei took the opportunity to call him brother. Chapter 21 Chapter 20 King of the YY Group Book Friends Gifts Plus. In Li Fei's mind, being able to establish a relationship with such a top young master is like pie in the sky for him. The second generation of rich people don't just play with money, they also care more about connections and circles. But he didn't know that this was really a wrong idea. If Lin Yifan hadn't relied on the system to make money, he would just be a loser, not to mention his connections and circle. Even though he is now wealthy enough to rival a country. But in terms of connections and circles, Li Fei is far ahead of him. This is Lin Yifan's weakness, and it is also something that the system cannot provide. Lin Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, I'm only 19 years old, is it appropriate for you to call me brother? Who still judges by age now? Whoever has the strongest ability and strength is the boss. Besides, I'm only in my 20s, not much older. The shopping guy took the signed contract and walked up to the boss, saying softly, little boss, everything is ready, except for the temporary license. Okay, I'll make a phone call now to jump the queue, and a staff member will deliver the temporary license plate to you in half an hour. But the car insurance will not take effect until after 12 noon. If Brother Yifan doesn't have anything urgent to do, just wait until the insurance takes effect before driving away. If you have something urgent, you can take my car to do it first. Seeing that he insisted on calling him brother, Lin Yifan didn't care anymore. He smiled and said, it's okay, no rush. I plan to go look at houses this afternoon. There's nothing urgent. Looking at a house? What kind of house does Brother Yifan want to buy? My family is also involved in real estate. Let's see if there is anything that Brother Yifan likes. I can give it to you at the lowest price. Lin Yifan raised his eyebrows. Wow, you have some strength. He runs a luxury car 4S store and is also involved in real estate. Are there any houses in Lujiazui? Li Fei felt dry in the mouth when he heard this. Who is this guy? He wants to buy a house in the financial center of Shanghai right away. He smiled bitterly and said, Brother Yifan overestimates me. To be honest, the land in Lujiazui is not something that ordinary developers can get. My family doesn't have that much ability yet. But Brother Yifan, can you tell me which property you want to buy? I'll ask my friend for you. His family specializes in real estate, so they have a lot more connections than I do. Lin Yifan took a sip of tea and said calmly, it doesn't matter what kind of building it is, as long as I can see the river view in the bund. Li Fei took a breath of cold air. Did you listen to what people say? When buying a house, just buy a river view house in Lujiazui. It doesn't matter what the property is, as long as you can see the river view in the bund. Thompson Epine said, why don't you just report my name? But when he thought about the balance in his WeChat moments, Li Fei calmed down. This should be the basic operation of the top young masters. Brother Yifan, among the Riverview apartments for sale in Lujiazui, the one with the best location is Thompson 1. Before Li Fei could finish speaking, Lin Yifan interrupted him. Let's skip Thompson's first grade. Don't consider it. Let's talk about the other ones. It's not because Lin Yifan doesn't like Thompson Epine's house, it's purely because. Well, how should I put it? In the novels I read in my previous life, almost everyone had one. Lin Yifan is already aesthetically fatigued. Now it's my turn to buy a house, and I will definitely not buy one from Thompson First Class. The law of true fragrance is useless, no matter who advises you, it won't work. This is what I, Lin Yifan, said.
Apart from Thompson 1, the only hotel with a perfect view of the Bund is Seaview 1. Of course, if you don't care about the Bund and only care about the river view, there are many options to choose from, like Seaview Garden, Arc de Triomphe, etc. Lin Yifan simply ignored the rest of the conversation and said to Li Fei, "Then let's go to Seaview 1. Does anyone know anyone who can help me get a unit?" Li Fei took out his phone and said, "Brother Yifan, wait a moment. I'll ask a friend in our king group to see if he has any resources." Kings? Crooked kings? Yes, the group is full of kings that I met through playing YY. Are all the kings of the YY platform in the same group? No. Li Fei quickly shook his head. It's just a group of kings who usually get along well and have similar personalities. They set up a group privately. Lin Yifan nodded thoughtfully. This should be the small circle of the rich second generation. Li Fei hesitated and asked tentatively, "Brother Yifan, do you want to join the group?" If they could get a young master of Lin Yifan's caliber into the group, the status of their small group would instantly change. It is not inferior to the higher level circles. However, Li Fei did not hold much hope that Lin Yifan would join the group. After all, the circles are different, and people in this small circle may not necessarily look down on you. Who knew that Lin Yifan would give him an answer that was completely contrary to his idea? "Can I come in?" When Li Fei heard that there was a chance, he said in surprise, "Brother, be more confident and remove the word ma. If you can't get in, then we have no right to enter." Lin Yifan took out his phone and said with a smile, "Okay, add me as a friend, and add me in." Okay, I'll scan you." Li Fei happily opened WeChat and scanned it. After adding friends, Li Fei quickly pulled Lin Yifan into the group, and then tagged everyone. "Open the Phantom to collect junk. Hey brothers, look who I added to the group." Several messages popped up in the group instantly. "Lu Jiafei, De Fei, who did you pull in? Do we know each other? I am a scalper and I am proud. Oh my goodness, Da Fei is going to be a pimp. Grocery store, new brother, please come and meet us." Li Fei was afraid that they would say something bad without knowing the truth and offend Lin Yifan. I didn't dare to keep it a secret anymore, and quickly said in the group, "This is the big guy who lavishly gave away 2,000 spaceships in Guzheng Youyou's live broadcast room last night. Fuck, the super rich guy has joined the group, everyone line up to welcome him. Welcome the cool and handsome man to join the group. Brother Sha, please come to YY to ask for your care, support from now on." Lin Yifan looked at the information in the group and grinned. I didn't expect that these second-generation rich people are just as funny as ordinary people when chatting privately. This is a little different from what he had previously imagined the private life of the rich second generation. Li Fei explained to Lin Yifan, "Brother Yifan, their nicknames in the group are their usernames on YY. This Lu Jiafei is the friend who sells houses that I just told you about. His last name is Lu, and his family is in the real estate business, so he made up a pseudonym like this. I'm proud of being a scalper. His family owns a cinema." We all laughed at him and said he was selling tickets, so he changed his name to this. As for the grocery store, his family owns a chain of shopping malls, with dozens of large stores across the country. After listening to Li Fei's brief introduction, Lin Yifan nodded and replied politely in the group. "Good morning everyone, please take care of me in the future." Chapter 22 Chapter 21 4S Store Free Meal. After Lin Yifan finished speaking, he changed his group nickname to a YY pseudonym. "De Fei, how did you get to know Brother Xiaosha? Did you chat privately with him?" Li Fei responded quickly in the group. "No, today Xiaosha brought Youyou to buy a car and happened to come to my store. I recognized Youyou first, and then I knew it was Xiaosha. Wow, it turns out that Youyou is the one that Xiaosha brother supports. No wonder I got 2,000 spaceships last night. It seems like I have to go and support Youyou when she starts broadcasting. Ha, what kind of car did Brother Xiaosha buy? Is it a sports car? Da Fei, show me Brother Xiaosha's new car." Seeing that the pace of the conversation was becoming increasingly distorted, Li Fei quickly tagged Lu Jiafei in the group. "Brother, are there any good houses in Seaview 1? I want a house with a view of the Bund. De Fei, have you made a fortune? Or are you just too proud? You actually dared to ask for a house at Seaview 1. That's right. If your dad knew you bought Seaview number 1, he would probably fly back to Shanghai overnight to deal with you." Li Fei saw the jokes in the group and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Everyone, you know my situation. Do you think I can afford Seaview number 1 with the money I have? It will be enough for me to inherit my father's family business after he dies. After Li Fei sent this message, he quickly added, "It's not me who wants to buy it, it's brother Xiaosha who wants to buy it." This amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for brother Xiaosha. After all, brother Xiaosha still has more than 100 million Ye coins in his account. Li Fei secretly revealed some information, just to let the people in the group know that brother Xiaosha's financial background is not ordinary. This also indirectly proves that brother Xiaosha has the purchasing power. This prevents Lu Jiafei from not taking it to heart, looking down on brother Xiaosha, and not taking his affairs seriously. Worship the rich. Worship the rich. Worship the rich. The group was immediately filled with comments. Lu Jiafei tagged Lin Yifan in the group, "Brother Xiaosha, I still have a few houses. You can come and take a look when you have time." Lin Yifan replied in the group, "Okay, thank you very much, I will come and take a look this afternoon. We have finished talking about business." Li Fei looked at Su Youyou, who was sitting next to Lin Yifan and drinking tea quietly, and said with a smile, "Miss Youyou, is it difficult to learn the guzheng? I feel that girls who can play instruments such as the guzheng or pipa are very elegant. If I have a daughter in the future, I will definitely let her learn a talent." Lin Yifan secretly sighed that the emotional intelligence and social skills of the rich second generation are really amazing. While chatting with myself, I can also notice Youyou, who is sitting next to me drinking tea, and take the initiative to talk to her so as not to ignore her. "Mr. Li, you should just call me Youyou. I'm not some rich girl, so I don't deserve such a name. Guzheng is actually very easy to learn. As long as you have learned the basic music theory, it is not as difficult as you think. You can master it in a short time." Li Fei teased, "Well, I'll call you Youyou for now. Maybe I'll have to call you sister-in-law in the future." By saying this, Li Fei wanted to test the relationship between Lin Yifan and Su Youyou, so that I know how to treat Su Youyou in the future. Because in the eyes of these rich second generations, women are divided into several categories. One is just for fun, one is to be friends, and one is because you really like someone. Only by understanding Lin Yifan's attitude did Li Fei know how to get along with Su Youyou. Su Youyou's face turned red at Li Fei's sudden words. She shyly glanced at Lin Yifan secretly. Seeing that Lin Yifan just smiled when he heard this, he didn't refute anything. With a hint of embarrassment, she said to Li Fei, "Don't talk nonsense. Brother Yifan and I just met yesterday. We are just friends." Li Fei stared at them blankly. They were both wearing the same brand of clothes and watches. Thinking about how Lin Yifan had spent tens of millions on her last night, she almost believed her lies. If Su Youyou knew what Li Fei was thinking, she would definitely cry out for injustice. The three of them chatted for a while, and when the temporary license plate was delivered, it was already time for lunch. Li Fei stood up and said, "Brother Yifan, it will take another half an hour for the insurance to take effect. Let's go eat first. There's a private restaurant next door. I eat there often. The food is pretty good. Can I take Brother Yifan to try it?" "No, forget about private restaurants. Aren't there all kinds of videos online of people eating at 4S stores? It's a rare opportunity now, so I have to experience the feeling of eating at a Rolls-Royce 4S store." Su Youyou covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Only then did she realize that Brother Yifan actually had such a funny side. Li Fei was full of question marks. This outrageous operation almost caused him to sprain his waist. What else can he say? All he can say is that the thoughts of a rich young man are hard to guess. Instead of eating at the private restaurant, he actually wanted to have a work meal at the 4S shop. Isn't it just a takeaway meal? As long as you, a young man from a wealthy family, don't mind and can eat it, of course I will risk my life to accompany you. Li Fei first instructed his employees to order 3 more work meals. After sitting for a while, he thought the food would be delivered soon, so he took the 2 of them to the small employee restaurant inside the 4S store. So the shopping guides in the store saw a strange scene. The boss, who had never stepped into the small restaurant in his own store, actually brought a client who had just bought a Cullinan to the restaurant for dinner. My boss and guests were having dinner in the restaurant, and the originally lively atmosphere in the restaurant suddenly became a little quiet. The beautiful shopping guides who were chatting unconsciously lowered their voices so as not to disturb the customers. I saw Lin Yifan was looking around the restaurant. Li Fei smiled proudly and said, "Brother Yifan, how do you think of this restaurant I built for the employees? In one word, luxury. Ha ha, my employees earn money for me. If I spend a little money to make the environment better and make my employees feel comfortable, wouldn't that create more value for me?" Lin Yifan gave a thumbs up and praised, "It's a good idea." Many bosses know that treating employees well can create more value. But when it comes to paying salaries and benefits, they are asked to actually pay real money to employees, and they start to feel reluctant. After a while, the shopping guide brought 3 fast food boxes to Li Fei. Li Fei gave 1 copy each to Lin Yifan and Su Youyou. "Brother Yifan, come and try our working meal." Although the working meals in our store are just ordinary fast food, they are all made in special restaurants and the ingredients used are real. Lin Yifan opened the lid of the fast food box. There are 3 dishes, 2 meat and 1 vegetable, as well as a soup. The soup is corn and pork ribs soup, with just 2 pieces of corn and 2 pork ribs. But the aroma of corn mixed with the aroma of broth hits you in the face, and you can tell as soon as you smell it that it took a lot of time to stew. It is definitely not comparable to the fast food soup out there. The 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish are beer duck and braised hairtail, plus some bean sprouts. Lin Yifan tasted it and found it tasted quite good. It seems that Li Fei was right, the fast food delivered by this customized restaurant was carefully prepared. But I guess Li Fei also spent a little more money. During the meal, Li Fei and Lin Yifan chatted. At the same time, he did not neglect Su Youyou who was beside him, and made Su Youyou laugh secretly with her hands covering her mouth from time to time. Chapter 23 Chapter 22 Meeting with Lu Xing Additional chapter for Kegel's gift. After eating, it was past 12 noon and the insurance took effect. Lin Yifan was preparing to go to Lu Jiazui to find Lu Jiafei to look at a house, but Li Fei insisted on going with him. He also said that he had nothing to do in the store. In a luxury car store like Rolls-Royce, it is rare to see a few customers a day, so having a shopping guide in the store is enough. The main reason is that it is rare for Li Fei to get in touch with Lin Yifan, and he doesn't know when they will meet again in the future. Naturally, we need to spend more time together to promote our relationship. Lin Yifan drove the Cullinan with a temporary license plate, and Su Youyou sat in the passenger seat. Li Fei drove a Porsche Cayenne. Lin Yifan was stunned when he saw Li Fei driving a Cayenne out of the garage. "My family runs a Rolls-Royce 4S store, and as the boss, I actually drive a Porsche? Does this count as ruining your own place? When people come to your store to buy a car, they will see that you, the owner of a Rolls-Royce store, are driving a Porsche? What do customers think?" The reason Li Fei gave was that the store had a car specifically for social events. "This Cayenne is my car. If I need to receive clients, I will still use a Rolls-Royce car." On the way to buy a house, Lin Yifan drove Cullinan. It's a pleasure to look at the interior and feel the driving sensation of a luxury car. As his first car in this world, Lin Yifan touched the steering wheel as if he was caressing his lover. With a displacement of 6.7 t, you can feel the push on your back with just a light step on the accelerator. This driving feeling made Lin Yifan secretly exclaim that it was great. Soon, Lin Yifan and Li Fei's car stopped at the parking lot of Seaview No. 1. At this time, a young man leaning next to a Maserati in the parking lot saw Li Fei's car and hurried towards his car. Seeing Li Fei getting off the car, he greeted, "De Fei, where is brother Xiaosa?" Lin Yifan next to him got out of the car. Li Fei introduced the 2 parties. "Brother Yifan, this is Lu Jiafei from the group, his real name is Lu Xing. Brother Xing, this is the handsome brother from YY, Mr. Lin Yifan." Lu Xing quickly stretched out his hands with a smile and greeted Lin Yifan. Lin Yifan stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "Brother Xing, don't listen to Brother Fei's nonsense." "What is young Master Lin? Just call me Yifan." The colorful sedan chair was carried by everyone. Li Fei gave him so much face, Lin Yifan would not be so stupid as to think that he could look down on others just because he was rich. After all, family members know their own business. If Li Fei compares his wealth with mine, he is indeed not qualified. But if it weren't for Li Fei's connections today, if I wanted to see the house myself, I would probably have to go to the sales hall to find a sales consultant. What Lin Yifan urgently needs now is to expand his network of contacts. And these rich second generations are the best choice. At least from the Li Fei that I have met so far, he does not have those bad habits of the rich second generation. Worth making friends with. Brother Yifan, I won't say any more polite words. If you need my help, just let me know in the group. Li Fei also did not forget Su Youyou who had been quietly following Lin Yifan. He introduced her to Lu Xing. "Brother Xing, this beauty is Brother Yifan's female companion, Su Youyou. She is the one who made Brother Yifan spend tens of millions in just 1 hour last night." After hearing Li Fei's introduction, Lu Xing did not dare to underestimate him even though the other party was just a small anchor. Because this was the woman that young Master Lin had his eyes on, he reached out and shook Su Youyou's hand gently before letting go. Lu Xing smiled and said, "It turns out that Youyou is just as beautiful in person as she is on camera. It seems that when Youyou starts airing, I will have to go and support you." Li Fei smiled and said, "You're right. I'll go and show my support when the time comes." Su Youyou naturally knew why these rich second generations who usually look down on her took the initiative to show their support for her. He quickly thanked them and said, "You two are so polite. Thank you in advance. However, when the time comes, just come to my live broadcast room to watch me. There is no need to send gifts or anything like that." Lu Xing smiled and said, "What's the point of showing support without a gift?" Li Fei agreed, "That's right, Youyou, don't be polite. You have to get used to it. I'll introduce the anchor Lemon to you when the time comes. After all, you're both broadcasting on the same platform." Su Youyou asked uncertainly, "Is it Lemon, the most popular anchor on YY right now?" Lu Xing spoke first, "Yes, it's Lemon. She is our Master Fei's mistress. Youyou should interact with her more and get to know her better in the future." Seeing Lu Xing teasing him, Li Fei immediately counterattacked, "Hey, Mr. Lu, don't you plan to introduce your mistress to Youyou?" After that, Li Fei smiled at Su Youyou and said, "Youyou, let me tell you, Mr. Lu's mistress is Ling Mingzi. You should have heard of Ling Mingzi." Su Youyou nodded blankly. It was another familiar anchor. How could she not know Ling Mingzi? He was also one of the most popular anchors on YY. So, all the top anchors on the YY platform have rich second-generation people supporting them? But it's also true that because I met Brother Yifan, 2 rich second generations came to support me immediately. With the financial support of these local tycoons, isn't it normal to become famous and powerful? Wasn't it because of the 2,000 spaceships last night that I became famous on YY? Li Fei made himself get used to it. What was he getting used to? Are you used to receiving gifts worth tens or millions easily? Are you used to being able to directly connect with top anchors via live broadcast? I am still getting used to the fact that I will soon become one of the top anchors on the platform. Su Youyou is feeling very confused now. Fortunately, they turned to talk about business now, and no one noticed that I was in a bad mood. "Brother Yifan, how big a house do you plan to buy? What are your requirements?" Lin Yifan pondered for a moment and said, "A high-rise one, maybe a duplex would be even better. If there is no duplex, let's get a bigger one. Do you have one?" Lu Xing immediately said, "Brother Yifan, you are lucky to be here today. Today is the day when the duplex apartment in Building 2 of Seaview 1 is going to be auctioned. The auction will start at 3 p.m. We will be there soon." "Fuck, Building 2? Li Fei shouted in surprise. "This is the building with the best location and the most expensive price per square meter among all the buildings in Seaview number 1. The price per square meter should be around 160,000 to 170,000 yuan now." As a person who specializes in real estate, Lu Xing is basically familiar with the housing prices in various districts of Shanghai. He began to explain to everyone. If it's a low-rise apartment in Building 2, it would only be around 160,000 to 170,000 per square meter. But it's not just high rises. Now the mid-rises have risen to 170,000 to 180,000 yuan per square meter, and the high rises are now more than 190,000 yuan per square meter. Ordinary high-rise buildings cost 190,000 yuan per square meter, so how much would the best building cost per square meter? I can't even imagine. As a second-generation rich man, Li Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he heard the price. Lu Xing shook his head. "The duplex in Building 2 that is being sold today has a floor area of 752 square meters, but it is not priced per unit, it is being auctioned as a whole unit." Lin Yifan asked, "What's the starting price?" According to the information from the auction house, the starting price is 160 million. Li Fei rolled his eyes. "So, I have to sell my 4S shop to buy a house?" Chapter 24 Chapter 23 Building King Auction Additional Chapter for Kegel's Gift. Lu Xing asked Lin Yifan, "Brother Yifan, the final transaction price of this house may exceed 200 million, or even reach 300 million. Do you think it's okay? If not, I'll help you find something else." Lin Yifan said without hesitation, "No need, the Riverview room in Lujiazui is worth the price, let's take this one. What is there to exchange for?" Lin Yifan hopes that the auction price will be as high as possible. "Brother Xing, can you please stop judging Brother Yifan by our standards? How can people like us compare to Brother Yifan in terms of his strength? Lu Xing smiled bitterly upon hearing this, and immediately thought of Lin Yifan, a man who had directly recharged over 100 million yuan on the Youyou platform. Would a person who can recharge hundreds of millions of yuan just by playing on an entertainment platform care about a house that costs 2 or 300 million yuan? What kind of family background does this young Master Lin have? If it is just 100 million in assets, it is not surprising to them. But the meaning of 100 million in cash flow is completely different. Where is his limit? Lu Xing dare not imagine. It's not that they can't come up with the money, but it's just like Li Fei said. If he wants to come up with the 100 million in cash, he probably has to sell the 4S store. Then let's go to the auction first. The venue for this auction is in Shangri-La, and the four of us can just take one car to get there. Okay, get in my car and let's go. Lin Yifan nodded and turned to get in the car. Cullinan drove to the Shangri-La Hotel not far next door. The four of them took the elevator directly to the banquet hall where the auction was held. When entering the banquet hall, fortunately Lu Xing led the way and the receptionist at the door did not stop us. Otherwise, at this kind of auction, a stranger like Lin Yifan would have to undergo capital verification before being able to enter. Because it is just a separate auction for the top building of Youyou number 1, and no other items will be auctioned. So the banquet hall was simply decorated. Seats and an auction table have been arranged at the innermost part. There are many buffet tables at the entrance of the hall, providing a place for the distinguished guests who have arrived to rest and socialize. There are still more than 40 minutes until the auction starts. Many business celebrities and wealthy second generations have already arrived in the banquet hall, as well as the indispensable female companions for a banquet. The waiters moved among the crowd, providing services to the customers. Those business celebrities gathered in twos and threes, talking in low voices. The entire banquet hall was filled with the sound of toasts. After Lu Xing led the three people into the venue, he took a glass of red wine from the buffet table. The four of them found a place with fewer people and waited for the auction to begin. Lu Xing held the red wine glass in his hand and took a sip. He said to Lin Yifan, "Brother Yifan, even though there are so many people here, only a few of you will actually go out and hold up signs." Lin Yifan didn't understand and said, "Then why are those who are not filming here? Just to join in the fun." Li Fei just thought that Lin Yifan didn't like to attend such occasions before and didn't quite understand it. He smiled and explained, "Brother Yifan, you are right. Most people just come here to join in the fun. Just like me and Lu Xing, we just come here with you, Brother Yifan, to join in the fun and see what price the building king can get. Some people come here purely to make friends with bigwigs and expand their network." Lu Xing nodded, and continued Li Fei's words, adding, "Don't be fooled by the gorgeous and radiant women in the venue. Except for a very small number of real socialites, the daughters of wealthy families, and the female companions brought by business celebrities. The rest are just ordinary girls with no family background who come here to try to find a rich husband." Lin Yifan raised his eyebrows and asked, "Can they come in?" "Yes, and this happens at most banquets. It's an unspoken agreement. It's normal for some celebrities and rich second generations to hunt for beauties in such occasions, and these girls also want to catch a rich husband in such occasions. It's just Youyou fighting Huangai. So any banquet organizer, even though they know these girls don't have the family background and qualifications to attend, will not stop them from entering because the banquet needs such people." What can Lin Yifan say? He can only say that it has broadened his horizons. At this moment, a male voice with obvious sarcasm came from behind them. "Hey, isn't this Master Li Fei? What's up? Did you get rich recently? You came to participate in the auction of the best building in Youyou number 1. You must have sold the 4S shop." When Li Fei heard this familiar voice, his face suddenly became gloomy. He turned around and said coldly to the man, "Shanghai, you really are a ghost that won't leave. You are everywhere I go." "Haha, that's because I am eligible to attend all the banquets you are eligible to attend, and I am also eligible to attend banquets you are not eligible to attend. Tell me, aren't you angry?" When Li Fei heard what he said, he was so angry that his veins were throbbing and he gritted his teeth. Lin Yifan touched Lu Xing beside him, frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Lu Xing came back to his senses and whispered to Lin Yifan about the grudge between them. This Chen Haijun's family is also in the real estate business. They started out in the south and after their business became big, they began to enter the northeast market. Although Li Fei's family mainly deals in luxury cars, they also planned to develop in the real estate sector a few years ago, and the place they chose happened to be the northeast market. As a result, the two companies met each other. Chen Haijun and Li Fei both set their eyes on a piece of prime land, and inevitably became competitors. Although Chen Haijun's family assets are more substantial than Li Fei's family, they are also more powerful in the real estate industry. But because Li Fei's family had just started to get involved in real estate and was not as strong as Chen Haijun's family, Chen Haijun didn't take Li Fei seriously at all at the time. Who would have thought that it was precisely because of Chen Haijun's contempt that the high-quality land that was originally in his pocket was taken by Li Fei, who had done his homework? Li Fei's family relied on this piece of land to successfully establish themselves in the northeast, which made Chen Haijun furious. Since then, the two have had a grudge against each other. After that, Chen Haijun often targeted Li Fei, not only in real estate, but also whenever they met, they would confront each other. Because of the problem of strength, Li Fei always loses. Lin Yifan asked curiously, "You and Li Fei together can't beat him alone?" Lu Xing smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Although my family's base is in Shanghai, our strength is average, about the same as Li Fei's family. Although Li Fei and I can team up to fight Chen Haijun, if that really happens, Li Fei will be in even more trouble." "What do you mean?" Lu Xing said helplessly, "If I join forces with Li Fei, Chen Haijun will feel the pressure and he will also mobilize people. His circle is already higher than ours. If we really compete with each other, Li Fei will be under more pressure. So let them fight among themselves. At most, he will lose face. Although people like us are just trying to save face, there is nothing we can do. We are not as strong as others and we can only bear it." Chapter 25 Chapter 24 The Grudge between Li Fei and Chen Haijun. Lu Xing was talking to Lin Yifan about these past events. "In fact, a guess came to my mind. That is why Li Fei tried every means to get in touch with Lin Yifan. I guess he wants to make friends with Lin Yifan and use him as a backer." Lin Yifan nodded, finally figuring out the whole story. Seeing Li Fei at a disadvantage in the verbal exchange, he stepped forward and said with a smile, "This is Mr. Chen, right? Are you also here to auction the king of the building at Seaview number 1? Chen Haijun, who was mocking Li Fei, saw a young man who he didn't know interrupt him. He smiled frivolously and said, "So what? Who are you? Li Fei's follower?" Lin Yifan was not angry when he saw that Chen Haijun treated him as Li Fei's follower. Instead, he showed a faint smile. "Mr. Chen can think of me as Li Fei's brother." When Li Fei saw Lin Yifan coming to rescue him, he called out Brother Yifan in surprise. This title made Chen Haijun frown. He originally thought that this young man who was younger than Li Fei was Li Fei's new younger brother, but he didn't expect to hear Li Fei call him brother. The meaning here is different. The fact that Li Fei could not care less about his dignity and call someone younger than him brother can only mean one thing. The young man in front of him was very powerful, at least stronger than Li Fei. What rich second generations like them value most is face. If this young man was not stronger than Li Fei would not have been able to do such a thing. Chen Haijun looked at the young man in front of him, who had no idea of his background, and said in a slightly more restrained tone, "What? Are you planning to stand up for Li Fei?" Lin Yifan shook his head and said with a smile, "It's boring to engage in a war of words. Since young Master Chen is also here for the king of buildings at Seaview number 1, let's see who's the winner at the auction. What do you think?" Chen Haijun's mind was racing with thoughts as he weighed the options in his mind. The fact that this young man who suddenly appeared was able to make Li Fei call him brother shows that he has some strength. But it shouldn't be that strong. Because the people who can hang out with Li Fei and the others are just like that. After realizing this, Chen Haijun threw away his previous caution. This habit was formed after he underestimated Li Fei last time and ended up losing the opportunity. Chen Haijun sneered, "You really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Fine, if you want to help Li Fei, then I'll see what you are capable of. Don't let me down. Then let's wait for the auction. I will let Mr. Chen see my strength." Lin Yifan responded with a forced smile. Chen Haijun stared at Lin Yifan for a while, then walked away with a contemptuous smile. After Chen Haijun left, Li Fei said to Lin Yifan gratefully, "Brother Yifan, thank you very much. Why are you being so polite?" Lin Yifan waved his hand casually. Chen Haijun, who left on the other side, returned to his original position and said to a middle-aged man, "Go check what the background of the man with Li Fei is. Find out all his background for me within half an hour." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man glanced in Li Fei's direction, then turned and left the banquet hall. Lin Yifan was completely unaware of this and was chatting with Li Fei. "When the auction of the building king is about to start, let Youyou bid first. If that Chen Haijun is gone, you can come forward and help me bid." Li Fei thought about having the support of a big boss and being able to compete with Chen Haijun in such an occasion. Rubbing his hands excitedly, he said, "Okay, but Brother Yifan has to give me an upper limit so that I know when to stop."
Upper limit? Lin Yifan laughed. Then he stopped smiling, stared at Li Fei with great pride and said word by word, "There is no upper limit. If Chen Haijun dares to bid, you must match it.
It doesn't matter if it's 500 million or 1 billion, as long as Chen Haijun dares to play, I will accompany him even if he spends more than 10 or 20 billion." When Lu Xing heard this, his eyelids twitched wildly. He quickly advised, "Brother Yifan, although this building king is rare, it is not worth so much money. According to the market price, it is worth about 300 million at most. If it is more, it is not worth it."
Li Fei's mind went blank due to the shock of Lin Yifan's tone. What kind of godly boss is this that I know?
I thought I was on a big ship, but it turned out to be an aircraft carrier.
Lin Yifan smiled indifferently and said, "It's okay.
It doesn't matter whether it's worth it or not.
It's enough to vent Brother Fei's anger. You don't need to think so much. I'm different from you. I don't need to weigh the pros and cons when spending money like you do you understand?"
Li Fei choked up a little and shouted, "Brother Yifan. I can't even express my gratitude in words." Because he felt that those words of thanks seemed too hypocritical. Lin Yifan patted Li Fei on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Okay, stop being a sissy, we'll be done with it when the auction starts."
Li Fei nodded heavily. Half an hour later, some more people came in. The auction is about to begin.
The man who had gone out earlier also returned to the banquet hall and came to Chen Haijun. She leaned over to whisper in his ear, "Mr. Chen, I found out that the young man next to Li Fei is called Lin Yifan, 19 years old, currently a sophomore at Shanghai Normal University, and an orphan." Hearing this, Chen Haijun frowned.
Orphan? If he didn't have a brilliant background and strong capital, was Li Fei crazy? Would he call an ordinary person brother? Didn't you see that Lu Xing also followed his lead? This only proves one thing, that what we found is just superficial information.
The real situation cannot be found out by our own people.
What about that woman? Have you found out? I found out. He's an accountant in a small company. He's been working there for a little over a year. He's from an ordinary family. Nothing special.
Hearing this, Chen Haijun rubbed his eyebrows. It seemed that the problem still lies with Lin Yifan.
Who is this person? Even his own people can't find him. How can he hide so deeply? No matter what, whether it is a human or a ghost, we will know when the auction starts.
Chen Haijun waved his hand to let the man leave, no longer thinking about this issue.
After about 10 minutes, the auction time was up.
The auctioneer specially invited by Seaview No. 1 from the auction house walked onto the temporarily set up auction platform. The wealthy celebrities and rich second generations each found a seat and sat down. Lin Yifan and the other three found a seat in the back row and sat down.
Welcome all distinguished guests to the auction of the best building in Building 2 of Seaview 1. Since this auction only has the best building, I won't say too much. Some of you here have seen the model house in person before, but some customers have not seen it in person yet.
Next, please ask the staff to bring up the scaled-down model of the best apartment in the building for your reference.
The projector will also show you the interior decoration design of the best apartment in the building.
At this time, several staff members carried out several apartment models more than 1 meter high and placed them next to the auction table. From the model, there are floor plans, 3-dimensional bird's-eye view models of the house, and bird's-eye view models with exterior views. Chapter 26 Chapter 25 Crazy Bidding.
At the same time, the auctioneer turned on the projector.
High-definition in-room videos not only allow you to see the interior of the room, but also the actual decoration inside.
It makes people feel as if they are actually there when following the camera.
Lin Yifan looked at the video on the projector and was shocked by the house. Lin Yifan had never seen such top-notch decoration and luxurious furniture in his past or present life. The thought that I will soon own a high-rise luxury house on the bank of the Huangpu River, enjoy the river view, and appreciate the night view of the Bund. Lin Yifan felt excited and his blood was boiling.
It feels so good to be rich. The feeling of being a spendthrift is so damn good. After the video loops twice, the auctioneer turns off the video. He said to the wealthy people present, "Next, we will start the auction of the King of Buildings in Building 2 of Seaview 1. Starting price, 160 million.
Raise your hand once, minimum increase is 5 million.
Bidding begins."
Immediately, a middle-aged bald man in the front row raised his hand. The auctioneer quickly called out the price. The bid of guest number 6 is 165 million. The bid for seat number 3 is 170 million. Two people immediately made bids, and Lin Yifan nudged Su Youyou, who was sitting next to him. Su Youyou came back to her senses and quickly raised her slender hand. The guest at seat 28 offered 175 million. At this time, a young man stood up and shouted, 190 million. After saying that, he glanced at the audience and said with a smile, "It's so boring to add millions of dollars. It's a waste of time." After saying that, he sat down. At this time, Chen Haijun sat on the chair, raised his hand and shouted directly, 200 million. Lin Yifan narrowed his eyes and whispered to Li Fei on the other side, "Brother Fei, it's your turn to perform. Don't worry, do whatever you want." "Okay, Brother Yifan, just wait and see." After saying that, Li Fei stood up suddenly, looked at Chen Haijun with contempt, and shouted, 220 million. Not wanting to be outdone, Chen Haijun immediately raised his hand and said, 230 million. Li Fei laughed and said, "Mr. Chen, why are you raising the price so stingily? Don't you have money? I'll offer 250 million. Being ridiculed by Li Fei in front of so many people, Chen Haijun's face was a little gloomy, and he shouted, 300 million, Li Fei, didn't you say I was petty? If you have the guts, follow me." Everyone present was suddenly in an uproar. Unexpectedly, Chen Haijun directly raised the price by 50 million. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that these are two rich second generations fighting each other. The familiar people present naturally recognized the two men, and they were secretly surprised when they knew their family background. What are these two young masters crazy about? They come to the auction to squander their fortune? Don't they consider the consequences? Li Fei didn't care what others thought. He smiled coldly at Chen Haijun and shouted again, 350 million. Chen Haijun's expression became even uglier. His family had originally planned to buy the best building in building number 2 and give it to the eldest son of a certain family. I want to win the support of that family and develop real estate in the local area. So his father deliberately invested a lot of money, although it is estimated that the auction price of this building will be between 300 million and 400 million yuan. But just in case, we still prepared 500 million yuan in advance. As long as I can use this apartment as a stepping stone, I can establish a relationship with the local wealthy young man and get some high-quality land. This money can be earned back sooner or later. But Chen Haijun didn't expect that Li Fei would give him 350 million yuan at once. Chen Haijun looked at Lin Yifan, who was standing next to Li Fei with a grim expression. He knew that Li Fei did not have the financial resources to ask for such a price, and he should be bidding on behalf of his brother Yifan. Outsiders don't know, but Chen Haijun knows it very well. This has turned into a wealth struggle between Chen Haijun and Lin Yifan. Because he didn't know the other party's background, Chen Haijun decided to use force in an attempt to scare the other party away. So the voice shouted in a deep voice, 450 million. This direct price increase of 100 million immediately caused a buzz in the banquet hall. Everyone was talking about it. Even those business tycoons who had the power and were ready to bid for the best building were surprised. There was a businessman present who had a good relationship with Li Fei's father and did not know the inside story. Seeing what Li Fei did, they were so scared that they left their seats and went to call Li Fei's father. I just hope Li Fei's dad will quickly take this monster in his family, otherwise he will have to sell off all his assets to pay the bill. Who dares to default on a debt in such an occasion? If the sale fails due to default, not only will everyone present be offended, but the big boss behind the developer of CDU number 1 will also be offended. Is the person who can build such a large real estate project on the bank of the Huangpu River in the center of Shanghai's financial circle someone who can be easily offended? Hearing Chen Haijun's bid of 450 million, Li Fei calmly added 30 million, bringing the bid to 480 million. Chen Haijun gritted his teeth and shouted out his final bottom line, 500 million, Li Fei, don't push your luck. Everyone present, including the business tycoons who had originally planned to participate in the auction, was forced to become spectators. These two people are simply crazy. These big guys cursed secretly in their hearts. It's not that they can't afford the price, the question is who would spend 500 million to buy a duplex. Wouldn't it be better to just buy a villa with that money? It's simply unreasonable. Li Fei didn't care what others thought. Seeing Chen Haijun being humiliated, he felt as comfortable as eating a popsicle in the hottest days of summer. Hearing Chen Haijun's angry tone, I knew he had reached his limit. So he smiled jokingly and deliberately only added 10 million.
510 million. After shouting, Li Fei smiled triumphantly at Chen Haijun and mocked him. Mr. Chen, what's wrong? You can't do it so soon? A man should never say that he can't do it. I can only afford 510 million. As long as you add another 10 million, this house may belong to you, Mr. Chen?
When Chen Haijun heard this, he was so angry that he almost left his body and ascended to heaven.
I didn't expect that the guy I used to look down upon would now jump up and shit on my head. He shouted angrily, Li Fei, I don't believe you have so much money. I want to verify Li Fei's capital. Chen Haijun's last words were addressed to the auctioneer. If Li Fei couldn't come up with so much money, he would be dead today. The auctioneer looked at Li Fei.
He knew something about those people with some strength in Shanghai.
He was also somewhat familiar with Li Fei, given his understanding of Li Fei's family background.
If the Li family wants to come up with more than 500 million yuan, it will be impossible to do so without selling several assets. However, because he subconsciously never thought that someone would dare to deliberately raise the price on such an occasion, he did not think of this issue. Now that Chen Haijun reminded him, he remembered that the two young masters had started arguing right from the start. Only then did he come to his senses and quickly nodded to Li Fei and said, Mr. Li, I'm sorry, because the amount is too large, we need to verify the capital, please forgive me. After saying that, the auctioneer waved to a waiter next to him, and the waiter immediately walked towards Li Fei with the POS machine.
Li Fei got a little panicked when he saw this situation.
He quickly glanced at Lin Yifan, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Yifan nodded slightly to him. Chapter 27 Chapter 26 Building King is in hand.
Li Fei is also afraid.
Although I have seen Lin Yifan with a balance of more than 100 million. However, he was not sure whether Lin Yifan could come up with more than 500 million in cash. If I can't come up with it, then as the bidder, I'm really screwed. This subtle little movement was caught by the bigwigs who were watching the show, and they understood it instantly. It turns out that after all this time, Li Fei was bidding on behalf of others. Looking at the young man sitting there calmly next to Li Fei, he appeared in such an occasion and dared to call out a price of 500 million. The bigwigs present were all stunned. Why had they never seen this young man before? Thinking it was because of my own ignorance, I quickly asked the people around me to see if anyone knew any details about this young man. After asking around, all the big guys were confused.
No one knows this young man? This is quite interesting.
Those big guys looked at Lin Yifan and others quietly, ready to see whether the other party was a real dragon or just a weakling.
The waiter walked up to Li Fei, and Li Fei looked at Lin Yifan pitifully.
Lin Yifan calmly took out the Huaxia bank card from his wallet and handed it to the waiter. When the big guys who had been staring at this place saw Lin Yifan take out an ordinary bank card, their eyes were dull.
What the hell, an ordinary debit card?
From the point of view of the big guys present, it is impossible for Puka to appear in such an occasion. They are all gold cards, silver cards, credit cards, etc.
Phew!
A strange sound was heard, followed by a loud laugh. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw that it was Chen Haijun who was pointing at the Puka in Lin Yifan's hand and laughing with his hands on his stomach.
I am dying of laughter.
I thought he was some rich young man, but he turned out to be a piece of trash who uses ordinary cards. After that, he mocked Li Fei and said, I thought you recognized some important person, but you are just a country bumpkin. Li Fei is so respectful to him as if he were serving the prince.
TSK, Li Fei, you really bring shame to the people in our circle.
The business leaders also looked at Lin Yifan and the Puka in his hand with strange expressions. When Lin Yifan heard Chen Haijun's ridicule, he took back the Puka in his hand. Then he stood up slowly in the eyes of everyone and said with a faint smile, Mr. Chen is right.
This ordinary card of mine is indeed a bit embarrassing.
Then I will pay with cash change. I won't take out this ordinary card to embarrass myself.
Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Paying in cash, do you know what 500 million in cash means? You idiot. Chen Haijun just wouldn't let go of Lin Yifan. Lin Yifan ignored him and put the bank card back into his wallet.
Then he took out 3 banknotes and 3 coins from his wallet. These were the 3-cent notes and 3 1-cent coins that Lin Yifan took out from his favorites folder when he deposited money at the Huaxia Bank branch. Looking at the 3 brand new banknotes and the 1-cent coin shining with metallic gold in Lin Yifan's hand,
the banquet hall suddenly fell into silence.
Chen Haijun's laughter stopped abruptly.
Some people present couldn't help swallowing. This is actually the rare Treasury Reserve banknote?
All the big guys present here have a starting net worth of hundreds of millions. Those who are a little richer here have liquid funds of hundreds of millions or even billions.
If you want to exchange the Treasury Reserve banknotes, anyone can do so. The question is, who would exchange a Treasury Reserve note worth 100 million and keep it on their person? After all, this thing is not as convenient to use as a bank card. It's impossible to do a business that requires paying millions or tens of millions, and use a penny of Treasury Reserve money to pay. They can't make change, so when the time comes, don't they have to transfer the money via card? What surprised everyone was not the Treasury Reserve banknotes. What is surprising is that a person can carry 600 million worth of Treasury Reserve notes with him. How powerful must he be? Even Li Fei, Lu Xing, and Su Youyou, who were beside Lin Yifan, were stunned when they saw the reserve banknotes in the vault. Carry 600 million with you. Brother, aren't you afraid of being robbed? The female socialites in the venue who wanted to hook up with a rich husband looked at Lin Yifan with shining eyes when he saw him holding 600 million in cash. She fantasized about winning this young man over, stepping into a wealthy family in one step, and living the happy life of a wealthy lady from then on. Some women stared at Su Youyou with jealousy, wishing they could replace her. These looks made Su Youyou, an ordinary girl who had never experienced such a scene, feel very uncomfortable. Lin Yifan glanced at Chen Haijun calmly and said to the auctioneer, "Bring the special money detector." The auctioneer woke up as if from a dream and quickly directed the staff to get a special money detector. After a while, the special money detector was brought over. Lin Yifan put 3 banknotes and 3 coins in one by one to verify their authenticity. The machine kept saying, "Vault reserve notes, 1 cent." This sound means that all the banknotes are real. If it is fake, the machine will sound this as a fake bill. Are there any other questions? If not, let's continue with the auction. After Lin Yifan finished speaking, he casually stuffed the 600 million worth of vault reserve notes into his wallet and sat down again. This scene made everyone's eyelids twitch wildly. He really is the kind of person who doesn't treat money as if it is money. The auctioneer looked at Lin Yifan respectfully and said to the audience, "The auction continues. The current highest price is 510 million offered by Li Xiao. Is there anyone who wants to raise the price?" Everyone present was silent. Who would dare to bid against a man who carries 600 million in cash? Not to mention whether your own financial situation allows it, or whether the house is worth that much money. Even if you manage to snatch it, it's not worth it to offend such a person. Everyone present is a smart person, so who wouldn't understand this truth? Even Chen Haijun turned pale and silent when he saw the 6-cent Treasury Reserve banknote. Li Fei looked at Chen Haijun, who admitted defeat, with a smug look on his face. For the first time, he felt unprecedentedly refreshed. This is a psychological reaction caused by being suppressed by Chen Haijun for too long. Seeing that no one in the banquet hall said anything else, the auctioneer began to call out prices. 510 million, once. 510 million, twice. 510 million, 3 times, deal. Congratulations to guest number 28 for winning the top unit in Building 2 of Seaview 1. Our staff will contact you for the transaction later. Thank you all for attending this auction. On behalf of Seaview 1, I wish you all a happy life. The hammer fell, marking the end of the auction. Some people started to leave, while others gathered around to say hello and get to know Lin Yifan. Among them are many ladies who want to marry a rich man. Li Fei and Lu Xing took the opportunity to slip away. They greeted Lin Yifan and went to wait where Lin Yifan parked his car. They need to calm down and digest what happened today. Regarding the attention of those socialites, Lin Yifan held Su Youyou's hand for the first time and directly stated his position, politely rejecting them one by one. Su Youyou was suddenly held by Lin Yifan's hand, and her whole body froze. A blush appeared on her face. When she saw the women staring at her, she actually felt a sense of happiness and pride. Chapter 28, Chapter 27, Reverie and Misunderstanding. Lin Yifan exchanged a few polite words with those business celebrities and took some business cards. I followed the staff to the conference room at the back to pay and sign the contract. What Lin Yifan didn't know was, with the departure of these business celebrities, his name will spread among the upper echelons of Shanghai's business community from tonight and become widely known. The king of buildings in Building 2 of Seaview 1 was sold at an auction price of more than 500 million yuan, and this was immediately known to some reporters with a keen sense of smell and extensive connections. Make it into news report as soon as possible. For a time, this price caused a sensation in the entire Shanghai market.
Fortunately, Lin Yifun's name did not appear in the report, but was replaced by a wealthy man. In the conference room, the person in charge of Seaview number 1 was waiting. Seeing Lin Yifun and Su Youyou coming in, the person in charge quickly stood up to greet them. "Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Huang Wanfei, the property manager of Seaview number 1, welcome to become the owner of our Seaview number 1. Thank you. It's getting late now. Let's sign the contract first." Okay, Mr. Lin, your time is precious. I will take up your time. The contract is ready. Please take a look first. Lin Yifun took the house purchase contract that the other party had just drafted and read it from beginning to end. Sign the contract if you are sure there are no issues. Then he handed the 3 1-cent coins and 2 1-cent banknotes in the wallet to the person in charge, Huang Wanfei. There is only 1-cent note left in my wallet. I'll take 500 million in cash, and you can transfer the remaining 10 million directly. Okay, I'll give you the account. After taking over the bank account from Huang Wanfei, Lin Yifun transferred 10 million yuan to the other party's account through mobile banking. After Huang Wanfei received the purchase money, he handed over a diamond-shaped piece. Mr. Lin, this is the access card for all the rooms in your house. You can use this access card to set the password for the main door and the room door. Please keep it safe. We will help you with the property certificate and various formalities, and they will be placed at the property management office. You can pick them up whenever it is convenient for you. Also, the house has already been cleaned, and the furniture and appliances are all brand new. You only need to prepare your personal items before you can move in. Okay, thank you for your help. Lin Yifun took the diamond-shaped access card and played with it in his hand. It's no trouble, it's my duty. Huang Wanfei said with a smile, Mr. Lin, it's getting late, and it's time for dinner. I'll treat you to a welcome dinner on behalf of Seaview number 1 for Mr. Lin to become our owner. Thank you, Manager Huang, but my friend is still waiting for me. Let's go next time. I'll treat you next time. Manager Huang nodded. Okay, if Mr. Lin is busy, then we can talk later. I won't bother you anymore. After coming out of the meeting room, Lin Yifun took Su Youyou straight to the parking lot. Li Fei and Lu Xing were waiting next to Cullinan. Brother Yifun, thank you so much for what you did today. If it weren't for you, I don't know when I would be able to defeat Shanghai Jun. Li Fei spoke first. Lin Yifun smiled and gently punched Li Fei's chest, saying, Okay, if you really want to thank me, please treat us to a meal. I'm almost starving. Li Fei was stunned for a moment, then nodded happily. Okay. I happen to know of an authentic private restaurant nearby. It is said to be handed down from the royal chefs of the past. Let's go there. Lin Yifun laughed and said, Are you arguing with the private restaurant? When I was in your restaurant, you said you would take me to a private restaurant nearby. Now that we are in Lujiazui, you are saying you would take me to a private restaurant again. Li Fei touched his head and smiled embarrassedly. There is nothing I can do. I just like to satisfy my appetite. I am tired of eating food from big restaurants outside, so I especially like to find various private restaurants. Okay, let's go. Back to the parking lot of Seaview number 1, the three drove their own cars. Led by Li Fei, they drove to the private restaurant he mentioned. Because Li Fei and Lu Xing wanted to deepen their relationship with Lin Yifun, and Lin Yifun also felt that these two people were worth making friends with. As a result, the two sides got along more and more harmoniously. At the wine table in the private restaurant, Lin Yifun and Li Fei Lu Xing were toasting each other. Even Su Youyou couldn't escape this disaster. Li Fei specially ordered a bottle of Petrus red wine for her. The three of them chatted about all sorts of things, and because of their age and personality differences, their feelings quickly heated up without them noticing. After dinner, Lin Yifun and his friends, who had all been drinking, simply called a designated driver. When the three designated drivers arrived at the door of the private restaurant, Lin Yifun and three others also came out. Looking at the three luxury cars in front of him, the designated driver was not panicked. After all, as a designated driver in a place like Shanghai, it is inevitable that you will often encounter luxury car owners who ask you to drive for you. They drive this type of car more often, so they won't be as nervous as the designated drivers in small cities. I just started to be more careful when driving. Li Fei and Lu Xing's cars left one after another. Lin Yifun also took Su Youyou to sit in the back seat of Cullinan. Although Su Youyou drank half a bottle of red wine, she was not drunk at all. She was sitting in the car feeling a little nervous and uneasy. I don't know how Lin Yifun will arrange himself next. After all, when they were walking on the street after buying clothes, Lin Yifan said bluntly that he wanted to sleep with her. Now Lin Yifan has drunk some wine. If Lin Yifan really takes me to a hotel later, what should I do? She was in a state of confusion, as if she was awaiting the final judgment. Fortunately, Lin Yifan spoke at this time. Youyou, send your home address to the designated driver.
Ah.
Oh, okay. Youyou immediately told the designated driver the name of the apartment where she lived.
After the designated driver set up the navigation, the vehicle started steadily.
Lin Yifan rubbed his brows.
The half bottle of liquor he drank just now made his head feel dizzy. Youyou, let me lean on your shoulder for a moment.
I'll take a break first.
Remember to call me when I get to your house.
After saying that, without waiting for Youyou's reaction, he leaned his head on Youyou's shoulders. Smelling the faint fragrance of her hair, Lin Yifan closed his eyes and rested. When Lin Yifan's head rested on his shoulder, Youyou's whole body froze and her mind went blank. But after a while, when she saw Lin Yifan motionless, as if he was asleep, Youyou's body relaxed.
Is brother Yifan going to my house? This was the first thought that came to Youyou's mind.
My heart beat faster, my face turned red, and some scenes of what might happen next emerged in my mind involuntarily. She tilted her head and looked at Lin Yifan, who had fallen asleep on her shoulder, staring at him blankly for a while. Then he looked at the night view outside the car window, and his mind was full of thoughts. Youyou has been good-looking since she was a child and has no shortage of suitors. From studying to working, she only had one boyfriend during her freshman year. The guy was her first love. He could play the guitar and was also quite handsome. In the eyes of their classmates, the two of them are a perfect match. Chapter 29, Chapter 28, Youyou's embarrassment. Additional chapter for gifts from two book friends, Kegel and Handsome Guy. When dating, intimate things are inevitable between lovers. But Youyou was still young, too naive, and a little conservative during her college years. She is okay with holding hands, kissing, and even touching the buns. But the only bottom line that I adhere to is that my first time should be saved for the wedding night. So no matter how her first love boyfriend tried, he was firmly rejected by the naive Youyou. After the first love boyfriend tried again and again without success, he became so angry that he directly proposed to break up. He also said that Youyou didn't love him, so she was unwilling to give it to him. The breakup and her boyfriend's words made Youyou cry. At that time, she could never understand why her boyfriend, if he really loved her, would not wait until the sacred wedding night to have sex. Later, after entering society and growing older, her ideas became more mature. Only then did I understand why my boyfriend broke up with me. However, Youyou never regretted the breakup. Regardless of the breakup that was caused by me not giving him what he wanted. I chose to give myself to my first love, but we ended up breaking up. She will not regret it. After all, it is her own choice and there is nothing to regret. After work, due to the pressure of life in the city of Shanghai, Youyou took a part-time job as an anchor. Given Youyou's appearance, the live broadcast couldn't possibly be so bleak. In the past 2 months, many people have been willing to give her money, but all of them have their own ulterior motives. They would make requests after spending a little money, saying that if Youyou could agree, they would give Youyou a big gift. Although Youyou is no longer as conservative as she was in college, she will not harm herself for money. It is impossible to agree to someone's request just because they give you gifts. So people in the live broadcast room come and go, and leave and come back. They were replaced in batches, but none of them could be kept. Meeting Lin Yifan today was the first time she had met her big brother since she started live streaming 2 months ago. The reason for being willing to meet is simple: Lin Yifan has swiped too many times. When he offered to help, Youyou couldn't refuse. Of course, she could choose to reject Lin Yifan's request, or even quit the live broadcast industry with the 7 million. This money is enough for her to live a comfortable life. But she chose to meet and wanted to return more than 6 million. Who knew that Lin Yifan not only refused her idea of a refund, but also continued to buy her clothes and watches? Hundreds of thousands of dollars were spent on her. While waiting for a car on the roadside after buying clothes, Youyou asked Lin Yifan the purpose of spending money on her. Lin Yifan confessed to him that he wanted to sleep with her. Youyou did not resist this. Because ordinary girls, not all, at least the vast majority of girls. When such a huge sum of money comes down, it is impossible to resist. Some girls simply won't resist because the money is too much. For Youyou, money does play a small role in the reason, which she cannot deny with a clear conscience. After all, only with money can one have a better life. With so much money spent on her, it is nonsense for Su Youyou to say that she treats money as dirt. She is just an ordinary girl. But more importantly, it was because of Lin Yifan's various behaviors in front of her after they first met. It made her irresistible. Su Youyou also knows how the public views female anchors. As long as the money is right, there is no female anchor that he can't sleep with. She knows better. If Lin Yifan wanted it, he would give it to him. Then in Lin Yifan's mind, she became a girl that anyone could knock over with money. Became a woman who devoted herself to money. Lin Yifan would look down on her and only treat her as a toy to vent his desires. When Lin Yifan gets tired of her, he will dump her without any regrets. But Su Youyou had already thought about it and made a decision. As long as Lin Yifan wants it, she will willingly give him her first time. Even if Lin Yifan got tired of her and dumped her after a while, she would not regret this decision. Su Youyou sighed softly and stopped thinking about these things. If it really happens tonight, then just treat it as a dream. Because no matter whether he met Lin Yifan through the live broadcast or met Lin Yifan at other times, as long as I have a relationship with Lin Yifan. Given the disparity in their family backgrounds, anyone would only think that he went to Lin Yifan's bed for money. After all, even Su Youyou herself thinks that she is not worthy of a young and wealthy man like Lin Yifan. Two people are destined not to be together. But what made Su Youyou sad was that once they had sex tonight, she would become an unbearable woman in Lin Yifan's heart. This made her so sad that she felt a little breathless. But Su Youyou would not refuse such a thing. Because she didn't dare, couldn't bear to refuse Lin Yifan's request, and she didn't want to see Lin Yifan's disappointed eyes. The car drove steadily through the bustling night scene of Shanghai. Because of the vehicle's good sound insulation, the interior of the car is very quiet. Only when the street light flashed through the car window, that ray of light illuminated the two lines of clear tears on the girl's face inside the car window. The car slowly stopped at the foot of an apartment building, and Su Youyou quickly wiped the tears from her face. As soon as the designated driver turned around, Su Youyou immediately made a hushing gesture. The driver turned his head sensibly, sat obediently in the driving seat and waited quietly. Su Youyou stared at Lin Yifan, who was sleeping soundly, and tears welled up in her eyes again. After a long time, Su Youyou calmed down and put on a smiling face. She gently pushed Lin Yifan and said softly in his ear, "Brother Yifan, wake up. We are already downstairs where I live." Lin Yifan woke up dazedly. "Ah, we're here already." After saying that, he opened the car door and got out. When Su Youyou saw Lin Yifan getting out of the car, she was stunned for a moment, then she gritted her teeth, opened her own door and got out. After getting off the car, Su Youyou stood on the roadside in front of the apartment building where she rented. On the other side, Lin Yifan also walked around the vehicle and came to Su Youyou. Seeing Lin Yifan coming over, Su Youyou was about to lead the way to her home, but Lin Yifan hugged her in his arms. Su Youyou was startled by his sudden action. Who knew that after Lin Yifan kissed her smooth forehead, he said, "Youyou, I won't take you upstairs. I'm drunk and I'm so sleepy. I'll go back first. You should also go to bed early." After saying this, without waiting for Su Youyou to react, Lin Yifan squinted his drunken eyes, opened the passenger door, climbed in and closed the door. Then the car started slowly and disappeared at the end of the road, leaving Su Youyou disheveled in the wind. Su Youyou looked at the taillights of the receding car, her mind went blank, and she asked three soul-searching questions. Who I am? Where am I? What just happened? What's going on? What does it mean? I have been preparing myself mentally for so long that I am ready to satisfy Brother Yifan's ideas regardless of his opinion. In the end, the person ran away? Bro, what kind of method is this? Are all the methods used by you rich people so wild? Chapter 30 Chapter 29 Girlfriend Night Chat. This chapter is exclusively sponsored by the book Friend Handsome Guy. Or does my elder brother totally look down on me? Su Youyou fell into self-doubt, thinking of the scene just now and the images I had in my mind in the car. Su Youyou felt that her toes had dug out a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment on the ground out of embarrassment. Su Youyou's little face was now burning with embarrassment. Finally, she stomped her feet, covered her face in shame and ran back to her home. Lin Yifan returned to Shanghai Normal University and asked the designated driver to drive his car to a shopping mall parking lot not far from the school gate. After paying the designated driver fee and locking the car door, Lin Yifan returned to his dormitory and fell asleep. Even when I walked in, my roommate greeted me in a daze.
Lin Yifan slept soundly this time. But Su Youyou on the other side of the Shanghai Stock Exchange suffered from insomnia. After she went home and washed up, she tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. Sometimes she was so embarrassed that she covered her head with the quilt, and sometimes she felt she couldn't breathe and threw it away. Either he would get up, drink some water and then lie down again, or he would suddenly cover his face and scream in shame while daydreaming. Su Youyou struggled for more than an hour, and finally sat up suddenly and picked up the phone from the bedside table. I found a cute cartoon avatar on WeChat and made a voice call. After ringing for about 10 seconds, the call was finally connected. A woman's roar came from inside. Su Youyou, do you want to die? You called me in the middle of the night. Do you know that it is immoral to disturb people's sleep? If you don't want to sleep, others will. Su Youyou ignored her roar and said to the phone, Little Lily, I feel like I'm going crazy, please save me. On the other end, Su Youyou's best friend Chenli was woken up by her, and Chenli, who was very irritable after waking up, continued to roar. If you want to go crazy, stay away from me. Lily, I'm really going crazy, ah. Perhaps sensing something wrong in her best friend's tone, Chenli's sleepiness suddenly disappeared. He regained consciousness and asked quickly, What's wrong? What happened? Don't scare me. Tell me quickly. I'll give you some advice. Su Youyou calmed down and said quietly, I've been working as a part-time anchor every day after get off work recently. I know this. I watched your live broadcast in your live broadcast room before and accompanied you for a few days. Don't talk nonsense, just get to the point. What happened? Chenli interrupted Su Youyou and asked nervously. I met Big Brother yesterday. Then what? Big Brother gave me a gift. Isn't this normal? More than 17 million was spent. Only over 1,700. What? How much? Chenli's broken voice came from the phone, and Chenli sat up suddenly from the bed. She didn't react at first and subconsciously thought that someone had given Su Youyou more than 1,700 yuan. Suddenly I realized how many words I just heard. Su Youyou said weakly, more than 1,700, 10,000. Fuck, did you eat shit? Su Youyou was so annoyed, that's called stepping on dog shit. Oh, that's what I mean. Let's not talk about this for now. Is it really 17 million? Are you sure you weren't dreaming just now? Su Youyou said she was speechless about her best friend and she didn't want to talk anymore. Fuck, Youyou, you met a rich second generation, you are going to get rich, more than 17 million, how much can you get? Chenli on the other side also roughly knew Su Youyou's share of the live broadcast, and quickly calculated it in her mind. Suddenly he screamed again, oh my god, more than 7 million? Damn, Youyou, you became a millionaire overnight? Woohoo, if I had known that live streaming could make so much money, I should have done it. But it's not too late now. I'll place an order for the equipment now. Wow, I'm actually best friends with a millionaire. Ha ha ha, I'm so happy. Chenli was obviously a little confused by Su Youyou's sudden wealth. Youyou, this is a good thing, you should be happy. Why do I feel like you are not in the right state? You don't look like you have suddenly become rich. Are you really talking in your sleep? Su Youyou was too lazy to pay attention to her and said to herself, that Big Brother asked me to meet him today. You should go. They've given you so much money. What's wrong with meeting them? Chenli said disapprovingly. He said he didn't have good taste in clothes and asked me to help him choose clothes. As expected of Su Youyou's best friend, Chenli directly expressed Su Youyou's previous thoughts. Fuck, I gave you 17 million just to find someone to help you choose clothes? Then when he was shopping for clothes in Laputa, he also bought me clothes and bags worth more than 200,000 yuan. Chenli said she didn't know what to say. How come all the good things happened to her silly best friend? Then when he went to Patek Philippe to buy a watch, he wanted to give me a watch worth more than 2 million yuan, but I refused it. I didn't dare to accept it. Now Chenli finally caught up with the pace. Fuck, are you stupid? I gave you a watch worth millions for free and you don't want it? Is your brain filled with shit? Su Youyou rolled her eyes. She continued, he saw that I didn't want it because it was too expensive, so he chose a watch worth more than 200,000 yuan for me. What can Chenli say? Do fools have good fortune? People are rushing to give you things? Thinking of this, Chenli immediately asked, why is he so nice to you? Is it that intention? Since they were all adults, Shanley didn't hesitate and asked the key questions directly. This sentence reminded Su Youyou of the embarrassing scene when she got out of the car and had to dig out a 2-bedroom apartment. Instead of answering her bestie's question, she continued, after buying the watch, he took me to the 4S store to buy a car. Fuck, he's going to send you a car again? What does he want to do? Shanley felt a little scared when she heard this. No, he just bought himself a Cullinan. Shanley was in a mess. You bought a Cullinan? That's just one? Big sister, are you too proud or am I losing my grip on the knife? A luxury car worth 6 or 7 million, and you gave me just one? Su Youyou continued to speak calmly. When I was buying a car, I was humiliated by the girlfriend of a Gust owner. He immediately rushed over to protect me and went straight to the 4S shop owner to ask for an explanation, saying that either the Gust owner should get out, or he would not buy the car and leave. Shanley was completely infatuated with what she heard. Wow, what a man, so handsome, so manly. If there was a rich second-generation guy who treated me like this, I would be willing to die for him. What happened in the end? How did you deal with it in the end? Finally, the owner of the 4S shop came over to apologize and drove the two people away. Shanley suddenly realized that Su Youyou was still awake so late, and asked quickly, Youyou, you guys didn't come back after checking in? Chapter 31 Chapter 30 Roommates. This chapter is exclusively sponsored by my book friend Handsome Guy. No, after buying the car, he took me to buy a house. A young master like him would buy a mansion worth at least tens of millions, right? He went to Lujiazui. What the hell? The Lujiazui at the Oriental Pearl Tower? Yes, I bought Seaview 1 next to Thompson 1. Shanley was speechless again. Su Youyou was still slowly explaining, and he's the king of building too. Shanley was startled. Shit, today's news said that a mysterious tycoon spent more than 500 million yuan to buy the best building in Seaview number 1 at an auction. Could it be? Yes, it's him. Just keep this to yourself. Don't tell anyone else. Fuck, what kind of rich young master is this? Wait, Youyou, quickly calculate, how much money has he spent since he came to your live studio yesterday? Su Youyou recalled and roughly estimated in her mind, and said, it's about 550 million, of which the house accounts for 510 million. From last night to tonight. In 24 hours, 550 million yuan was spent. What else can I say? Rich and inhumane? Shanley still raised the most concerned question, then, did you sleep? I asked him why he was so nice to me, and he said, he wanted to sleep with me. It's worth it to sleep with such a rich young man. If it were me, I would hope he would sleep with me. Youyou, congratulations, you're going to be a rich young lady soon. It would be best if you could get him right away so that you can get married with a baby. But he just left after he dropped me off at home. What? This reversal caught Shanley off guard. Can you talk without panting? The two were silent for a while. Shanley said hesitantly, he doesn't like you? Then Shanley started talking to herself on the other end of the phone again. But it's true. This rich young man has seen all kinds of women. How could he possibly fall for ordinary girls like us? But you shouldn't. He spent so much money on you. It's impossible for you to refuse the meat that is right in front of you. Is his sexual orientation abnormal? Or is he not good at that? Shanley immediately turned on detective mode and started saying all kinds of lewd things. Su Youyou could only remain silent. Even she still couldn't figure out what Lin Yifan meant to him. So I lost sleep. Shanley smiled bitterly and said, Sister, don't just say you have insomnia now, even I have insomnia. My mind is in a mess now, and I won't be able to sleep tonight. Su Youyou smiled mischievously and said, No wonder I feel much better now that I can speak it out. So what are you going to do? Su Youyou shook her head. I don't know. Just let it be. Don't think too much about it. What is coming will come. Yes, the best way to deal with this situation is to let nature take its course. The two were silent for a while. Su Youyou said, Okay, let's go to sleep. After saying that, Su Youyou hung up the phone, turned off her cell phone, turned off the lights and went to bed. Shanley on the other end was stunned when she saw the voice message being hung up. It took him a while to react, and he called Su Youyou again angrily. After calling for a long time without any response, she directly dialed Su Youyou's number. Hello, the user you dialed has been turned off. Shanley was stunned when she heard this voice. Then a woman's roar was heard from a room.
Su Youyou, you bastard, you made me lose sleep, and you actually went to sleep by yourself. I curse you to never have a GC in your life. Asshole, stinky woman, you're making me so mad. Early the next morning, Lin Yifan, who had a very comfortable sleep, opened his eyes refreshed. Fuck. Lin Yifan was so frightened by the scene that he almost rolled off the bed, blurting out a Chinese quintessence. You are sick. What are you three doing lying in front of my bed so early in the morning? You scared me to death. Looking at the three roommates in front of me, Lin Yifan, who had digested the original owner's memories, was no stranger to them. The thin man on the left wearing a pair of black-framed glasses is Situ 1. He is the second oldest in the dormitory and a legendary academic master. His score for admission to the normal university is several tens of points higher than Lin Yifan's. The rebellious young man in the middle, wearing high-end branded clothes, is called Xiao Hongwei. My family is in business and has some assets. Because he repeated his senior year of high school, he was the oldest in their dormitory and the eldest in rank. The boy on the right with a sly smile on his face is called Du Jin. He is the youngest and the fourth oldest. Lin Yifan is the third oldest student in their dormitory. There are 4 people in their dormitory, and they have 4 completely different personalities. But the 4 of them have a very good relationship. The eldest son, Xiao Hongwei, had the best family background among the 4 because his family was in the construction business. He was very generous to his 3 roommates and never stingy. My hobby is picking up girls, and I like to flirt with pretty senior and junior students when I see them. A typical playboy. The second son, Situ 1, is a quiet person in front of outsiders. But in front of familiar people, such as in the dormitory, he will show his introverted side. But this guy is very good at studying. Whenever anyone in the dormitory has problems with their studies, he will take the initiative to help. The fourth child, Du Jin, is a funny guy with a cheerful personality. I love games and am a game fanatic. But he is a bad guy and likes to drag 3 other people in the dormitory to play together. The other 3 were so excited that they got a headache when they saw him shouting about playing games. Old 3, something is wrong. Something is very wrong with you. Xiao Hongwei, the head of the dormitory, shook his head inside. Lin Yifan woke up and was frightened by them. His heart was still beating wildly. He sat up from the bed and put on his clothes. What's wrong with your father? Xiao Hongwei tugged at Lin Yifan's clothes and said to Situ Wen and Du Jin, take a look, do you recognize the brand of this clothing? The 2 never paid attention to these things and shook their heads. Xiao Hongwei grinned. This is Laputa, do you understand, country bumpkins? A piece of clothing costs over 10,000 yuan. Then Xiao Hongwei took Lin Yifan's left hand and showed the watch to the 2 of them. Do you know what brand of watch this is? Patek Philippe. I was shocked when I saw it this morning. I searched online and found out that it's worth more than 2 million renminbi. Du Jin was so shocked that he jumped up and shouted, fuck, third brother, are you rich? How can you afford such expensive clothes? Lin Yifan broke free from Xiao Hongwei's grasp and said disdainfully, it's not okay for me to be kept by a rich woman. Didn't you see that Dad didn't come home last night? He must have gone to get a room with the rich woman, and it was a 5-star hotel. Xiao Hongwei glanced at Lin Yifan's not-so-strong body. Stop talking nonsense to your father. Do you think I will believe you? With your body, it's better to support you than to support the elderly. Tell us what's going on. If you don't, we won't cooperate with you in your acting. Lin Yifan pretended to be indifferent and said, it's nothing. I'm an orphan. Someone came to me yesterday and said that I was their lost child and wanted to take me to do a paternity test. Chapter 32 Chapter 31 Continue to lose money. This was the reason Lin Yifan thought of to explain the source of his funds to others after he went to the bank to deposit the money, and he made up a false story of being wealthy. No matter how ridiculous the story is, just insist that it is true. Otherwise, if I suddenly became so rich, there would be really no other excuse to explain it. What's the result? Is it really your family? Xiao Hongwei asked hurriedly with concern. I don't know if it's true or not, but the identification result shows that the match is as high as 99.99%. Lin Yifan got up and rinsed his mouth, mumbling something in reply. Du Jin came over and leaned against the wall and asked Lin Yifan curiously, what happened next? Did you return to your roots? Lin Yifan spat out the foam from his mouth and shook his head. No, I couldn't accept a parent suddenly showing up. I said I needed to calm down first, so they didn't force me.
They just took me shopping. So the clothes and watch you're wearing were all bought for you by your parents?
Lin Yifan nodded and said, not only that, he also bought me a car.
What car? Mercedes? BMW? Or Audi?
Du Jin's eyes lit up when he heard the car.
Xiao Hongwei patted Du Jin on the back of his head and said angrily, can you be more promising? Since the third child's parents can buy him a watch worth millions, do you think he can only buy a car worth hundreds of thousands?
Lin Yifan couldn't help but sigh that Xiao Hongwei was really smart. Seeing the two of them eagerly waiting for him to reveal the answer, he had no choice but to say, it's a Cullinan.
Fuck. Was she?
The three of them gasped.
A rich man wants to support me. My request is not high.
Just lend me your car for 2 days so I can pick up girls. Du Hongwei's first thought was that he had a luxury car and could pick up girls. At this time, Situ-1, who had been silent, had a constipated expression on his face and hesitantly interrupted.
Well, if Lao San's ex-girlfriend knew that Lao San was so rich, she would probably regret it to death.
Xiao Hongwei and Du Jin were stunned, and they exchanged glances.
It was as if they were discussing whether or not to kill this thing with high IQ and low EQ. Why mention your ex-girlfriend when there are so many things to say?
I really don't know what to say, so just shut up.
Have you forgotten what Lin Yifan looked like when school started?
The desperate look he showed after the breakup made the three of them worried for a long time. Now that Lin Yifan finally seems to be a little more normal, if I wasn't paying attention, this unfortunate kid would open his wounds again. But unfortunately, Lin Yifan didn't have any feelings for the original owner's ex-girlfriend.
He smiled faintly and said, what's there to regret?
You make it sound like they were after money. At the beginning, I had no money, but they still chose me. It's just that now they have recognized the reality.
Yes, the past is the past, don't mention it. Yes, third brother, you have become rich now. How are you going to reward us brothers tonight?
Xiao Hongwei and Du Jin didn't know whether Lin Yifan had really let it go or was just pretending, so they quickly changed the subject. Situ-1 also realized later that he had said the wrong thing again and chose to hide aside and keep silent.
Lin Yifan waved his hand and said proudly, Dad will bleed a lot tonight and treat his sons to a good meal. Xiao Hongwei's eyes lit up, and various delicious foods from big hotels appeared in his mind. Who knew that Lin Yifan's words would bring him back to reality?
Please have some delicious food and some beer, any price under 100 yuan. Xiao Hongwei and Du Jin looked at each other. Then the two rolled their eyes at Lin Yifan and exited the group chat cursing.
Stop wasting time. Class is about to start. Hurry up.
Du Jin urged them, and the four of them quickly put their clothes and tidied their beds. Lin Yifan had just finished making half of the bed. Suddenly I remembered that Xiao Hongwei, Du Jin, and I are not from the same major.
I don't have classes this morning. Fuck, what are you doing? I don't have any classes in the morning.
After saying that, Lin Yifan threw away the quilt and lazily lay back on the bed. Lin Yifan saw that Situ-1, who was sitting across from him, had already changed his clothes, and asked in confusion, second brother, why are you dressed so neatly? You and the other two are not in the same profession. I'm going to buy breakfast.
Situ-1 replied, holding his rumbling stomach.
Lin Yifan was cheered up.
That's great. Bring one for me, too. Yours is on me.
After saying that, he took out his cell phone and transferred 30 yuan to Situ-1. It's not that Lin Yifan is stingy, but he is unwilling to transfer more money to Situ-1.
If he transferred too much, Situ-1 would not want him. On the contrary, it feels like you are throwing money at people, which can easily lead to misunderstandings and hurt feelings.
Treating roommates to meals and drinks happens frequently among roommates, and no one thinks much of it.
After the three of them left the dormitory, Lin Yifan opened the Youyou app he downloaded yesterday and registered an account.
After thinking about it, I chose a vague name, then opened the recharge interface to prepare to recharge. The task of squandering money is long and arduous, and there is no room for slacking off.
Have to work hard to seize the time to spend money.
Looking at the recharge limit of Youyou, the largest recharge amount is 50 million. This made Lin Yifan feel that Youyou was really courageous and considerate. Whether you can afford to recharge 50 million is your business, but setting the recharge limit of 50 million is my business. Even if you users cannot use it, it has nothing to do with me. Lin Yifan recharged twice comfortably, and 100 million funds were transferred to the balance of his Youyou account.
The next step is to find an anchor. What kind of anchor should I look for?
Thinking of this, Lin Yifan's mind appeared Su Youyou's figure, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly.
MMP, I will never look for a woman like Su Youyou this time no matter what. It is simply a stumbling block on the road to ruining one's family. This time I must find an anchor who can accept all orders.
The young anchor had never seen the world and didn't dare to take the money.
Then just find a big anchor yourself. This kind of anchor has seen the world and won't be so startled.
Looking at the various game sections at the top of the interface, I thought about how I often play King of Glory.
Just click to enter the King's Anchor section.
The first live broadcast room on the homepage is owned by a girl, and judging from the photo she has a baby face. But those two huge ones formed a sharp contrast with the baby face.
Lin Yifan couldn't help but click into the live broadcast room. More than 4,000 viewers watched the live broadcast online.
The interface shows that the anchor is playing a game, and the anchor's face is shown in the lower right corner. Looking at the host in the camera, the two lumps kept rising and falling because of the movements when playing the game.
I looked at the hostess name. 2 words, simple and crude, it's called Baby Face. This name. It's so direct and vivid, as if he's afraid that others don't know. It keeps scrolling on the public screen. Most of them typed the 2 words your own.
Or they would be all kinds of exclamations like wow, awesome 666, etc.
The game interface showed that the anchor was caught and killed by 2 opponents. Chapter 33 Chapter 32 Give Ton Yen How Brush.
The anchor with a childlike face put down her phone and looked up at the screen to interact with the audience. Her baby face was wearing black framed glasses and a white t-shirt with a smiley face on it. The smiling face on the clothes was obviously deformed, and both eyes were stretched to the sides. Lin Yifan opened the most expensive title without saying anything.
The Emperor of 200,000.
Seeing the sudden reminder of the newly opened emperor on the public screen, the host's childish mouth opened slightly.
Surprised and thanked, wow, thank you brother Piumiao for giving me the Emperor of Tonyan, thank you brother.
Lin Yifan clicked on the gifts and found the most expensive one, a Ferris wheel worth 5,000. Since this gift can be given in multiples, a maximum of 10 gifts can be given at one time.
Lin Yifan selected 10 and clicked Send Gift.
A line of words appeared on the public screen.
Emperor Piumiao gave King of Glory anchor Ton Yen a Ferris wheel 10. Thank you brother for the 10 Ferris wheels. Thank you, big brother. Ton Yen was extremely surprised.
Although she was considered the top female anchor in the King section, her usual turnover for a live broadcast was only tens of thousands. I didn't expect that a rich man would suddenly appear today. A new level 1 account entered her live broadcast room and first opened a 200,000 King account, and then bought a 50,000 Ferris wheel. But this was just the beginning, and Ton Yen's public screen never stopped showing up.
Emperor Piumiao gave King of Glory anchor Ton Yen a Ferris wheel 20. Emperor Piumiao gave King of Glory anchor Ton Yen a Ferris wheel 50. Emperor Piumiao gave King of Glory anchor Ton Yen a Ferris wheel 100. Emperor Piumiao gave King of Glory anchor Ton Yen a Ferris wheel 200. Emperor Piumiao gave King of Glory anchor Ton Yen a Ferris wheel 400.
When Lin Yifan pressed the button 40 times and sent out 400 Ferris wheels, the full channel announcement appeared on the public screen again. Emperor Piumiao was promoted to Super God Emperor in the live broadcast room of King of Glory anchor Ton Yen. In Ton Yan's live broadcast room, everyone including Ton Yen was stunned. Everyone witnessed with their own eyes that a small account was used in Ton Yen's live broadcast room in just 3 minutes. First he became the emperor, and then he became a super god emperor who was more dazzling than the emperor. The emperor only needs 150,000 to be activated, while the super god emperor must accumulate 2 million within the specified time before he can be automatically upgraded.
Ton Yen didn't care about playing games at this moment.
She threw her phone aside and patted her chest excitedly, causing her breasts to tremble.
Wow, thank you brother Piumiao for sending me 400 Ferris wheels.
Brother Piumiao, I will send you my WeChat now, please add me. Lin Yifan smiled and typed, wait, don't argue, wait until I finish giving out the gifts. After sending it, Lin Yifan completely ignored the sudden surge in the number of people in the live broadcast room and the various surprises on the public screen.
Keep clicking and giving gifts like a ruthless machine. Emperor Piumiao gave King of Glory anchor Ton Yen a Ferris wheel 500. Emperor Piumiao gave King of Glory anchor Ton Yen a Ferris wheel 1000. Emperor Piumiao gave King of Glory anchor Ton Yen a Ferris wheel 2000. Emperor Piumiao gave King of Glory anchor Ton Yen a Ferris wheel 3000. Emperor Piumiao gave King of Glory anchor Ton Yen a Ferris wheel 4000. Emperor Piumiao gave King of Glory anchor Ton Yen a Ferris wheel 5000. Emperor Piumiao gave King of Glory anchor Tong Yan a Ferris wheel 6000.
Lin Yifan first tapped with one finger, but thought it was too slow, so he switched to tapping the screen with his index and middle fingers in turn. This time the speed doubled. After feeling tired of tapping with two fingers, Lin Yifan switched to tapping with one finger. After clicking 600 times in just a few minutes, Lin Yifan finally stopped his cramped hands. When the number of Ferris wheels in the live broadcast room reached 1,000, a large number of viewers had already poured into Tong Yan's live broadcast room. Even the official management was alarmed. When the official management saw the abnormal data in the live broadcast room, they thought there was some live broadcast accident. He hurried to Tong Yan's live broadcast room. More than 100,000 people crowded into Tong Yan's live broadcast room, instantly flooding Tong Yan's public screen. Countless anchors and fans came to worship the rich man. When the number of Ferris wheels reached 6,000, the entire platform was boiling. Just the day before yesterday, a super rich man appeared on Youyou, who spent more than 17 million in 1 hour. I didn't expect that Youyou would break the record again today, and the same rich man came from nowhere. In 10 minutes or so, 6,000 Ferris wheels were swiped, which is equivalent to 30 million Namibian dollars in Chinese currency. Some people speculated whether this Piumiao was the rich man who was on Youyou the day before yesterday and was taking a leisurely walk. Otherwise, why would two wealthy people with such similar styles of doing things appear in such a short period of time? They all enter the live broadcast room and first open the highest rank, then give out gifts worth the largest amount, starting with tens of millions? If Piumiao and Sha are the same person, then who is this person? There are also many people who think that these two accounts are not the same person, and Piumiao was stimulated by Xiaoshizu's playing style on Youyou. I decided to compete with him, so I made a small account to break his record. But no matter what, these two lavish events changed the style of all live broadcast rooms for a period of time afterwards. Those new accounts that had no sense of existence in the past, after these two incidents, caused those anchors to become excited as soon as they saw the new accounts. I thought he was a potential wealthy man and tried every means to please him. Seeing this situation, some tourists registered new accounts to tease the anchor. Many new anchors were fooled and deceived. Lin Yifan had just spent 30 million on Tong Yan when Situan came back after buying breakfast. Lin Yifan hurriedly said in the live broadcast room, "Host, I'm going to have breakfast first. I'll add you on WeChat later." Before she could react, she left the live broadcast room with a look of surprise on her face. Lin Yifan put down his phone, took the two meat buns that Situan threw to him, finished them in just a few bites, wiped his mouth, lay back on the bed and opened a Tiger Bud cigarette. After finishing his meal, Situan said hello to Lin Yifan while holding his textbook and went to the library. The dormitory fell silent again. Lin Yifan never thought that one day, spending money would be as urgent as going to work in the morning. If it wasn't for the purpose of bringing more money back to his original time and space, and returning to his unborn child, he really wanted to lie down and stop working hard. Returning to the King section, Lin Yifan is looking for a new female anchor. As for the baby face, 30 million has been spent on it. Lin Yifan had no plans to continue brushing her for the time being. Swipe the screen a few times. A live broadcast room with the Title 5 Season 100 Star King, peak game 2300-point technical female anchor online with fans caught Lin Yifan's attention. Nowadays, if a female entertainment anchor can reach 2,300 points, it proves that she has real talent. The peak competition is different from the ranked competition. Since you can only play solo in the peak competition, you can only rely on yourself if you want to rank up. Lin Yifan clicked on the title, wanting to see the host's ability. Chapter 34, Chapter 33, another 40 million. Who knew that he would cause a sensation as soon as he entered the live broadcast room? Wow, isn't this the big brother in the child-faced live broadcast room just now? Youyou, stop playing games. A rich man has come from heaven. You are going to be famous. It's over. Youyou is going to fall too. Lin Yifan ignored the public screen message and focused all his attention on the game. This anchor named Youyou plays the jungle role of Bird Girl. After watching for a while, Lin Yifan found that her skills and awareness were really amazing. When clearing the jungle, she always keeps an eye on the situations in the three lanes. Although the two sides did not fight, she seemed to be able to foresee what would happen next. Often when jungling, they would suddenly abandon the half-blooded jungler and rush towards a certain road. When she was about to arrive, she saw that fighting had broken out on the road she was heading to. Just when the two sides were fighting fiercely, her bird sister used a big move and rushed straight towards the opponent. With a set of skills, he easily killed the opponent. Lin Yifan also noticed that Youyou was particularly careful about her vision.
As long as she doesn't catch anyone, she won't expose herself to the other party's sight. This is the awareness that only experts have.
It seems that Youyou is a real master among female players.
She didn't get her peak score of 2,300 by asking someone to play for her.
After killing an opponent, Youyou glanced at the screen out of habit. I found that the public screen in my live broadcast room was going crazy. While controlling the hero in the game to return to the city, she quickly glanced at the situation in the live broadcast room. When I saw a golden emperor icon flashing in the VIP seats, I was stunned.
Piao Miao? Is this the super rich man who just spent 30 million in the female anchor's live broadcast room? He actually ran to his own live broadcast room? Youyou immediately greeted them warmly. Brother Piao Miao, welcome to Youyou's live broadcast room. Do you want to play games? I can accompany you to the star.
Lin Yifan typed, I'm still in the diamond rank, so I can't match with you guys in the Glory King rank. Youyou saw the message on the public screen and said with a smile, don't worry, big brother, I have accounts of all ranks, and I can change accounts at any time to play with you.
I don't have time to play now.
I'll find you to play together when I have time.
Okay, I'll send my WeChat to you in a private message, and you can add me. When you want to play, send me a message. I'll be online anytime.
Okay, I'll pay the fare first. Lin Yifan opened the gift box and the Ferris wheel began to take off.
Emperor Piao Miao gave King of Glory anchor Youyou a Ferris wheel 100. Emperor Piao Miao gave King of Glory anchor Youyou a Ferris wheel 1000. Emperor Piao Miao gave King of Glory anchor Youyou a Ferris wheel 5000. Emperor Piao Miao gave King of Glory anchor Youyou a Ferris wheel 8000.
When the number of Ferris wheels reached 8,000, Lin Yifan stopped.
40 million has been swiped.
When Lin Yifan started giving away the Ferris wheel in Youyou's live broadcast room, people started to come into Youyou's live broadcast room crazily. They all came here for the account Piao Miao.
Youyou initially thought that the fair Lin Yifan was talking about was a few Ferris wheels.
Because in her opinion, Tong Yan might be the anchor he was protecting, so she gave Tong Yan 6,000 Ferris wheels. After swiping the money, Lin Yifan probably didn't have much money left in his pocket. After all, 30 million was spent at once, which is not a small amount of money even for the wealthy second generation. But as the number of views Lin Yifan swiped in his own live broadcast room increased, and in the end even surpassed the number of views he swiped in Tong Yan's live broadcast room, Youyou was stunned.
Isn't Tong Yan the anchor he is protecting? Did you just spend 30 million just because you liked the person? How rich is this young master? He is throwing money around everywhere. 70 million have been swiped in the morning alone.
Seeing that Lin Yifan finally stopped, Youyou hurriedly thanked him excitedly, thank you for the reward, big brother Piao Miao, you were so powerful and domineering. The audience in the live broadcast room was also stunned.
What level of rich man is this? How much assets does his family have? How can he squander it like this? Boss, do you need a stone lion at the entrance of your mansion? I can squat at the entrance of your house as a guardian beast. This is the so-called fare? Whose fleet charges so much for boarding?
40 million, this is a lifelong dream that I have never been able to achieve, but it is enough for an ordinary person to buy a house, a car, and get married. Not to mention the hustle and bustle in Youyou's live broadcast room. At this time, in another live broadcast room in the King section, Tong Yan didn't even play the game. I looked at the gift-giving information displayed on the public screen from time to time with a dazed look on my face, and I was dumbfounded. The super rich brother just finished brushing in his own live broadcast room, and now he runs to someone else's live broadcast room to brush? I've brushed more than I have here. If I had found a way to keep him in my live broadcast room, wouldn't all these gifts be mine? Thinking of this, Tong Yan felt a sense of loss in her heart. At the same time, there is a feeling of losing blood. Someone exclaimed on the public screen of Tong Yan's live broadcast room. This Piao Miao is too good at spending money. He just spent 30 million from Tong Yan and then turned around and spent another 40 million from Youyou. Who is Youyou? Is she more important than Tong Yan? She can even make the rich man Piao Miao spend more in his live broadcast room than Tong Yan. Tong Yan also saw this message. She suddenly felt anxious and worried. Could it be that Youyou was really older than her? Who knew that an audience who had watched Youyou's live broadcast would immediately explain it on the public screen? This has nothing to do with her body shape. Youyou has a normal body shape, not as big as a baby face. But Youyou has been the 100-star king for several consecutive seasons, and her peak score is also very high. Piao Shanghai must have been attracted by Youyou's skills. It seems that babyface is out of the question. The rich don't look at the group but the gaming skills. That's right, when it comes to balls, Tong Yan is 10 blocks ahead of Youyou, but when it comes to skills, Youyou beats Tong Yan. It's over. Tong Yan is going to fall out of favor. Tong Yan felt uncomfortable after reading these words. She secretly vowed to work hard on her skills after the broadcast. Try to gain the favor of the wealthy in this regard. At the same time, you also have to be more proactive and find a way to take down the rich guy. With these two approaches, I don't believe anyone can compete with me. After coming out of Youyou's live broadcast room, Lin Yifan entered the entertainment section. He randomly found a dance host and watched a dance that he performed specially for him. He gave all the remaining 29.85 million in his bag to the dancing female anchor. Just when Lin Yifan was broadcasting on Youyou on the YY platform also started broadcasting. She submitted her resignation email to the company early in the morning and agreed to hand over her work and go through the resignation procedures the next day. Fortunately, she is only an assistant accountant, and the company can find someone to replace her job at any time, so she does not need to apply for resignation in advance. This is also the reason why Youyou wants to further her studies. Junior accountants can only work as assistant accountants in the company, doing the most tedious tasks. Chapter 35 Chapter 34 The Four Kings in Youyou's live broadcast room. She could be replaced at any time, so she decided to improve herself. She has already made plans. After resigning, she will enroll in an accounting training class to continue her studies. You can continue live streaming at the same time without any delay. In Youyou's live broadcast room, Chenli came to live broadcast with her bestie today with panda eyes. Of course, Chenli scolded Youyou early in the morning. It was her fault that she had caused her to lose sleep last night. In the end, he succumbed to Youyou's barrage of snacks and meals, and chose to forgive Youyou's abominable behavior. As soon as Youyou started broadcasting, dozens of loyal fans flocked into the live broadcast room, and small gifts flew everywhere. Youyou smiled and thanked the fans who sent her gifts one by one. She did not look down on these small gifts just because she had 7 million in her card. While interacting with fans in the live broadcast room, she was tuning the guzheng. A conspicuous entrance prompt appeared on the public screen of the live broadcast room, and a king named Kai, Phantom Collector of Scrap, entered the live broadcast room. Youyou looked at the familiar name on the vest and immediately thought of who had come to the live broadcast room. Quickly greeted happily. "Welcome, Brother Phantom. Isn't Brother Phantom busy today?" Youyou was smart enough not to call Li Fei by his real name in the live broadcast room. When the fans in the live broadcast room saw the king come in as soon as the host started the broadcast, they all sighed that Youyou was really going to stand up. Some well-informed fans recognized the king number. Isn't this the super rich brother of Lemon's family? Why did he come to Youyou's place? Is Lemon not broadcasting? Maybe Big Brother has fallen in love with someone else and fallen in love with Youyou? He. Didn't Phantom Tycoon come to Youyou's live broadcast room the day before yesterday to watch the fun? Maybe he took a fancy to Youyou and came here specially to support you today. Strange, why didn't Brother Xiaosa come to Youyou's live broadcast room today? How can such super rich people have the time to use live streaming platforms every day? They just do it for entertainment. Do you think they are the same as us? The person who drove a phantom to collect junk was Li Fei, the owner of the Rolls-Royce shop. I said before that I would come to support Youyou. I just saw that Youyou's live broadcast had started, so I ran in immediately. Haha, Youyou, it's not like you don't know me. I don't need to worry about the store's affairs. I just visit customers and run around in the market when I have nothing to do. I came here immediately after seeing your live broadcast. Youyou smiled sweetly in front of the camera. Thank you, Brother Phantom, for your support. I promised you yesterday to introduce Lemon to you. I'll ask her to come to your live studio to get to know her. You can follow each other and connect more often in the future. Youyou nodded quickly, okay. While typing and chatting in Youyou's live broadcast room, Li Fei was also privately sending messages to his anchor Lemon on WeChat. Let her come to Youyou's live broadcast room to get to know the host. He also specifically told her to be more proactive and enthusiastic, saying that this was an anchor who was favored by a wealthy man who was even more powerful than him, so she shouldn't take it lightly. While the two were chatting, several more king accounts entered the live broadcast room, and Youyou quickly welcomed them.
Welcome brother Lu Jiafei to the Youyou live broadcast room. Welcome scalper brother to the Youyou live broadcast room. Welcome grocery store brother to the Youyou live broadcast room. Youyou warmly welcomed everyone one by one and was delighted to see so many king brothers coming in at once. This should be the friend brought by brother Li Fei, Youyou guessed in her heart. Indeed, after seeing Youyou's live broadcast start, Li Fei sent a message in their group. He said that brother Yifun's show had started and asked them to come and support him. A few people in the group who were not busy rushed over after seeing the message, and happened to run into Li Fei and Youyou chatting in the live broadcast room. Lu Jiafei, Youyou, do you still remember me? Youyou thought for a moment, looked at the word Lu on his vest, and a light bulb suddenly lit up in her head, and she asked happily, "Are you brother Xing?" Lu Xing gave a snickering expression, "Smart, you guessed it right away." Other kings were also typing on the public screen. "I am a scalper and I am proud. Wow, this is the lady that Xiaosa brother likes, so beautiful, no wonder Xiaosa brother is willing to spend tens of millions." Grocery store, let's not talk about anything else, let's get some spaceships on board for brother Xiaosha's mistress. After saying that, the grocery store gave Youyou 20 spaceships. This action alerted several kings, and the rest of them sent spaceships to Youyou as a gift. The minimum number is 20. Lu Xing got 30 of them, and Li Fei got 50 of them directly. Just these 4 kings swiped 120 spaceships at once, bringing Youyou millions of dollars in revenue. This scene scared Chenli, Youyou's best friend who was accompanying her in the live broadcast room. Millions in turnover. My best friend has earned over 400,000 in just this short period of time? This money is so easy to make. My best friend just said hello to others in front of the camera and earned more money than I could earn in a year. Just after the gifts were given out, a host account entered the live broadcast room. Li Fei took the initiative to greet her. "Lemon, this is the anchor Youyou I told you about. You two should get to know each other and take care of each other during the live broadcasts in the future." Lemon was the first to type, "Hello Youyou, my name is Lemon, nice to meet you, I'll follow you." Youyou quickly said politely, "Okay, let's follow each other and take care of each other in the future." Just as the two of them were following each other, another anchor account entered the room. It was Lu Xing who called in the anchor Ling Mengzi whom he was protecting. In the minds of Li Fei and Lu Xing, Youyou is the anchor that Lin Yifan has his eyes on. No matter how far the two can go, at least they have a good relationship now. For the two who want to curry favor with Lin Yifan, taking the female companion route is also a good choice. So he took the initiative to call his anchor over to get to know Youyou, which was another way to enhance his relationship with Lin Yifan. After the two anchors followed Youyou, they greeted Youyou. He said that they would play together online later when the show started, and then left Youyou's live broadcast room. Youyou chatted with several kings for a while. Let us start today's live broadcast by playing the Guzheng. Li Fei and others would occasionally send a spaceship to liven up the atmosphere. After playing 2 songs, Youyou started to connect to the microphone randomly. This is the daily live broadcast of every anchor. But I didn't expect that this series would connect with a big anchor. Opposite is a dancing female anchor. After the two were connected, the female anchor on the other side was interested in Youyou because of her pretty face and delicate features. When discussing the penalty for winning or losing a PK, just say that the losing party will perform the tofu grinding trick until the penalty time is over. The dance host on the opposite side is not weak at all. From the PK value, you can tell that the opponent is a small anchor, and she has a big brother in her live broadcast room now. It's rare to meet such a beautiful anchor, so naturally I have to tease the female anchor on the opposite side to please my big brother. When Youyou heard the other party say that he wanted to grind tofu, she subconsciously wanted to refuse. After all, she has been live streaming for more than 2 months, so Youyou still knows what grinding tofu is. Chapter 36 Chapter 35 The penalty for losing. But she didn't want to do that. Unexpectedly, the other host changed his expression instantly and asked Youyou if she couldn't afford to play. If she couldn't afford to play, she shouldn't come out to PK. Li Fei and others in the live broadcast room also got angry when they heard this. He typed directly in the live broadcast room, indicating that Youyou should take over this PK. With the encouragement of Li Fei and others, Youyou finally hesitated for a moment and accepted the PK. The next step is to determine the winner based on how many gifts each side gives. The opposing anchor begins to canvass for votes in his own live broadcast room. On the other hand, Youyou just sat quietly in the chair watching the performance opposite. The big brother on the opposite side immediately destroyed 10 spaceships at the beginning. After that, he thought he had won the game. Even the female anchor on the other side thought she had won for sure and could give her big brother a chance to admire the pretty girls and tease her. The kings on Su Youyou's side began to exert their strength. Li Fei and his other 3 companions each boarded 5 spaceships. In an instant, the number of votes was twice that of the opponent, which directly pushed the opponent's PK bar to the bottom. The host on the other side was stunned when he saw this situation.
What's going on? Isn't she a small anchor? Are the young anchors nowadays so fierce?
When the big brother on the opposite side saw that the PK bar was suppressed, his face suddenly turned ugly.
It seems like we've run into a tough guy.
He gritted his teeth and immediately spawned another 20 spaceships to get the PK bar back up. The dance host was instantly happy when he saw the big brother take action again and turn the situation around. In the live broadcast room, he kept praising his elder brother for his might and dominance. However, they did not expect that Su Youyou had 4 kings on his side. Seeing that the other side was not giving in, Li Fei and his men simply boarded dozens of spaceships each. The number of votes for this game will be directly increased to more than 10 million. Seeing this despairing number of votes, the host on the other side turned pale. And the big brother in the live broadcast room was even more desperate.
He is just a little king, and he usually makes tens of millions of dollars for fun.
The money I saved for today's PK was from my pocket money, and I wanted to show off in front of the host. He made a bold statement to the anchor in the live broadcast room, saying that he would lead the anchor to win 20 PK games in a row.
I thought that with the more than 300,000 pocket money I had saved, I could easily win 20 PK games in a row? The first few PKs were indeed won easily.
It may cost a few hundred or $1,000 at least, or even a few $1,000s at most, to defeat the opponent. After a few PKs, I saw that I still had so much money in my balance. In order to show off in front of his anchor, the big brother simply used 10 spaceships when connecting with Su Youyou.
Who knew that I would run into Su Youyou by chance?
And it just so happened that Li Fei and a few other rich second-generation people were in Su Youyou's live broadcast room. This time he hit the wall and was taught a lesson. The female anchor on the opposite side was still struggling, acting coquettishly and cutely in the live broadcast room, trying hard to canvass votes. The little king already felt that something was wrong, so he created a small account and went to take a look at Su Youyou. When I saw the 4 great kings hanging in the live broadcast room, I knew that I was doomed today.
This kind of pretense can't be pretended.
He used his main account to tell the dance host about the situation and then left the live broadcast room in shame.
Only the female anchor was left with her face turning pale and blue. After losing the PK, the female anchor did not even bother to say polite words after doing her punishment.
With a gloomy face, he took the initiative to end the PK.
I was alone in the live broadcast room, getting angrier and angrier the more I thought about it.
It would be fine if he lost to other big anchors, but I didn't expect that a small anchor would beat him so badly. What made him even more angry was that the king boasted in front of him. It turned out to be a silver gun with a wax head, and it broke down after just a few uses. She was so angry that she picked up her phone and started calling people. She had to get back at the situation today. As a dance anchor with a hot body and who has been broadcasting on YY for more than a year, he naturally knows some powerful big brothers. Find those big brothers on WeChat and chat with them privately, act coquettishly and cutely one by one, pretending to be aggrieved and pitiful. In addition, he promised that if he won, he would unlock more powerful postures for Big Brother. After a while, several kings and rich men came to her live broadcast room. When the female anchor saw the big brothers coming, she finally felt better. Even though these big brothers gave her gifts, they had to return most of them after getting their share.
But the remaining small portion is also a considerable amount of money.
Besides, these kings are not the pretentious ones just mentioned. Each of them can make tens of millions a year.
At the very least, if you can spend millions of real money on a PK, can't you easily get back your advantage?
The big brother of that little anchor has just spent millions.
Even if he has some strength, can he compare with these big brothers and his family? Wasn't he easily beaten? After the king's brothers arrived, they discussed the punishment.
The host, feeling happy that his revenge was about to be accomplished, found Su Youyou in the PK record.
Click the revenge button above.
Su Youyou, who was chatting with Li Fei and the others in the live broadcast room, saw the anchor's revenge prompt pop up on the screen, frowned and muttered to herself, "Why are you connecting to me again?"
When Li Fei heard this, he asked curiously, "Youyou, who connected you?"
"That dancing host just now is seeking revenge on me."
Li Fei was delighted when he heard it.
She dares to seek revenge. Let's fight her and see what tricks she can come up with. Lu Xing also laughed and said,
I didn't expect that there are still stubborn people these days. They cast tens of millions of votes in the last round, and they still dare to seek revenge. The king of grocery store laughed and said, if we can get revenge, we should probably go find our big brother. Seeing that we just swiped millions, we thought we had already swiped it. Li Fei smiled disdainfully and said, then wait and see, Youyou, accept her revenge. Li Fei had already thought it through in his mind. If the other side really finds the big brother, even if it costs millions today, he must protect Su Youyou. One reason is that the rich second generation cares most about face. If any random person can step on them, how will others view them? Another reason is Lin Yifan. As long as I can deepen my relationship with Lin Yifan and hold on to this thigh, an investment of several million is nothing. You have to know that normally, even if a young master has money, he can't get in touch with people like this. After PK is connected, the female anchor on the other side couldn't wait to say, Anchor, let's play a fierce game this time. Whoever loses will at. After the vibration, you have to put the paper in front of the camera for the big brothers to see. Do you dare to play? Li Fei, who was drinking water, heard what the host said and spat out all the water with a pu sound. Oh shit. This female anchor is so cruel, she plays such a big game. Su Youyou was even more stunned. Naturally, she had heard about this method of playing from seniors who had been live streaming for a long time. I still remember the first time I heard about this way of playing. Just hearing the process described by the senior, Su Youyou's face turned red as if blood was dripping. Chapter 37 Chapter 36 Battle Between Kings. But later, due to the official crackdown and the closure of some live broadcast rooms with thundering means, no one dared to try this way of playing anymore. I didn't expect to encounter it today. This is the rhythm of getting your own live broadcast room banned. What kind of hatred and grudge is that? The host on the other side was afraid that Su Youyou would not dare to answer, so he began to mock the big brother on Su Youyou's side. Could it be that your big brother is not strong enough? If your big brother is strong, it won't be you who will be punished if he loses. What are you afraid of? When the dance host just connected with Su Youyou, she didn't know that her eldest brother's face changed when he saw the name Guzheng Youyou. The main reason is that the anchor has been busy delivering messages over long distances these days, so he has no time to pay attention to the latest developments on Youyou. Naturally, I didn't know the news that a new mysterious big brother gave a Guzheng anchor more than 17 million followers in 1 hour. But just because she doesn't know doesn't mean the big brother in her live broadcast room doesn't know. The king, who was the leader in the live broadcast room, clicked into Su Youyou's live broadcast room with some concern and glanced at the online audience. I felt relieved when I realized that I didn't have to take this king's ship for a ride. It's good that you're not here. Perhaps it is because Lin Yifan has not appeared in the past few days since he spent 17 million in Su Youyou's live broadcast room a few days ago. There was no other movement on Youyou, and many people thought that this big brother had wiped himself out in one go. The king also thinks so. Because it's often reported in the news. Sometimes it's the company's finance officer who embezzled company funds to spend as a reward, and sometimes it's the big brother who sells his house to give rewards. If that Xiaoxia was really that capable, how could he disappear right after he finished brushing? Maybe he is eating a government-provided meal right now. However, although he did not see the king's ship that Xiaoxia was traveling with, he unexpectedly saw a familiar king's ship. Li Fei also saw the king who entered Su Youyou's live broadcast room, and his face suddenly looked a little ugly. It turned out to be this guy. No wonder the host on the other side became so confident and even dared to propose such a harsh PK punishment. With this guy around, if we really have to fight, it will be quite difficult. Since Li Fei and his friends have their own small circle like the YY King group, other people naturally have their own circles as well. And this guy is the king who leads a circle. In reality, he is a rich second generation who is on par with Li Fei. The two have met several times at annual ceremonies and other events, all to promote their respective anchors and compete for event rankings. Because Li Fei always maintained a rational mindset and did not blindly spend money in those competitions. As a result, they all lost to this king. He started to become arrogant because he was better than Li Fei, and told everyone that Li Fei was not strong enough. After a long time, he really thought he could control Li Fei. Seeing that he met his old rival again, he typed and laughed in Su Youyou's live broadcast room. Hey, isn't this my defeated opponent? I didn't expect the world to be so small. We met again today. It seems that this little anchor is doomed to lose. Li Fei typed and said coldly, do you really think that just because you win a few times, you're done? I was just letting you go. Don't you have any idea?
Ha, I need you to give in? If you don't have the strength, then you don't have the strength. If you get beaten, you have to stand at attention. Do you understand? It's not that I look down on you, but everyone in your circle is trash. Li Fei was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and typed directly, okay, then let's see who will win today, so that you don't lose yourself all day long. The king ignored Li Fei's harsh words and continued to mock Su Youyou. Hey, isn't this the female anchor who was on YY News a few days ago? What's up? Where's your handsome brother? He disappeared after giving you over 17 million. Did he run out of money? Oh yeah, you didn't go on air yesterday. I guess you went to find him and sent him off 1,000 miles away. Maybe your big brother got tired of you and dumped you. When Su Youyou saw the insulting words he posted on the public screen, her face turned red with anger. A pair of big eyes turned red. Seeing him start to bite Su Youyou, Li Fei quickly attracted the fire and said, "You are such a spitting shit, if you want to fight, just fight, why are you talking so much nonsense? You don't have enough strength, but you make up for it with saliva? It really lowers your level. Yo-ho? The rain has stopped and the sky is clear, and you think you can do it again? You're so eager to get beaten? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish, don't let me down, little rookie. I'll give you some time. Call everyone in your circle over here and take them down for you all at once." After being mocked by everyone, the king returned to the live broadcast room of the female anchor on the opposite side. Li Fei gritted his teeth and started to recharge his wallet in large amounts to prepare bullets for the next battle. The two sides are confronting each other here. In the dormitory on the other side, Lin Yifan exited the Huya live broadcast room after earning 100 million. He found the WeChat messages that two female anchors from Huya named Tong Yan and Youyou sent to him privately, and added them as friends. As for the dancing female anchor who had earned nearly 30 million views, Lin Yifan ignored her. After adding the two people's WeChat, they took the initiative to send messages to Lin Yifan one after another. Tong Yan, brother Piao Miao, I will give you some benefits after I get off the air. There was a shy expression following the message. Youyou, brother Piao Miao, if you want to play games, remember to find me. I'll be online anytime to help you rank up. Lin Yifan looked at the benefits mentioned by Tong Yan and WeChat, raised his eyebrows, and a lewd expression appeared on his face. Although he had never thought about developing a relationship with any woman in this time and space. All he wanted was to complete the task of ruining his family as quickly as possible and return to his original world. However, Lin Yifan would not pretend to be a saint for such fat meat that was delivered to his doorstep. Eat when you should. I wiped my mouth afterwards and didn't feel any guilt. After all, they come here voluntarily for the money, and their purpose is clear. Lin Yifan just thought that both parties got what they wanted. So Lin Yifan gave her a lewd expression and replied, "Then I'll wait for your welfare." He opened Youyou's message again and replied, "Okay, I'll message you when I want to play games." After replying to the message, Lin Yifan returned to the WeChat main page. I saw some new information in the King YY group, so I opened it and took a look. Open the Phantom to collect the junk. Other brothers who are not on YY, if you have time, come to the live broadcast room of the YY Guzheng anchor Youyou, get your bullets ready, and fight with Wang Xiao and the others today. There is also a screenshot below the information, which is a screenshot of the chat conversation in Su Youyou's live broadcast room. The most eye-catching sentence is what Wang Xiao, the king of dance anchors, said, "People in Li Fei's circle are all garbage." Did they do it in Su Youyou's live broadcast room? Lin Yifan frowned. Although I have no intention of falling in love with anyone. But Lin Yifan still has a good impression of Su Youyou. In my heart, I treat her as a real friend, not an anchor who is a tool to spend money. Anyway, now that I've come across it, I might as well go and take a look. It just so happens that I still have 100 million left, so I might as well spend it. Chapter 38 Chapter 37 Lin Yifan challenges all the kings. Su Youyou in the live broadcast room has privately asked her best friend Chen Li for her YY account. She is ready. If the situation is not good, she will log into Chen Li's YY account, recharge 6 million into Chen Li's YY account, and brush it for herself. I can't lose this time no matter what, and I absolutely cannot perform the machine vibration in front of so many people. If I lose even after charging 6 million, I can only cancel the contract and quit YY. Two more kings came into Su Youyou's live broadcast room. They were the big king brothers who had not appeared in Li Fei's group before. Now Su Youyou has 6 kings. Regarding this PK, Su Youyou and Li Fei both tacitly did not send any messages to Lin Yifan.
Su Youyou felt embarrassed to ask Lin Yifan for help because she felt that Lin Yifan had already spent more than 10 million on her, while she had given nothing in return. Li Fei felt that he was half responsible for what happened today. Besides, he had finally established a relationship with a young master like Lin Yifan, and he didn't want to trouble Lin Yifan with such a small matter. It's not worth wasting the newly established relationship. After waiting for a while, the battle officially began. The kings of both sides swiped the spaceships one after another, and the numbers on the PK bar soared. But the difference is not big, the bite is very tight. At the moment the war started, the PK value of both sides reached more than 5 million votes, which means that both sides had spent more than 500,000. The dancing host on the opposite side was cheering for her big brother the king at the top of her lungs in front of the camera. Even Su Youyou was infected by her. She looked at the PK progress bar nervously and began to canvass for votes in her own live broadcast room. However, compared to the host on the other side who was jumping up and down, Su Youyou's canvassing for votes seemed much more gentle. The fierce battle between the kings made the other ordinary viewers in the live broadcast room excited. Even these ordinary fans have started to give various small gifts to support their own anchors. The number of PK votes exceeded 10 million in a short while. The fierce battle and the screen full of server-wide announcements instantly attracted the attention of the entire platform. Countless tourist fans flocked into the live broadcast rooms of the two anchors, staring in amazement at the non-stop lavish spending of the King brothers on both sides. When the dance host on the opposite side saw so many tourists such as dukes, marquises and earls coming in, an idea suddenly came to his mind and he thought of a solution. She immediately posed in front of the camera, trying to seduce these wealthy tourists into giving her gifts. Most of the money spent by our own king brother must be refunded. However, the tips from passers-by and tourists do not need to be refunded, and they are another considerable income. This trick really worked well, and the dance host's PK value increased significantly faster than before. 5 minutes later, Su Youyou's PK votes exceeded 60 million. The rate at which the number of tickets increased gradually slowed down because the balance in Li Fei and his friends' bags was almost empty. At this time, the number of votes on the other side is about to reach 80 million. Although the growth rate of votes has also slowed down, there is still a gap of nearly 2 million Chinese yuan. Just when Su Youyou was about to log into Chen Li's YY account and recharge her account, Lin Yifan's King account entered Su Youyou's live broadcast room. Seeing Lin Yifan suddenly appear, Su Youyou called out Brother Yifan in surprise. When the people in the live broadcast room saw Lin Yifan's King account, they immediately exclaimed on the public screen that the man was back. Li Fei, who was giving gifts seriously, heard Su Youyou's voice and saw Lin Yifan's King account. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and quickly took the time to type on the public screen to say hello to Lin Yifan. Then continue to give gifts. Lin Yifan spoke on the public screen with a smile. You guys didn't call me when something happened. If I hadn't checked the group, I wouldn't have known what happened. Su Youyou stuck out her pink tongue and said embarrassedly, I don't dare to trouble Brother Yifan. I was just about to top up some money myself. Lin Yifan quickly stopped her. Silly girl, now that I'm here, don't waste your money. Just watch quietly. I'm here, and see who dares to bully you. After saying that, Lin Yifan joined the ranks of the wealthy group. The number of PK votes in Su Youyou's live broadcast room suddenly increased. When Su Youyou saw what Lin Yifan said, her heart skipped a beat and her whole body seemed to be wrapped in a warm current. My heart is filled with a feeling of happiness. This feeling made Su Youyou want to cry. She was originally just an ordinary girl, a 9-to-5 office worker. If I hadn't been lucky enough to meet Lin Yifan, I would still be working so hard for a living. I have to do part-time live streaming after get off work every day to deal with tourists with ulterior motives. When had she ever experienced the feeling of being protected, and when had she ever been pampered so domineeringly? Chen Li, who spent several thousand yuan in the live broadcast room to support her best friend, finally met the rich brother that Su Youyou mentioned. But when she saw the last words Lin Yifan said to Su Youyou, she was so envious that her eyes turned purple. Well, if she has it, of course. What domineering words! Chen Li felt like she was looking at a domineering president. I couldn't help but sigh that my best friend is so lucky. He was spotted by a wealthy man before and made more than 7 million. After today's PK, I can probably make a few million again. Oh shit, my best friend became a multi-millionaire just like that? Thinking of this, Chen Li felt that the whole world was turned upside down. Su Youyou, give me back the thousands of dollars I just spent, you rich bastard. Chen Li wailed in her heart. When the votes on the other side slowly reached 90 million. However, he found that Su Youyou not only caught up with him, but her momentum was even stronger. The kings on the opposite side were stunned for a moment. It was not until they saw the banner on the public screen that they were horrified to discover the name of the pseudonym that made them despair. The king, which disappeared just after it rose, is back. Seeing this, the kings whose balances had already reached the bottom looked at each other in bewilderment. How can I play this game? I finally got 90 million votes and invested about 9 million. It seemed that Li Fei and the others were about to be exhausted to death. This mysterious king actually appeared in the live broadcast room opposite? What are you doing? Now, everyone can only pray that this newly rising king is not strong enough and will run out of money after spending tens or millions. But as they watched the number of votes grow, they all knew that this was just a fantasy. When the opponent's vote count stopped at more than 90 million and did not move, Su Youyou slowly overtook the opponent. In the end, it exceeded 100 million votes, and the numbers were still changing. Lost? Several kings in the live broadcast room opposite looked at the numbers on the screen with gloomy faces and had given up struggling. Even the anchor looked at Su Youyou with jealousy when he saw the name of the pseudonym Zuyuyi on the banner. She hated how this super rich man wasn't hers, and why he had to fall for this little anchor. Chapter 39 Chapter 38 Skipping Class. It would be great if he was my elder brother, then I wouldn't have to go through the trouble of flying around and sending him around. If you keep this big brother and satisfy him, you can defeat everything. When Su Youyou's PK votes reached 150 million, the opponent's votes were still at more than 90 million. Everyone knows that in this unprecedented PK, Su Youyou won with absolute advantage. But Lin Yifan didn't stop. One person was constantly trying to refresh the vote count, leaving everyone in the live broadcast rooms of both sides stunned. 200 million votes, no stop. 300 million votes, and still counting. The people watching felt like they were going crazy, 30 million. Excluding the more than 6 million that Li Fei and his team had previously spent, Xiaoxia alone earned more than 23 million in just one go. The handsome and wealthy man broke the record he had just set 2 days ago, and slapped in the face all those who questioned his ability. When the final vote count reached 500 million, Lin Yifan finally stopped his lavish voting behavior in front of everyone. Su Youyou was smiling happily in front of the camera. It's not because he received 50 million in gifts from this PK, but because if he wins the PK, he won't have to take that kind of embarrassing punishment. There is no need to even think about breaking the contract and quitting. Yay! Brother Yifan, I will return the share of the gifts you bought to you later, as well as Brother Huanying and yours. For large gifts given by the guild or big brothers, the anchor has to refund 60% to 80%. This is the unspoken rule in the live broadcast circle. Many tourists and spectators also knew this, but Su Youyou, the confused one, just pointed it out directly. This kind of thing is very common, and the anchor is happy to refund the money. Because as long as there is a big brother supporting the host, the fame and topics brought to the host by a generous gift will help improve his or her live broadcast status, which is what the host values more. Besides, the big brother's generous gifts can motivate many ordinary fans to give gifts, which together can also be a considerable income, so no matter how the refund is made, the anchor will not suffer any loss. Lin Yifan said calmly in the live broadcast room, "Alright, don't refund this small amount of money. I have never taken back the gifts I gave out. Don't mention this matter again next time." Small money? Everyone in the live broadcast room had their glasses shattered. After Lin Yifan spent more than 40 million, hearing such words refreshed the public's perception of him. Li Fei and several other kings also expressed their opinions in the live broadcast room. "Youyou, what we gave you are all gifts for you, so there is no need to return it." Lemon and Ling Munzi were attracted by their eldest brother because of the previous battle between the kings. At this moment, he looked at his eldest brother's words on the public screen with a resentful look on his face. "Brother, why didn't you say you didn't want to quit in my live broadcast room?" However, neither of the two anchors said this out loud, they just thought about it in their minds. Moreover, the refund rate for the money Li Fei and others spent in their own live broadcast room is much lower than that of most live broadcast rooms. What else are they not satisfied with? There was just envy in the look in Su Youyou's eyes. Having said that, which anchor wouldn't envy Su Youyou for having such an elder brother? He is generous in giving rewards and doesn't require a refund for the gifts he gives out. Where can I find such a big brother? Didn't you see that the host on the other side was so envious that his eyes turned red? Ning Mang and Ling Mengzi thought so in their hearts. Seeing that he had won the PK, Su Youyou asked in the live broadcast room, "Brother Xiaoxia, do you want the other side to be punished?" Looking at the dance host opposite him, in his previous life, Lin Yifan would have loved to see such an exciting scene. But since becoming rich, Lin Yifan's mentality has changed a lot unconsciously. He said in the live broadcast room, "I'm too lazy to watch it. It's up to you whether to punish Youyou or not." Originally, the dance anchor on the opposite side lost the PK. She had already taken out her mobile phone and prepared tissues. As long as Su Youyou asked her to be punished, she would dare to perform in front of the camera. She is an open-minded woman. It's just a subtle way of skirting the line in front of the camera. It's not a big deal. Wouldn't it be better if my performance could attract the big brother on the opposite side who is generous with his money? Who knew that Su Youyou didn't give her this opportunity, and said to the dancing anchor, "Alright, forget about the punishment, don't do this kind of punishment next time, be careful not to get yourself into trouble." After saying that, Su Youyou hung up the microphone. It's not that she is kind-hearted. Su Youyou's kindness is not given to others easily. Even if someone takes advantage of her and shits on her, it is impossible for Su Youyou to swallow her anger. The main reason is that this punishment is too dirty, and Su Youyou really doesn't want to watch it. After the fun was over, the people who had come to join in the fun began to disperse, and Lemon and Ling Mingzi returned to their own live broadcast rooms to start broadcasting. After seeing the strength of Su Youyou's eldest brother, they both knew what they should do without their eldest brother's advice. After the two of them started broadcasting, they approached Su Youyou one by one and interacted with her online, playing small games to liven up the atmosphere. Lin Yifan said hello to Li Fei and the others and then left YY. He checked his afternoon classes on his phone, and after making sure there were no important ones, he found a girl from the same class on WeChat. "Beautiful Yihan, what are you doing?" Lin Yifan planned to take advantage of the fact that he had no important classes this afternoon to go out and look at the house he had bought. The other party quickly replied to the message, saying in a teasing tone, "I'm shopping in the supermarket with my bestie, Xiaolinzi, do you have any advice?" Yihan is Lin Yifan's high school classmate, and the two have known each other since high school. Unexpectedly, they both got admitted to the same university, and were in the same department in class. So they have always had a good relationship, like close friends. However, after Lin Yifan started dating his ex-girlfriend in his freshman year, Yihan distanced himself from him appropriately and the two of them contacted each other less frequently, but their relationship did not fade. Many of Yihan's former high school classmates couldn't understand why. Yihan was not bad-looking, had a lively and cheerful personality, and had been in the same class with Lin Yifan from high school to college. It seems a bit unbelievable that these two people didn't end up together despite such a fate. Lin Yifan saw that Yihan replied to his message in seconds, and said with a chuckle, "Commissioner Yi, I have something to ask of you." Yihan is the discipline committee member of their class. He usually calls the roll in every class, but the discipline committee member's roll call is different from the teacher's. Except for extremely strict teachers and more important subjects, teachers of some classes are very casual when calling the roll, and can just ask any student to answer the question and get away with it. In elective courses, teachers may not even call the roll. But the names called by the disciplinary committee are different. They are all classmates in the same class, so Yihan only needs to take a glance to know who is absent, and her roll call results need to be given to the counselor. So Lin Yifan didn't want to go to those unimportant classes in the afternoon, and he had to talk to Yihan first. Otherwise, some moral education points will be deducted, which will be a lot of fun. What? You want to skip class? Chapter 40 Chapter 39 Riverview Room. As soon as Yihan saw that he called himself Commissioner Yi, he knew what Lin Yifan meant. Miss Yi is indeed very good at predicting things. I have something to do this afternoon. Can you please accommodate me? Okay, there are no important classes in the afternoon, go ahead. Yihan readily agreed. After all, skipping classes and dating are part of college students' daily lives. Yihan naturally wouldn't make a big deal out of everything and cause trouble just because he is the disciplinary committee member. Okay, thank you Miss Yi, I will treat you to your favorite stinky tofu then. Yihan is a genuine girl from Hunan province. They have been classmates for several years, and Lin Yifan already knows some of her habits. Her favorite food is the most famous stinky tofu in their hometown. Who do you think I am? Did I sign in for a serving of stinky tofu? What are you thinking? One serving is not enough. You have to pay more. Yihan said sternly. Lin Yifan looked at the message on his phone and twitched the corners of his mouth. I knew Yihan would say that. Having known each other for so many years, Lin Yifan could roughly guess what Yihan's personality was like and what he would say next. After agreeing to Yihan's conditions, Lin Yifan got up from the bed, packed up and left the school. I took pictures of the house yesterday but I haven't visited it yet. Also, the clothes I bought are still stored in the Laputa store. We have to get the house ready quickly and have the store deliver the clothes. Arriving at the underground parking lot of the shopping mall next to the school gate, Lin Yifan found his Cullinan, got in the car, and set the navigation. It is less than 10 kilometers from the normal university to Seaview number 1. However, you need to cross the Huangpu River, and the journey takes about half an hour. Lin Yifan drove directly to Seaview number 1, parked his car in the underground garage of Building 2, took the elevator in the underground garage and swiped the access card to go directly to the floor where his house was located. After the elevator door opened, Lin Yifan walked into the corridor and the door opposite him was his house. Lin Yifan put the access card on the card reader next to the door, and the door opened with a slight click. After opening the door, Lin Yifan walked into the room with anticipation and excitement. It is true that Callie has a huge fortune, but when faced with his first luxury house, Lin Yifan still cannot treat it with a calm attitude. In my previous life, I worked so hard but could only afford to buy a house of about 100 square meters in a small city. I never thought that I could live in such a luxurious house now. When you enter the huge living room, the first feeling you get is emptiness. That's right, it's empty. The space of a living room is even larger than the house he lived in his previous life. The clean walls and floors, neatly arranged furniture and decorative paintings on the walls are a perfect match. The decoration style of the whole room is extremely simple. The floor, walls and ceiling are all white. Even the shoe cabinets, bookcases, TV cabinets and the like are white. The sofa and the carpet in front of the sofa are made of gray fabrics, and the black piano next to the TV cabinet is the finishing touch to the decoration color matching. However, what puzzled Lin Yifan was whether this house was a duplex or a split-level house. If it is a duplex, the height of this floor has obviously exceeded that of a duplex, reaching more than 5 meters. But if we say this is a split-level house, the whole house is not completely divided into 2 floors. At least the living room area at the entrance is connected from top to bottom. However, as soon as this thought came to his mind, Lin Yifan put it behind his mind. He suppressed his inner joy and looked at the layout of the room. With the main door as the central axis, on the left is the sofa and TV cabinet area, and further out is the large open-air balcony facing the Huangpu River and the Bund. On the right side of the living room are the dining table, kitchen, and stairs leading to the second floor. The open kitchen and brand new kitchenware make cooking here a pleasure. Directly opposite the entrance is the corridor leading to other rooms. Lin Yifan walked straight through the living room and headed towards the corridor, ready to look at the house on the next floor first. There are 3 doors in the corridor, 1 door in the middle of the left corridor and 2 doors on the right. Lin Yifan opened the door on the left and looked inside. It was the gym he had seen in the video at the auction, but the video did not give him a true sense of its size. Now that he had seen the space of the gym with his own eyes, Lin Yifan was secretly amazed. After exiting, I looked at the 2 rooms on the right. The room near the living room was the mahjong room, and the room in the corridor was the guest bedroom. Lin Yifan went up the stairs to the second floor. Standing in the corridor on the second floor, overlooking the living room and open kitchen below, Lin Yifan felt very satisfied. The layout of the second floor is relatively simple, with an extra large and luxurious master bedroom, for secondary bedrooms, and a study. All the bed sheets and quilt covers were new ones put on by the property overnight after the successful auction. Towels, bath towels and other daily necessities are all high-end branded items that have not been opened. Lying on the 2.2-meter bed in the master bedroom, the soft mattress and comfortable sheets made Lin Yifan reluctant to get up. After struggling for several times, Lin Yifan finally thought that everything here belonged to him, so he reluctantly got up from the bed. Arriving at the living room on the first floor, Lin Yifan walked onto the balcony, where a tea table and rattan chairs facing each other were arranged, and there was also a hanging basket in the corner of the balcony. Lin Yifan sat in the hanging basket, looking at the surging Huangpu River and the bustling Bund below, and an indescribable sense of pride arose from the bottom of his heart. The hanging basket was swaying, and Lin Yifan was also intoxicated by this feeling. After sitting for almost an hour, Lin Yifan woke up slowly as if he had just had a big dream. This luxury house is fully equipped with everything from furniture and appliances to daily necessities. If Lin Yifan wants, he can move in now. But the refrigerator was empty, there was nothing in it. In addition, daily necessities such as towels and toothbrushes are fully equipped, but the wardrobe and shoe cabinet are empty. Thinking of the wardrobe and shoe cabinet, Lin Yifan suddenly remembered that his clothes from Laputa were still stored in the store. I originally thought of buying the house and then having it delivered directly to my place, but I didn't expect it to be delayed until today. Lin Yifan found the store guy he had added previously on his phone and sent him a message. Zhou Fei, who was sorting goods in the store, heard her cell phone ringing. She took it out and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, that young master sent me a message." The colleague next to him asked curiously, Fei, which young master sent you a message? When did you get to know him? That's Mr. Lin who bought over $1 million worth of clothes a few days ago. What did he send you? When other colleagues heard about Mr. Lin, they gathered around him and started gossiping about the news. Chapter 41 Chapter 40 Zhou Fei sends clothes. Zhou Fei glanced at the message and smiled. He asked me if I was busy and if I had time to send the clothes over. What are you waiting for? Reply to the message now. I have replied. I said I can do it any time. If you need it, send me the address and I will drive the car in the store to deliver it to him. Just as Zhou Fei finished speaking, a new message came in, which was a WeChat location. Zhou Fei checked the location and said to her colleague with a surprised look, "It seems to be Seaview number 1? Her colleague snatched the phone and took a closer look, then said in shock, "It really is Seaview number 1. Oh my god, he is indeed a rich young man, a big shot who lives by the Huangpu River. Fuck, isn't this the real-life version of a domineering CEO? Fei, hurry up and seize this opportunity. Maybe you can become a heroine like Cinderella in idol dramas." Zhou Fei was very clear-headed inside. How is that possible? Even if I am willing, they may not agree with me. Besides, do you think marrying into a wealthy family is as easy as in TV dramas? A colleague rolled his eyes and advised silently, Fei, are you stupid? You don't care whether others like you or not. You have to take the initiative and seize the opportunity. Are you going to wait for the young master to take the initiative? Another colleague also gave Zhou Fei some advice. Even if you can't marry into a wealthy family, it's not shameful to be the lover of such a young master. Maybe when the time comes, the young master will give you some pocket money, which will be more than your salary for several months. Zhou Fei was a little shaken by what these women said, and then her cell phone received another message. Because there were too many bags, Zhou Fei couldn't carry them all by herself, so another colleague helped to carry the remaining clothes to the car. On the way to the parking lot, the colleague kept persuading Zhou Fei to seize this opportunity, take the initiative, and never miss this rare opportunity. After arriving at the parking lot and finding the car, Zhou Fei put the clothes in the trunk. After thanking her colleagues at the store, she drove the store car out of the parking lot and headed for a nearby shopping mall. Zhou Fei bought some fruits and vegetables in the mall. Thinking that Lin Yifan's new home didn't have any vegetables, she couldn't just eat vegetables when cooking, so she went to the meat and seafood area to buy some chicken, duck, and fish. After buying the things, Zhou Fei took photos of the selected goods and sent them to Lin Yifan. Mr. Lin, we have already bought what you wanted. Do you need anything else? Lin Yifan was sitting on the soft and comfortable sofa watching TV. I heard the phone ringing, picked it up and took a look. It was a message from the salesperson in the clothing store. After looking at the goods in the photos, Lin Yifan replied, "Beautiful lady, could you please buy me some more seasoning and rice?" "No problem, I'll go buy it for you now." "Okay, thank you for your hard work. Tell me how much it is after you finish buying it, and I'll transfer it to you." "As you should, you don't need to transfer the money. It doesn't cost much to buy these things. This is my way of thanking Mr. Lin for the last shopping experience." Zhou Fei politely expressed her gratitude, declined Lin Yifan's idea of transferring money, and continued to help Lin Yifan choose the items he needed. She is a smart person. Last time, Lin Yifan bought clothes worth hundreds of thousands of yuan from her, and the commission alone was over 10,000 yuan. With the additional sales incentives, Lin Yifan's single order was equivalent to almost 2 months' income for her. It is a rare opportunity to show goodwill to such a big customer. As long as she can leave a good impression on him, with Lin Yifan's spending power, the commission from any single purchase she makes from him will be more than the money she spends on buying things for him today. So Zhou Fei chose to buy these things for Lin Yifan out of her own pocket without hesitation. If Lin Yifan insisted on giving her money in the end, she would not simply refuse, but she would still have to say the polite words. If Lin Yifan didn't give money, it would mean that Lin Yifan accepted his favor and would consider him first when buying clothes in the future. To put it another way, even if Lin Yifan doesn't accept this favor, Zhou Fei won't suffer much loss. After all, this cost increase was brought about by Lin Yifan. After purchasing everything, Zhou Fei, with the help of the mall attendant, used a shopping cart to drag the items directly to the car in the underground parking lot and stuffed everything into the car. After thanking the waiter, Zhou Fei drove directly to Seedu number 1. Half an hour later, Zhou Fei arrived at the gate of Seedu number 1. Because it was an outside vehicle and could not enter the community, Zhou Fei sent a message to Lin Yifan. "Mr. Lin, I'm already at the gate of the community, but I can't get in. I'll call the community property management right now. Please wait a moment." After Lin Yifan replied to Zhou Fei's message, he dialed the property management's phone number and told them the situation. The property management immediately agreed to let him go immediately. Lin Yifan thought that Zhou Fei didn't know the exact location of his home, and a girl had to carry so many things, so he politely asked the property management for help. The property management naturally agreed without hesitation. The security guard at the gate immediately let Zhou Fei pass and even sent a security guard to show Zhou Fei the way. When they arrived at the underground parking lot, the security guard helped Zhou Fei move all her things into the elevator, and then used the property's access card to swipe Zhou Fei's direct elevator access to Lin Yifan's floor. The elevator arrived at the floor where Lin Yifan's house was located. When the elevator door opened, the first face Zhou Fei saw was the face that had often appeared in her mind in the past few days. "Mr. Lin." Zhou Fei greeted with surprise. Lin Yifan looked at the supplies in the elevator, and Zhou Fei's pretty figure was surrounded by a pile of things. Standing in the middle of the pile of supplies, he smiled at her and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Zhou Fei waved her hand quickly, as it should be, serving big customers like you well is the purpose of our store. Lin Yifan smiled and started to move things. Zhou Fei saw this and hurried to help. After moving the things out of the elevator, Lin Yifan took Zhou Fei and carried the things to his home. When Zhou Fei followed Lin Yifan into the mansion, she was shocked by the scene inside the room and froze in place. Wow, what a beautiful house. This was the first thought that came to Zhou Fei's mind. Lin Yifan put his things away and looked up to see Zhou Fei still standing there in a daze. Her expression was very similar to his reaction when he first walked into the house today. So he understood Zhou Fei's reaction very well. "Hey, wake up." Zhou Fei was awakened by Lin Yifan. She saw Lin Yifan looking at her with a teasing smile on his face and her face turned slightly red. Without even bothering to look at the house anymore, he hurriedly moved his things over with his head down shyly. "I'm doomed. Mr. Lin saw my naive look just now. Will he look down on me in his heart?" Zhou Fei was moving things awkwardly, feeling anxious and worried. After all the things were moved in, Lin Yifan clumsily started to tidy them up. Chapter 42 Chapter 41 Zhou Fei's cooking skills. Seeing this, Zhou Fei volunteered to let Lin Yifan go to rest, took over the job from him, and carefully helped Lin Yifan organize the things that needed to be kept fresh, and put them neatly into the refrigerator. Seeing that she was cleaning up skillfully, Lin Yifan didn't sit aside and watch rudely, but helped pass things to her. Looking at Zhou Fei squatting on the ground and putting various meats into the refrigerator, the graceful curve of her back appeared in Lin Yifan's eyes, making him swallow involuntarily. To be fair, it is a great honor to be able to work in a luxury store in a big city like Shanghai. This proves that Zhou Fei is good-looking and has a good figure. In his previous life, Lin Yifan was a loser who worked hard to make a living. If he didn't have the system and gained huge wealth, he wouldn't even be qualified to pursue a woman with good qualifications like Zhou Fei. Even though he is now rich enough to rival a country, Lin Yifan's mentality cannot change in a short period of time. He still has the mentality of an ordinary person. Although they are all rich, some are called nouveau riche, while others come from wealthy families. This requires time to settle and sublimate. Lin Yifan chatted with Zhou Fei in a casual manner. "By the way, I don't know your name yet. My name is Zhou Fei. Mr. Lin, you can also call me Fei Fei. My colleagues all call me that," Zhou Fei said without turning her head while tidying up things in the refrigerator. Lin Yifan looked at his watch and asked, "Fei Fei, can you cook?" "Yes, I have no choice but to eat at the restaurant during work, but after get off work I always go home to cook. The fast food outside is not nutritious and it is not good to eat too much." "Okay, it's almost lunchtime, why don't you cook here and come back to the store after dinner? I'll also have a meal here." "Ah." Zhou Fei turned around and looked at Lin Yifan in surprise. Then, hiding her inner joy, she turned back to pack her things, and replied in a shy voice, "Okay." After organizing the things in the refrigerator, Zhou Fei picked out a few dishes and started preparing them in the open kitchen. Lin Yifan did not intervene to help this time. He leaned on the sofa watching TV,
thinking about his next plan to squander the money. I can't spend money this fast now.
If I don't hurry up, I'll never be able to return to my wife and children. Over there, Zhou Fei was standing in the comfortable open kitchen, preparing lunch dishes, with a turbulent mind. Lin Yifan invited me to cook at his house so that the two of them could have more time alone. This made Zhou Fei feel inexplicably excited. It seems that I have to perform at my best and make today's meal a good one, so as to leave a better impression on Lin Yifan. This open kitchen is so nice, it even brightens my mood when cooking. Looking at this spacious, bright, brand new and luxurious kitchen, Zhou Fei sighed secretly.
It's nothing like the tiny kitchen in the house I rent.
To get something, I have to bend down to look in the cupboard, and when I turn around, I have to be careful not to bump into other things.
If only I could live in a mansion like this and cook in this open kitchen every day. After dinner, lie on the comfortable sofa and watch TV series.
At night, I sit on the balcony and admire the brightly lit bund, and then lie down on the bed when I feel sleepy.
This kind of life is so happy.
No wonder those colleagues can't wait to marry into a wealthy family, and some of them even take the initiative to hook up with those rich old men. Thinking of this, Zhou Fei secretly glanced at Lin Yifan sitting on the sofa, fantasizing beautifully in her heart. How great it would be if I could marry such a young, rich, and handsome guy. Although she knew it was impossible, it didn't stop Zhou Fei from secretly fantasizing about it. While I was in this endless reverie, the dishes were washed and cut. The rice is already cooked and the soup is already stewing. The next step is to stir-fry the vegetables. Zhou Fei quickly collected her thoughts and started working seriously. There must be no mistakes with this meal, and we must try our best to make Lin Yifan satisfied. More than half an hour later, it was already 11:30 in the morning, and the aroma of food began to waft through the living room.
Lin Yifan smelled the aroma of the food and walked over, smiling and asking, "Fei Fei, it smells so good, can we eat now? I feel hungry just by smelling it."
Hearing Lin Yifan's compliment on her cooking skills, Zhou Fei was delighted and said with a smile, "Wait a moment, we can eat soon." A few minutes later, Zhou Fei brought the food to the table and called Lin Yifan to eat. Lin Yifan picked up a steamed sea bass, put it in his mouth and took a bite. His eyes lit up and he praised sincerely, "Fei Fei, your cooking skills are really amazing. It tastes really good." Zhou Fei, who was sitting opposite, was still worried that a young master like Lin Yifan might not be used to the food she cooked, and she was feeling uneasy. Hearing this compliment, he immediately smiled with eyes as big as crescent moons and said, "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Lin. Try other dishes to see if they suit your taste." Lin Yifan picked up another dish and said, "Fei Fei, stop calling me Mr. Lin all the time.
My name is Lin Yifan. You should call me Yifan.
Otherwise, it will be awkward to always hear me called Mr. Lin." Zhou Fei held a mouthful of fish in her mouth and nodded with a humming sound. He was secretly delighted in his heart, as the change in address showed that their relationship had improved slightly. After dinner, Zhou Fei took the initiative to clear the table, wash the dishes and clean up. Just when she was about to finish, Lin Yifan came over and asked Zhou Fei, "Fei Fei, you're not in a hurry to go back to the store, are you?" Zhou Fei shook her head. "I'm not in a hurry to go back to the store.
Brother Yifan, is there anything else you need my help with?"
Zhou Fei thought Lin Yifan needed her help with something. Unexpectedly, Lin Yifan smiled and said, "If there is nothing urgent in the store, take a rest first and then go back.
Thank you for your hard work in cooking lunch."
After that, he patted the sofa next to him and said, "Sit down and watch a movie and take a rest.
We'll come back to the store later. What movie do you want to watch?"
Zhou Fei looked at the seat next to Lin Yifan, and her heartbeat began to speed up. They are all adults, in this kind of environment where a man and a woman are alone in a room.
Zhou Fei has already imagined what might happen next.
But she only hesitated for a moment, then sat next to Lin Yifan without resistance. Although she was nervous in her heart, she still said softly on the surface, "Let's watch a horror movie. I like horror movies the most, but I don't dare to watch them when I'm alone at home." When Lin Yifan heard about horror movies, his heart moved.
Isn't this what couples like to do most?
After Zhou Fei finished speaking, her face was so red with shame that it seemed like blood was about to drip out.
Chapter 43 Chapter 42 War.
Oh my god, why did I take the initiative to say that I wanted to watch a horror movie?
Even a blind person should know what this means.
While Lin Yifan was looking for a horror movie, he said with a smile, "Horror movies are only interesting if there is atmosphere." After saying that, he called the smart housekeeper in the mansion and gave the order to close the curtains and lights. After Lin Yifan gave the order, the curtains on the balcony and other windows slowly closed, and the lights in the living room dimmed. The living room was dark, as if it were night, with only the light from the television. Zhou Fei was so nervous that she clenched her hands into fists on her knees. As for what she was so nervous about, was it the horror movie or what might happen next, even she herself probably couldn't tell. Lin Yifan selected the horror movie he wanted to watch, and the movie images began to appear on the TV. Lin Yifan leaned lazily on the sofa, while Zhou Fei sat upright, looking a little restrained. As the movie started, the two of them gradually focused their attention on the movie. A few minutes later, horrifying scenes began to appear, accompanied by terrifying music. Lin Yifan, who was leaning on the sofa, clearly saw Zhou Fei's body tense up and trembling slightly with fear. Lin Yifan couldn't help but laugh in his heart. He is really a novice but loves to watch. Then, a horrifying scene suddenly appeared on the TV screen. Zhou Fei, who had been fully immersed in the movie, was so frightened that she screamed and threw herself into Lin Yifan's arms. Lin Yifan, who was watching TV, was stunned. Holding the beauty in his arms and smelling the faint fragrance from her body, Lin Yifan subconsciously put his hands on her waist and hugged her. Zhou Fei threw herself into Lin Yifan's arms as a natural reaction to being frightened by the movie, but when Lin Yifan put his arms around her waist, she came to her senses. Feeling the warm palm on her waist, Zhou Fei's body softened and she didn't even have the strength to sit up. The two of them stood still in tacit understanding. We hugged each other like this and pretended to continue watching the movie. With the beauty in his arms, Lin Yifan's mind was no longer on the movie. He tried to control himself, and he was struggling with his conscience and desires. But in the end, he couldn't help it, and his hand began to slowly move around Zhou Fei's waist. Zhou Fei, leaning in Lin Yifan's arms, only felt tingling where his palm passed, and even her breathing gradually became a little rapid. Lin Yifan won the battle with an overwhelming advantage, leaving only a pile of shells on the ground. The two of them simply cleaned up the battlefield and hugged each other tenderly. Lin Yifan touched Zhou Fei's hair and asked, Fei, do you regret it? Zhou Fei glanced at Lin Yifan coquettishly in Lin Yifan's arms and shook her head, indicating that she did not regret what had just happened. Lin Yifan was so seduced by her eyes that he almost lost control. Why don't you just not go to work this afternoon? Zhou Fei has become his woman now, and Lin Yifan instantly thought of a way to ruin the family. No, I didn't ask the store manager for the afternoon off in advance. Besides, I really can't do it anymore. At the end of her speech, Zhou Fei lowered her voice shyly. Zhou Fei raised her face, which still had a blush on it, bit her lip and hesitated for a moment. Lin Yifan was stunned when he heard her words, then he hugged Zhou Fei tightly with pity and said, Okay, but before that, do you have to ask for leave from the store first? When Zhou Fei heard about the leave request, she immediately remembered that she had been out for so long and had not returned yet, and had not replied to any messages. She guessed that her colleagues in the store knew what had happened. She was so embarrassed that she quickly sat up from Lin Yifan's arms and took out her cell phone from her bag. When I looked at my phone, I saw that my colleague had sent me many messages. At first, I asked Zhou Fei when she would go back. Later on, it slowly turned into speculation, and the words were full of envy. Zhou Fei covered her face with her hands. It's over. Now I'm going to be teased by my colleagues for a long time. However, since colleagues had guessed the truth and did not worry too much, Zhou Fei did not reply to the message. The main reason is that she doesn't know how to deal with the gossip about her colleagues. Just as he was about to send a message to the store manager, Lin Yifan suddenly spoke. By the way, Fei, is your store for sale? Zhou Fei was suddenly confused when she heard Lin Yifan's words. Transfer? Why would a good boss transfer the business? The monthly turnover is over $1 million, and it's a new store that has only been open for 3 months. The boss would have to be crazy to transfer the business. Lin Yifan thought for a moment and asked Zhou Fei, Do you have your boss's phone number? Yes, brother Yifan, why are you looking for our boss? Zhou Fei found her boss's phone number in her contacts and handed it to Lin Yifan, while she was guessing something in her mind. Could it be that brother Yifan wants to find the boss to buy the store and let me run it for him because I have become his person? Lin Yifan did not answer Zhou Fei. He entered the number in Zhou Fei's contacts on his mobile phone and dialed it. The call was connected quickly. Hello, who is this? Lin Yifan held Zhou Fei in his arms and said to the other end of the phone, Hello, are you the owner of the Laputa store? Yes, who are you? Hello boss, my name is Lin Yifan, and I'm calling you because I want to buy your Laputa store. Lin Yifan? Sounds familiar. Could you be the Lin Yifan from the Shangri-La auction that day? Lin Yifan was stunned. Could it be that this boss was also present that day? He nodded and said,
Yes, it's me. I called you to ask if your store can be transferred. I can buy it at a premium. A loud laugh came from the other side. Haha, young Master Lin, you are too polite. The fact that you like my store shows that I have a good eye for choosing a location. Don't talk about a premium. Young Master Lin just needs to transfer the money I invested to me, and this store will be transferred to you. By the way, which Laputa store are you interested in, Mr. Lin? Is it a full-scale one or an empty one? I can give you a price. When the boss opposite heard that the person who called him was the rich young man who spent 500 million at the auction that day, there was no way he would accept his premium. It was already very good to be able to become familiar in front of such a rich young man, so the boss was happy to give Lin Yifan a favor and directly rejected Lin Yifan's proposal to sell the store at a premium. When Lin Yifan heard him ask him which store he had taken a fancy to, he realized that the boss was also a wealthy man and actually had several stores in Shanghai. It's the store on Liyuan Square Commercial Street. The whole store is on sale. Oh, that store. I've only opened that store for more than 3 months. When I took over, the transfer fee was 580,000 yuan. The 3-year rent plus 1-year deposit is 200,000 yuan in total. The current cost of the goods in the store is about 1.6 million yuan. Since young Master Lin is moving in, the renovation cost about 200,000 yuan. I'll give you a 50% discount, 100,000 yuan. The total cost is about 2.48 million yuan. If you feel it's appropriate, then let's take 2.48 million yuan. After listening to this, Lin Yifan roughly calculated in his mind and found that the price was indeed fair. If the property is idle, the decoration cost will definitely not be counted, but the transfer fee will be added. The transfer of an entire store is different. The goods and decoration are packaged together, and the transfer fee is generally not added or a very small amount is added. However, the decoration will be included, but it will be calculated at a discount based on the situation. A more important key point here is that the owner of this store has only been open for 3 months. All the decorations are new, business is pretty good, and there is a profit every month. Now it is Lin Yifan who approached the other party to buy the store, not that the other party could no longer run the business and transferred it. For his sake, people reduced the decoration price by half. It means that the boss invested so much money, but after just 3 months of opening, he lost half of the decoration money without doing anything. This is equivalent to spending 100,000 yuan to establish a good relationship with Lin Yifan. Under normal circumstances, this plan is very cost-effective for Lin Yifan. The question is Lin Yifan a normal person? Chapter 44, Chapter 43. No, he is not. He needs to lose money. He wished he could get as much money as possible to sell the store. If the system had not warned him that spending money rationally was necessary, Lin Yifan would have wanted to pay 24.8 million, or even 250 million to buy this store. However, this way of spending money has long been blocked by the system. Boss, business is business, let's talk about the facts. You are willing to transfer your new store that is doing well to me. The price of 2.48 million is fair and reasonable. But I can't possibly take advantage of you. I hate owing favors to others. Under normal circumstances, your store will be able to make back all the investment in a little over a year, and the rest of the time will be pure profit if nothing unexpected happens. If you're willing, I'll buy it at a premium of double the price, just to make up for your losses. The boss on the other end of the phone was stunned. It was the first time he heard of someone offering a premium when selling a store, and even double the price. Are all the young masters of wealthy families so generous in what they do? Completely disregarding profit and maximizing benefits? On the phone, Lin Yifan was discussing the premium with the boss of Laputa. Zhou Fei, who was in Lin Yifan's arms, heard his conversation with his boss and was stunned by Lin Yifan's inhumane operation. Lin Yifan and his partner argued for a long time, and finally the boss agreed to let Lin Yifan buy his store at a premium of 100%, and the deal was completed at a price of 5 million Namibian dollars. The extra tens of thousands of dollars were because the boss had calculated the value of the clothes based on 1.6 million. Lin Yifan could tell from his words that the clothes were worth more than 1.6 million, so he simply added a few tens of thousands to make it an even number. The two agreed to go to the store in the evening to sign the transfer contract, and then chatted for a while. Mr. Lin, I have a question that I can't figure out. With Mr. Lin's wealth, it is impossible for him to be interested in a small shop like mine. Why would he want to transfer this shop?
Perhaps worried that Lin Yifan might not be able to reveal some things, he added, of course, if young Master Lin is not comfortable saying it, just pretend I didn't ask. Lin Yifan put his hands inside Zhou Fei's clothes, playing with her breasts, and said with a smile, it's not inconvenient. The main reason I bought this store was because of Fei Fei. Hearing Lin Yifan mention her in front of the boss, and hearing him teasing her, Zhou Fei felt her face burning with shame. The boss was stunned when he heard this and asked, Fei Fei? Zhou Fei from our store? After receiving Lin Yifan's affirmative answer, the boss instantly understood what he meant, and secretly sighed in his heart that his clerk was so lucky that he could actually get close to a figure like young Master Lin. After knowing why Lin Yifan closed the store, the boss on the other end didn't think any more about it. The two exchanged pleasantries and hung up the phone. Putting down the phone, Lin Yifan kissed Zhou Fei secretly and said with a smile, now you don't have to worry about taking leave, even if you are absent from work, it's okay. Zhou Fei didn't know how to respond to him. Just because you think it's too troublesome to take leave, you bought this store at double the price? Brother, is it really appropriate for you to spend money like this? Don't your family members care about you? Seeing that Zhou Fei didn't respond, Lin Yifan patted Zhou Fei's hips and said, come on, come out with me. Zhou Fei felt numb all over after being slapped, and asked in confusion, where are you going? I'll buy you a car so that you can go to get off work more conveniently. When Zhou Fei heard that someone was going to buy her a car, her heart trembled. Is this what you get for marrying into a wealthy family? No wonder those women try their best to squeeze into the wealthy family at all costs. Some are even willing to be lovers of rich people, regardless of the fact that they have families. In the past, I would laugh at women like this when watching TV dramas. But now when it was her turn, she remained silent. It smells so good. Miss Youyou, I'm sorry. Zhou Fei silently repented in her heart. However, she could never have imagined that Su Youyou and Lin Yifan were really just friends at the moment. She is truly Lin Yifan's first woman in this world. If counted according to the order of first come, she is still the queen. After calming down her guilty mood, Zhou Fei smiled and playfully said to Lin Yifan, do I have a chance to refuse? Lin Yifan shook his head and said with a smile, no. Let's go, then. Zhou Fei naturally put her arm around Lin Yifan. When Zhou Fei arrived at the garage and saw Lin Yifan's car, Cullinan, she was stunned for a moment and then returned to normal. Would someone who can afford such a big house in a place like Seaview No. 1 be short of the money for Cullinan? Nothing unusual. In the car, Lin Yifan asked, Fei Fei, what kind of car do you like? Zhou Fei thought for a moment and said, Golf, that car is small and suitable for people like me who only have a license but rarely drive. I was so nervous when driving the car in the store. Lin Yifan didn't expect to hear such a surprising answer from her. This was actually mainly a problem with Zhou Fei's mentality. She thought Lin Yifan and Su Youyou were a couple and she was the third party. So even though she had an intimate relationship with Lin Yifan, Zhou Fei did not dare to belittle herself and think that she was very important to Lin Yifan. In this situation, Zhou Fei remained rational and did not dare to ask for a car like BBA. She knew that even buying a BBA or something like that was just a small amount of money for Lin Yifan. With his financial situation, buying such a car was like buying a toy. But Zhou Fei was afraid that if she asked for too much, Lin Yifan would be unhappy. When Lin Yifan heard her propose a car worth around 100,000 yuan, he shook his head with a wry smile. Forget it, I'll let you choose. I can't even afford a car worth 100,000 yuan. Lin Yifan started the car and drove straight to the auto trade market. After arriving at the auto trade market, Lin Yifan did not contact Li Fei. The main reason is that he is afraid that this guy will hear that he wants to buy a car. With his connections, he will most likely ask the boss to give him a discount, or even pay for it out of his own pocket. This is definitely not good news for Lin Yifan, who is about to lose his family fortune. So if you don't want to buy a Rolls-Royce, you might as well not contact him first to avoid him causing trouble. After all, no matter how rich a person is, it is impossible for him to refuse a discount. This doesn't make sense. Lin Yifan got a headache when he thought about Li Fei's enthusiasm after notifying him. Didn't you see that the boss of Laputa who was contacted just now was asked to sell the store at twice the price because the store was operating well, which finally made the boss accept the premium? Lin Yifan parked the Cullinan in front of the Porsche 4S store. Zhou Fei was sitting in the car and looking at the 4S store in front of her. She was completely stunned. She originally thought that even if she bought a car, it would be a BB model worth at most 300,000 or 400,000 yuan. After all, no matter how much you love your lover, it is enough to spend this money to buy a car like this. Who knew that Lin Yifan would bring her directly to the Porsche 4S store? Fei, why are you still standing there? Let's go and check out the car. Zhou Fei followed Lin Yifan out of the car with a dazed look on her face and walked into the Porsche 4S store. Chapter 45 Chapter 44 Buying a car for Zhou Fei. Lin Yifan said to the shopping guide, "Is there a car worth around 1 million that's suitable for girls to drive?" The shopping guide looked at Zhou Fei, who was still wearing a black worksuit beside Lin Yifan, and introduced enthusiastically, "Sir, if it is suitable for women to drive, I recommend the Panamera, 911 or 718. Which one do you like better?" Lin Yifan turned to Zhou Fei beside him and asked, Fei, the car is yours, you can choose which one you like, and don't worry about the price." Zhou Fei came back to her senses and said without hesitation, "Is there an SUV?" Lin Yifan asked in surprise, "Don't you like something smaller? Why do you want to buy an SUV?" Zhou Fei smiled gently and said coquettishly, "I've changed my mind now. I want to buy an SUV. Is that okay?" Okay, let's buy whatever you want. Let's look at the SUV then." The shopping guide flattered with envy, "Sir, you really love your girlfriend. If you want an SUV, you can consider the Macan or Cayenne. I'll take you two to look at the cars first." Zhou Fei suddenly changed her mind and wanted to buy an SUV because she wanted one with a larger space. This will provide enough space for Lin Yifan to play some tricks in the future. Zhou Fei has now accepted the fact and has become Lin Yifan's lover, so naturally she has to find ways to please Lin Yifan. The three of them came to the SUV area, where Macan and Cayenne of various colors were placed side by side. The shopping guide analyzed to Zhou Fei, "Beauty, if you like something smaller, the Macan is more suitable because its body is slightly smaller than the Cayenne. But if we talk about interior space, the Cayenne is slightly bigger than the Macan. Take a look at the exterior and interior first and see which one you like better." Zhou Fei walked around the two models of cars and then sat inside one to experience it for a while. After getting off the car, Zhou Fei compared and weighed the pros and cons in her mind, and finally said to Lin Yifan, "Yifan, I think Cayenne is better." Lin Yifan smiled and asked, "What about the exterior color? Which one do you like?" Zhou Fei looked at the row of Cayennes, pointed at the bright red one and said, "The red one." Lin Yifan nodded and said to the shopping guide, "Then take this one. Pay in full by credit card." After these words were spoken, both Zhou Fei and the shopping guide were stunned. The shopping guide's idea was similar to that of the one who helped Lin Yifan buy the Cullinan. "How long have you been here? And you've already placed an order?" Zhou Fei thought that Lin Yifan was bringing her to have a look today, but she ended up choosing the car and then paying for it? Ignoring their surprise, Lin Yifan sat directly on the sofa and placed the bank card on the table. The shopping guide also came to his senses and immediately calculated all the expenses for Lin Yifan. In the end, the total cost of purchasing the car was 1.2 million. Zhou Fei gave her ID card to the shopping guide, and Lin Yifan paid by credit card. The next step was to wait for the temporary license plate to be delivered before he could leave. After finishing all this, Lin Yifan called Li Fei. Li Fei, who was strolling in the market, received a call from Lin Yifan. When he heard that Lin Yifan had come to the auto trade market and was waiting for him at the Porsche 4S store, he immediately ran over happily. As soon as Li Fei entered the store, he felt as familiar as if he was in his own store. The shopping guides in the store would even greet Li Fei politely when they saw him. When Li Fei saw Lin Yifan sitting on the sofa, he immediately walked over with a smile. However, when he saw Zhou Fei sitting next to him, Li Fei was stunned for a moment, but then he greeted Lin Yifan as if nothing had happened. "Brother Yifan, why didn't you tell me you were going to buy a car? I'm familiar with the owner of this store, I can ask him to give you a discount." Lin Yifan stroked his forehead and realized that he had guessed it right. "What I'm afraid of is that you're going to give me a discount. By the way, Brother Yifan, is this your sister-in-law? Why don't you introduce her to me?" Now that he is more familiar with Lin Yifan, Li Fei dares to joke with him. Lin Yifan ignored his word sister-in-law and just introduced the two to each other. After the shopping guide sorted out all the car purchase information, he said that there were free interior decorations, such as floor mats, and asked Zhou Fei to go over and choose the color and style. Zhou Fei greeted Lin Yifan and Li Fei apologetically, and only followed the shopping guide after Lin Yifan's signal. As soon as Zhou Fei left, Li Fei immediately came to Lin Yifan. Unable to suppress her inner curiosity, she asked, "Brother Yifan, you are amazing. A few days ago, a beautiful girl came to my store, and today she is the new one. Which one is the real sister-in-law?" Lin Yifan smiled unhappily and said, "What are you thinking?
They are just my friends. Who knew that Li Fei raised his eyebrows obscenely and said with a smile, Brother Yifan, I understand, really, I also had many beautiful girls in the past. Lin Yifan ignored his nonsense and got down to business. Brother, I asked you to come here to ask for your help. It's inconvenient for me to drive away later. Please find someone to take me to Seaview number 1. No problem, it's a piece of cake. I'll arrange for someone in the store to deliver it to you right away. Lin Yifan handed the car keys of his Cullinan to Li Fei and said, Okay, thank you for your hard work. Just park the car in the underground parking lot of Building 2. Please leave the car keys at the property management at the door for me. Li Fei took Lin Yifan's car keys, winked and smiled, then I'll go and make arrangements. I won't disturb Brother Yifan's good times. Come and play with me when you are free. We can have a good drink together then. Lin Yifan nodded, and Li Fei took the key and left the 4S store. When Zhou Fei came back after choosing the things, she saw Lin Yifan sitting alone on the sofa, so she sat next to him. Yifan, where is your friend? Lin Yifan held her in his arms and said, I asked him to help me send the car back to Seaview number 1. I will take your car later. Otherwise, it will be troublesome to drive 2 cars. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. By the way, Yifan, when will Mr. Xiao come over to hand over the store to you? The Mr. Xiao that Zhou Fei mentioned is the boss of her store. About 5 or 6 in the afternoon. Do you have anything else to do this afternoon? Lin Yifan shook his head. No, what's wrong? Zhou Fei asked expectantly, Can we go to the cinema to watch a movie this afternoon? I haven't been to the cinema to watch a movie for a long time. What's wrong with that? We'll leave once the car is ready. Lin Yifan said with a smile. Thank you. Zhou Fei said happily, and then kissed Lin Yifan on the face. After waiting for a while, the shopping guide brought the temporary license plate over. Zhou Fei took the temporary license plate and all the vehicle documents, took the car keys handed to her by the shopping guide, drove the bright red Cayenne that was parked at the gate, left the 4S store, and headed straight for a nearby shopping mall. After parking the car in the mall parking lot, the two arrived at the private cinema on the top floor of the mall. Yifan, what movie do you want to watch? Lin Yifan looked at the information of all the upcoming movies on the display screen, and finally pointed at a Hong Kong movie on the screen. Let's watch this one. Chapter 46 Chapter 45 The Temptation of Private Cinema. Zhou Fei ran to the front desk and told the receptionist that she wanted a double box. After paying, the front desk staff took the 2 of them to the movie box. According to Zhou Fei's request, the staff played the movie requested by the customer. After the movie started playing on the big screen, the staff left the box and closed the door. The sofas in the private cinema boxes are similar to love seats. But this sofa is electric and remote controlled, and can be unfolded into a semi-reclining bed. After the 2 of them sat down, Zhou Fei pressed a few buttons on the remote control, and the extension board under the legs extended out, and the sofa backrest slowly lowered. When they were in a half-lying position, Zhou Fei put down the remote control, rested her head on Lin Yifan's shoulder, put her arm around Lin Yifan's waist, and started watching the movie. Lin Yifan's hand naturally rested on Zhou Fei's waist, and the 2 of them lay on the sofa in this intimate posture to watch the movie. In the dim box, the movie was halfway through and Lin Yifan was immersed in the plot. Suddenly I felt Zhou Fei's unusual movement. Lin Yifan smiled bitterly and said, Little girl, be honest and don't play with fire, otherwise you will be the one who suffers later. Unexpectedly, Zhou Fei propped up her upper body with one arm, looked down at Lin Yifan lying on the sofa, and said with a naughty smile, Come on, who is afraid of who? There are only cows that die of exhaustion, but no fields that are plowed to death. After saying this, he looked at Lin Yifan provocatively. When Lin Yifan took the initiative to buy her a Porsche, Zhou Fei didn't know how to repay his kindness. This was the only thing she could do to repay Lin Yifan, so Zhou Fei let go of her reserve and took the initiative. Zhou Fei thought that her teasing would make Lin Yifan unable to resist and pounce on her. Even though she was still not feeling well, she planned to endure the pain and serve Lin Yifan well. But Lin Yifan shook his head, touched her head and said, Silly girl, stop making trouble. You must still be feeling uncomfortable right now. Be honest. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I will not let you go. Zhou Fei was stunned when he heard this. A feeling of emotion welled up from the bottom of my heart. In the darkness, her eyes were misty. Lin Yifan's sudden thoughtfulness and concern instantly touched her heart and made her feel touched. The movie finally ended after 2 hours. It's already past 3 p.m.
Lin Yifan received a call from Mr. Xiao just after he walked out of the private cinema. We had originally agreed to come over to sign the transfer contract at 6 p.m. Mr. Xiao said that he had already dealt with the matter in advance and was on his way here now. If Lin Yifan is free, he can go to the store in advance to sign the contract. Lin Yifan also wanted to get things done as soon as possible, so he made an appointment with Mr. Xiao to meet in the store. Seeing that Lin Yifan was about to get down to business, Zhou Fei drove him directly to the store. A bright red Cayenne stopped in front of the Laputa store. Zhou Fei's colleagues inside thought it was a customer and quickly opened the door to welcome him. But when the colleague saw that it was Zhou Fei who got off the bus, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Then she shouted to other colleagues in the store without caring about her image, "Sisters, come and see if I am hallucinating. There is not much business in the store now." The other shopping guides are either counting the goods or chatting. When they hear their colleague at the door calling, they all rush to the door. At the same time, he asked, "What's the matter? What's the fuss about?" When several colleagues saw Zhou Fei just closing the car door and walking into the store, they screamed. She just went out to deliver some clothes, and in just half a day, her colleague who she had been working with in the store for so long came back driving a luxury car. It seems that the rich young man was really captured. Otherwise, where would the luxury car come from? But this is too fast. He went out to deliver the clothes in the morning and came back in a luxury car in the afternoon. Just as they were about to gossip, they saw Lin Yifan coming down from the passenger seat. They quickly calmed down and greeted Lin Yifan. "Good afternoon, Mr. Lin." "Hello, Mr. Lin." "Hello, Mr. Lin." Listening to several women greeting him, thinking that he was about to take over the store, Lin Yifan smiled and responded, "Good afternoon, ladies." The girls welcomed Lin Yifan into the store like the moon in the crowd, serving him tea and water with great enthusiasm. Seeing that Lin Yifan was so easygoing and had no airs, the girls were no longer so restrained and started chatting at once. "Mr. Lin, our Fei hasn't come back all afternoon. Is she almost gone? Mr. Lin, have you captured my Fei? Mr. Lin, when are you going to treat us to wedding candy?" Listening to the chattering sounds in his ears and such direct questions, Lin Yifan felt overwhelmed. He smiled bitterly and cast a look for help at Zhou Fei, who was pushed aside by the other girls and ignored by everyone. After Zhou Fei received Lin Yifan's distress signal, she quickly squeezed in and stopped those gossipy colleagues. "Sisters, can you please be more reserved and not scare others?" Who knew that Zhou Fei's appearance would instantly attract all the firepower? "Oh, our Fei is so distressed. I guess she's not feeling sorry for us. Xiao Fei is just jealous and afraid that we will take her man away." "Don't worry, Xiao Fei, we can't take your man away from you." Seeing himself at a loss as to what to do after being teased by his colleagues, Lin Yifan was gloating when a middle-aged man's voice came from the door. "What do you guys do during work hours? What do you look like when you're all together?" When the girls in the store heard this familiar scolding voice, they quickly dispersed, restrained their playful expressions, and shouted in unison to the middle-aged man who came in, "Boss Xiao." The owner Xiao Yong walked into the store with a stern face. Because the employees in the store were gathered together, they did not notice Lin Yifan's presence. Chapter 47 Chapter 46 Give Zhou Fei a shop. It was not until the employees were scared and scattered that they saw the familiar face who had spent 500 million at the auction with a calm expression. He quickly bent over to greet him, put on a smile and extended his hand, saying, "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, I didn't see you in the store just now." Lin Yifan politely shook hands with him and said with a smile, "Mr. Xiao, you were so polite. Thank you for your willingness to transfer this store to me this time." Xiao Yang smiled and said, "Hey, that's not right. Young Master Lin paid a premium of 100%. So I still made a profit. I invested more than 2 million in just 3 months, and I made double the profit after reselling it. Where can you find such a good thing? No matter who it is, they will be willing to transfer the store to young Master Lin." Lin Yifan smiled. If we really talk about this matter, Xiao Yong did not suffer any loss at all. This is a win-win situation. Xiao Yong invested more than 2 million yuan in his store, and the profit doubled in 3 months. Such a profit cannot be achieved even in the stock market unless it is futures. But the risks of futures are no joke, and high profits also mean high risks. For Lin Yifan, who was planning to spend his fortune, being able to double his money to buy a store was just what he wanted. So the two of them hit it off and each achieved their own goals. The idle employees nearby heard the conversation between Lin Yifan and his boss and captured important information. "Mr. Lin wants to take over this store? Does this mean you've changed your boss?"
Could it be that, just because of Fei, Master Lin is willing to spend twice as much money to take over this store? Considering the car at the door that doesn't even have a license plate, it's obviously a brand new Cayenne that just came out of the 4S shop. Everyone in the store looked at Zhou Fei with envy. They really didn't expect that Zhou Fei could win over such a young master so easily. This young, rich, handsome young man is the man that women dream of. Even being a lover is rare. What's more, this young master is so generous and kind to women. As soon as we met, he gave us $1 million luxury car. Now, for Zhou Fei, he spared no expense to acquire the shop. It is estimated that Zhou Fei will be promoted to store manager soon and will have control over the entire store. The girls in the store were guessing this in their hearts. Then I thought that this opportunity was in front of everyone and everyone had a chance. If they had not thought the possibility was small at the beginning and did not encourage Zhou Fei, but took the initiative themselves, maybe they would be the ones driving the luxury car now. This made all the shopping guides feel regretful. If I had known it was so easy, I should have tried it myself. Now, it's too late to say anything. Then Mr. Lin, if there are no other questions, let's sign the transfer contract. After saying that, Youyou took out the contract that had been prepared long ago from his briefcase and handed it to Lin Yifan. Lin Yifan read the contract in its entirety and said to Youyou, Mr. Xiao, there is no problem with the contract, but there is one place that needs to be modified. Mr. Lin, please speak. Lin Yifan glanced at Zhou Fei, who was standing with her colleagues and was still unaware of the situation. He turned around and smiled at Youyou, change Party B's name to Zhou Fei. What? Youyou cried out, looking at Zhou Fei in shock. Write Zhou Fei's name? Lin Yifan spent 5 million to buy this store. Was it to give it to Zhou Fei? At first he thought that Lin Yifan bought the store in order to promote Zhou Fei to be the store manager, but he never expected that he would just give it to someone else. What kind of magical charm do my former employees have? She could actually make someone like Lin Xiao fall in love with her and spend millions to win her favor. Zhou Fei suddenly heard her name, and before she could react, she saw everyone in the store staring at her in shock. After she digested Lin Yifan's words in her mind, she finally reacted belatedly. Zhou Fei only felt a loud bang, and his mind went blank. My entire mind seemed to be in a void of space. I didn't know how to react and stood there like a fool. As for the other girls in the store, the more generous and magnanimous Lin Yifan acted, the deeper the regret in the hearts of the women present. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, they would have burst into tears. This is to vent the regret in my heart. Youyou was indeed a veteran, and he guessed the general cause and effect as soon as he thought about it. It doesn't feel strange anymore. This kind of thing is very common among wealthy people. Okay, I'll go and reprint a contract right now. Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. Youyou left the store in a hurry and went to a copy shop not far away to redraft a new contract. It is not difficult to modify the contract, you just need to change the name of Party B. Soon Youyou came back with the new contract. Youyou signed his name first, pressed his fingerprint, and handed it directly to Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei subconsciously took the contract and looked at the 2 thin pieces of paper in her hand. These 2 pieces of paper represent a value of millions. Once you sign your name on them, you will instantly own assets worth millions. And as long as you manage the store well, you will have a stable income of hundreds of thousands every month. When she became Lin Yifan's woman, she knew that her life would change. But she thought at most that Lin Yifan would give her some money to get rid of her, or give her tens of thousands of pocket money every month. A better scenario would be to buy her a better house and car and support herself. But she really didn't expect that Lin Yifan would be so generous right from the start. First it was $1 million luxury car, and now it's the ownership of a luxury store. A store worth more than 2 million is not the point. The point is that Lin Yifan gave him an opportunity to teach a man to fish instead of giving him a fish. Zhou Fei took her eyes off the contract in her hand and looked up at Lin Yifan blankly, her eyes full of helplessness. Lin Yifan smiled at her and said, "Don't hesitate, just sign it." Under Lin Yifan's urging, Zhou Fei finally accepted Lin Yifan's kindness, picked up the pen, signed her name in the Party B position, and pressed her fingerprints. The contract was in 2 copies, and Zhou Fei returned one of them to Youyou. Youyou took the contract and said to Zhou Fei with a smile, "Zhou Fei, congratulations, from now on you are the owner of this store. Run it well, it will bring you rich returns." Zhou Fei was flattered and replied, "Thank you, boss." "Well, I'm not your boss now. You are the boss now." Youyou smiled, and then said to Lin Yifan, "Mr. Lin, I won't bother you anymore. Let's keep in touch and get together when we are free. I hope you will come.
Lin Yifan shook hands with Xiao Yong and said, Mr. Xiao, you're welcome.
Thank you for today's help. Call me when you have time.
After the two exchanged pleasantries, Xiao Yong left contentedly with the 5 million that Lin Yifan had transferred to him.
Chapter 48 Chapter 47 Find an agent to buy a house. Watching Xiao Yong leave, Lin Yifan checked the text message about his bank card balance.
Seeing that the balance showed more than 10.7 billion, Lin Yifan couldn't help but hold his forehead and sigh. Within just a few days of traveling through time, Lin Yifan spent money everywhere. More than 700 million yuan was spent in the past few days, excluding 5 cents in cash worth 500 million yuan used to buy a house.
The remaining 250 million was paid by credit card.
It took 700 million in just a few days, which was incredible for ordinary people, but this speed was still too slow for Lin Yifan. Lin Yifan summarized his spending and found that the fastest spending was on buying a house. Whether buying a car or a store, the average consumption is only a few million. The speed of spending money on live streaming platforms by giving gifts is quite fast, but the disadvantage is that it is tiring. It seems that I need to adjust my way of spending money, otherwise it will be difficult to complete the task if I continue like this. From now on, buying cars in shops can only be regarded as a pastime, and giving rewards on live streaming platforms can be regarded as a backup task. The key is still to buy a house, which is the biggest consumption. Lin Yifan's thoughts turned and his eyes turned to high-end real estate. Thinking of this, Lin Yifan said to Zhou Fei, who was still studying the contract, Fei, I'm going to go out for a while.
Give me the car keys. Zhou Fei quickly handed the Koyan car keys to Lin Yifan. Yifan, how long will you be out? Should I wait for you in the store?
Lin Yifan took the key and nodded, I'll come back to pick you up when I'm done. After saying this, regardless of the other employees in the store, he hugged Zhou Fei, kissed her on the forehead, then turned and left the store. After Lin Yifan left, the other girls in the store immediately surrounded Zhou Fei. Wow, I didn't expect that our Fei would become the boss lady. Fei is so lucky to have managed to capture such a young master.
That's right. We are all envious of her. We can only say that Fei is so charming that even Mr. Lin has fallen for her gentleness.
Boss lady, please take care of me, please help me, hee hee. Now that the girls were working under Zhou Fei, they naturally had to please her. Several of them surrounded Zhou Fei and started flattering her. Faced with the flattery of her former colleagues, Zhou Fei's face was filled with a happy smile, but she remained low-key and did not become arrogant.
Because everyone in the store knows that there is Su Youyou beside Lin Yifan. Regardless of whether Su Youyou is Lin Yifan's official girlfriend, at least the fact that Zhou Fei is his lover cannot be changed. In the final analysis, Zhou Fei was just lucky and had the opportunity to become Lin Yifan's woman.
In Zhou Fei's heart, she could become Lin Yifan's woman so easily. Then who can guarantee that these former colleagues in the store will not become Lin Yifan's women in the future? So Zhou Fei knew very well that she had nothing to be proud of. She blushed and smiled, okay, sisters, please forgive me.
What boss lady? Please stop laughing at me.
Let me say this on both sides. Lin Yifan drove the Cayenne he bought for Zhou Fei, speeding along the streets of Shanghai. He planned to take advantage of the early hour, only 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and spend some more money. This time, his target was the Hachimandu Villa area.
The Bajiantang Villa district is not far from Sidiu number 1. It only takes half an hour to drive from Sidiu number 1 if there is no traffic jam. Although this is not the top villa property, it is still ranked among the best in the Shanghai Stock Exchange. Lin Yifan's current destination is not the Bajiantang Villa, but a well-known real estate agency in Shanghai. After all, I will need to buy a house in the future, and I can't possibly look for one myself every time. It is better to entrust an agent to help you and save time and effort. As for the high commission that the agency will charge at that time, wouldn't this be a timely help to Lin Yifan? After arriving at Huayuan Real Estate, Lin Yifan parked the car and went straight to Huayuan Company. As soon as he entered the company, Lin Yifan found it very lively inside. At each desk, there is basically a real estate consultant explaining the house to 1 or 2 customers. Inside the agency, a girl named Han Xingyun was sitting in front of her small desk, looking tired and dejected. She has been working at Huayuan Real Estate for almost a year. Under the guidance of the master arranged by the company, I spent the first 2 months familiarizing myself with the road conditions around Shanghai and mastering the information of all the properties for sale by the company. After the novice period, she started selling independently.
In the first few months, her luck was pretty good and she was never at the bottom of the company's sales rankings every month. Because the company has regulations and implements a last in first out system. If an employee ranks last in the company's internal competition ranking and is last for 3 consecutive months, he or she will be fired. Han Xingyun was lucky enough to avoid being eliminated last every time. But her luck seemed to have run out in the past few months, and she has been ranked at the bottom for 2 consecutive months. This month is the last month if Han Xingyun doesn't sell another house. Judging from the company's current ranking, I am definitely last. If a few days pass and it's the end of the month, I'll be ranked last, and according to company regulations, I'll have to pack up and leave. In the real estate sales industry, the basic salary is not high. At most, it is enough to make a living and not starve to death. All income sources of real estate consultants depend on commissions from house sales, so the income polarization in this industry is extremely serious. Some real estate consultants are lucky and can earn hundreds of thousands of commissions for selling a luxury house or villa. If you are only selling small apartments or newly opened properties, the lowest commission is only a few thousand yuan, and the highest is over 10,000 yuan. The income seems pretty good, but the prerequisite is that one unit can be sold every month. Otherwise, you'd end up like Han Xingyun, who had no deals for 2 months in a row and could only make ends meet with the basic salary. And in the 3rd month, they will face the risk of unemployment. Han Xingyun has been working very hard this month. Every day she is either trying to attract new clients or contacting old clients who are interested in housing. But my heels were rubbed raw by my high heels and there was no progress. It's already the last week of this month, and Han Xingyun feels like there's no hope. She has quite a few clientele who want to buy houses. There were a few people who really wanted to buy a house, but Han Xingyun herself didn't want to make such an order. Because among these people, the more disgusting one was that when viewing a house, he hinted that he would only sign the contract if she could stay with him for one night. A slightly better offer would mean that if Han Xingyun was willing to be his lover, she would not only be able to sign the contract, but also receive a considerable living allowance. This is a natural defect for women in this line of work. Originally, I just wanted to buy a house, but I saw that your real estate consultant was a woman, and she was pretty. Naturally, it is inevitable that one will have evil thoughts and use the normal purchase of a house as a bargaining chip. Han Xingyun was extremely disgusted with this kind of people and scolded them mercilessly at the beginning. Chapter 49 Chapter 48 House Viewing. But when the unemployment crisis is about to come, if I really have to leave here, what good job can I find with my education? Under the pressure of life and reality, Han Xingyun's thoughts began to waver. Especially in the last half month, she made countless efforts. I run around every day taking people to see houses, but in the end there is still no deal. Han Xingyun's desire to compromise became stronger and stronger, and she hesitated several times whether to accept reality. I plan to choose a compromise that is more pleasing to my eyes among several potential customers. But she really couldn't bear to do such a thing. Today I took a new client to look at houses for the whole day, and even my lunch was just a hasty one. As a result, after a day of running around, all I got in return was a request from the client to compare again. After seeing off the customers, seeing that it was almost time for dinner, Han Xingyun dragged her tired body back to the company. He sat down at his desk, completely devoid of energy. As if to vent her depressed mood, Han Xingyun kicked off her restrictive high heels and lay on the desk, looking dejected and dazed. Dong dong dong. Han Xingyun had just been lying down for a while when someone knocked on her desk. She thought it was the manager coming to scold her, and raised her head dejectedly. When Han Xingyun saw a young boy standing in front of her desk and looking at her with a smile, she stood up immediately. He quickly asked, "Sir, what can I do for you?" Lin Yifan looked around and said to the only idle real estate consultant in front of him, "Excuse me, I want to buy a house, but your colleagues are all busy. I saw that you were taking a break, so I came over to disturb you." When Han Xingyun heard that it was a client buying a house, her eyes immediately lit up and she hurriedly put on her shoes. Then he asked with a smile on his face, "Hello, sir. My name is Han Xingyun. What kind of house do you need?" Lin Yifan first introduced himself and then said, "I want to look at the houses in the 8-room villa district. Do you have any houses available in your company?" When she heard the number of rooms, Han Xingyun's excitement instantly diminished a lot. If the young man in front of her said that he wanted to buy an apartment or a small house, Han Xingyun would still believe it. But when the other party mentioned the 8-room villa area, she thought he was just curious and wanted to take a look. But she still cheered up, kept smiling and said, "Mr. Lin, our company does have a few houses for sale.
Do you want to learn about them first or go to see the houses in person?
Well, let's just take a look at it, no matter if it happens or not. We've persisted for so long, it doesn't matter if this trip is in vain.
Han Xingyun comforted herself in this way.
Lin Yifan said, "It's getting late now, let's go and see the house in person."
Okay, I'll go get the keys, and we'll talk while we walk.
After getting the key to the villa in the 8-room villa district, the two walked out of the company. Han Xingyun was about to take a taxi, but Lin Yifan walked to the side of the road, took out the key and pressed the key. Then, under Han Xingyun's dull gaze, the unlock light of the brand new bright red Cayenne lit up. Lin Yifan opened the driver's door and prepared to get in, but found that Han Xingyun was still standing there in a daze.
Let's go, why are you still standing there? It will be dark soon.
Han Xingyun came back to her senses after hearing Lin Yifan's call, and quickly walked to the passenger seat and sat in. Lin Yifan set the navigation and drove Han Xingyun to the 8-room villa district. On the way, Han Xingyun was thinking in his heart. Although she guessed that the young man must be a rich second generation based on his dress and the car worth millions. But when Han Xingyun heard that he was going to the Beijianfang villa district to look at houses, she was still nervous. The detached villas there cost tens of millions each. The expensive ones can even cost hundreds of millions.
Compared with the housing price, Lin Yifan's car is not convincing. Never mind. If he really just wants to look around, I'll try to recommend him a house in the city.
Compared with houses that cost tens of millions or hundreds of millions, a house that costs tens of thousands per square meter in the city should be affordable for this young man. As long as I complete this order, I won't have to worry about being unemployed in the short term. There is no need to make deals against your will with those older men.
Han Xingyun felt a little relieved when she thought of this.
When the two arrived at the 8-room villa, dusk illuminated the entire villa area.
Han Xingyun directed Lin Yifan to drive to the company's housing location.
When they arrived at the door of the single-family villa Han Xingyun mentioned, the two got out of the car.
Han Xingyun walked to the door of the single-family villa and opened the iron gate of the villa yard with the company's key.
Han Xingyun took Lin Yifan into the yard, opened the door of the villa, and explained the basic information of the house to Lin Yifan.
With Han Xingyun's explanation, Lin Yifan visited the entire villa.
The villa is a Chinese-style house built on the water, covering an area of about 2 acres. The house was surrounded by a wall, and the yard seemed a little quiet. Lin Yifan asked about the price, and found out that the villa cost 56 million. Lin Yifan did not express his opinion and planned to look at the remaining properties first. Han Xingyun thought he was scared by the price and was thinking about which house in the city to recommend to him on the way back.
But then I heard Lin Yifan asking to see the remaining houses.
The customer is God, so Han Xingyun had no choice but to accompany him to the next villa. The next 2 single-family villas are generally similar in style, the only difference being the floor area and home decoration. One of them costs 72 million yuan, and the other costs 110 million yuan.
After looking at these 3 villas, Lin Yifan thought for a while and asked Han Xingyun, "Miss Han, are there any more expensive houses? I want to see them."
Lin Yifan was depressed. When he bought the Seaview No. 1 building, he and Shanghai raised the price of the house to 500 million yuan. But at least the actual value is about 200 to 300 million.
I didn't expect that this single-family villa is cheaper than the duplex.
Han Xingyun was even more depressed than him. If she didn't want him to buy a house in the city, Han Xingyun really wanted to roll her eyes at him.
I'm really addicted to it. I pretend to be a big shot even though I can't afford it.
Han Xingyun, who was angry but unable to vent, simply sold a house that had been on the market in her company for a long time. The value of that house is several times more than the most expensive house we just saw, but it also occupies a larger area.
Mr. Lin, there really is a house like this.
The owner has listed the house with our company for several months, but because the asking price is too high, it has not been sold. When Lin Yifan heard that the medicine was too expensive, his eyes lit up.
Where is the house? Take me to see it. Han Xingyun explained, "Mr. Lin, it's like this.
The owner intends to talk directly to the client, so the key is not in our company."
Chapter 50 Chapter 49 Buying an 8-room villa. But if you want to see it, I can call the owner.
Lin Yifan urged, "Hurry up and fight." Han Xingyun had no choice but to walk aside and call the landlord.
After a brief communication with the landlord, Han Xingyun returned to Lin Yifan.
"Mr. Lin, the owner will be here soon, let's wait for a while." The two of them sat on a bench on the roadside in the villa area, chatting about the house and passing the time. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, a Bentley sedan stopped not far from them. A middle-aged man in a suit with a sad face got out of the car. Seeing the owner of the house appear, Han Qingyun took Lin Yifan over. "Mr. Wu, this Mr. Lin is the client who wants to see your house. I'm sorry to have you come here so late." "It's okay. After all, you are here to help me sell the house." Mr. Wu concealed the depression on his face, cheered himself up and said something polite to Han Qingyun, looking Lin Yifan up and down. His vision was not comparable to Han Qingyun's. The value of Lin Yifan's outfit instantly formed a corresponding image in his mind. "Mr. Lin, I'm sure Miss Han has already given you a rough introduction to the details of the house. Let's go directly to see the house and discuss the price after we see it." After saying that, Mr. Wu opened the gate of the yard and led the two of them in. He took Lin Yifan on a tour of the entire villa, and then sat down on the sofa in the large living room on the first floor. Mr. Wu asked, "Mr. Lin, now that you've seen the house, what do you think?" Lin Yifan nodded. He was quite satisfied with the house. Although the house is only slightly larger than the previous villa, the space in the entire yard is much larger. Moreover, the decoration of this villa is obviously more unique than the previous one. The house is pretty good. I wonder how much this villa costs. Mr. Wu was silent for a moment, then he held up 3 fingers and said, "I bought this villa for 240 million yuan. Now the price has increased a lot, so I won't add too much. If Mr. Lin wants it, just take the 300 million yuan. 300 million? Lin Yifan pondered for a moment and said, "The price is not bad. I am too lazy to look at it. Let's go with this one." When Mr. Wu heard that Lin Yifan was willing to accept it, a look of joy appeared on his face. Han Qingyun, who was doing nothing but watching the two people negotiating the price, was stunned when she heard Lin Yifan say that he wanted to buy the villa. 300 million. So many people who came to see the house before were attracted by this one. But when I heard the price of 300 million, I gave up. Unexpectedly, this young customer actually planned to buy it without hesitation. Realizing that the house was about to be sold, Han Qingyun suppressed her inner excitement and quickly began to calculate her commission for this order in her mind. Because this second-hand housing agency only provides introductions, the agency commission after the transaction is 0.4%. That is to say, if the transaction is completed at 300 million, the company will charge a commission of 1.2 million. As for the personal commission for this kind of luxury house, the company gives its employees a commission of 40%. After some calculations, Han Qingyun finally figured out his commission. A total of 480,000. You made hundreds of thousands of dollars in one go? Han Qingyun felt like she was dreaming. More than an hour ago, she was still worrying about her performance and impending unemployment. Unexpectedly, in a short while, good times came. In a blink of an eye, not only did his sales rank first in the company, but he also earned hundreds of thousands in commissions. When Mr. Wu saw Lin Yifan, he bought his villa without hesitation. The impression of Lin Yifan in my mind instantly rose to a higher level. Considering his current situation, Mr. Wu asked anxiously, "Mr. Lin, do you think we can sign the contract today?" Perhaps because he was afraid that his hasty reaction would cause Lin Yifan to misunderstand him, he quickly added another sentence. "Don't worry. Huayuan Real Estate has already investigated the property rights of the house. Huayuan Real Estate will also provide a guarantee during the transaction. Their company has the guarantee qualification. You can ask Miss Han about this." Lin Yifan looked at Han Qingyun. After all, Han Qingyun has been working in the company for so long, so she is very clear about these things. She nodded to Lin Yifan, indicating that Mr. Wu was right. Lin Yifan was relieved. But I still asked curiously, why is Mr. Wu in such a hurry to sign the contract today? Mr. Wu explained with a wry smile, "To be honest, I am in the foreign trade business. Some time ago, I was preparing to ship a batch of goods worth up to 500 million yuan back to China from Shanghai port. Who knew that we would encounter a huge storm at sea and several cargo ships were destroyed? I have been very anxious and have been dealing with this matter for a long time. The loss of the ship, the compensation for the victims on board, the loss of cargo and the liquidated damages, all came together. If it were just these things, I could still get through it by gritting my teeth. I just need to withdraw working capital from the company to fill the gap in compensation. But it just so happened that the company's bank loan was about to expire and the company's cash flow was insufficient, so we had no choice but to sell the property." Lin Yifan nodded thoughtfully. That's what was going on. No wonder he was in a hurry to sign the contract tonight. It turns out that he wanted to use the 300 million to alleviate the company's difficulties. Okay, since Mr. Wu needs funds now, and we'd rather help the poor than the needy, then let's sign the contract. After hearing Lin Yifun's straightforward answer, Mr. Wu said gratefully, Mr. Lin, thank you so much. Don't worry, I will help Mr. Lin handle all the subsequent house transfer procedures properly. After saying that, Mr. Wu took out the contract that he had prepared long ago from his handbag. After reading the contract and confirming it was correct, Lin Yifan signed and stamped it, then transferred 300 million directly to Mr. Wu's account. As for the subsequent transfer of ownership of the house, Mr. Wu and Huayuan Real Estate will naturally be in charge. Lin Yifan only needs to show up when his signature is required. Another 300 million was lost. It turns out that if we want to complete the task, we have to rely on such large transactions. After the conversation with Mr. Wu just now, some wasteful thoughts suddenly emerged in Lin Yifan's mind. My vision was too narrow before. You don't have to buy physical goods or give rewards to spend money. You can completely change your mindset. For example, you can play stocks, futures, or set up an investment company. Others play the stock market to make money, so they need to be very selective when choosing stocks. But I don't need it. I just want to see which stocks in the market are doing poorly and are plummeting. You can buy high and sell low. Futures are even more exciting. You can use the maximum leverage ratio and do the reverse operation. After buying, all you have to do is wait for your position to be liquidated. The same goes for investment companies. Any project that is unreliable and has no prospects is their best choice. Others are rushing to invest. I, Lin Yifan, don't care. I, Lin Yifan, invested in projects that others were unwilling to invest in. So willful, so rude. Chapter 51 Chapter 50 Manager shows little thoughts. The more Lin Yifan thought about it, the more excited he became, and his thoughts began to spread uncontrollably. I immediately thought of gambling on stones, a game that is said to lead to heaven with one cut and hell with another. This thing is good. Although the price of raw stones ranges from a few thousand to tens of millions, the price is not expensive, but it is not tiring. It is not as hard as live broadcast rewards, and the money is spent quickly. Once you found something you like, just pay the owner and ask him to cut it. If you just throw away the stone after it's cut, won't that mean you've spent all your money? Hee, System 6 just doesn't let me destroy the cash by sabotage. But gambling on stones doesn't count as damaging cash. Although gambling on stones and cutting them out is almost like burning money, this is just taking advantage of loopholes in the system's rules and exploiting bugs. Lin Yifan clapped his hands and decided to leave tomorrow. Gambling on stones will ruin your family. After Mr. Wu signed the contract with Lin Yifan and exchanged pleasantries, he apologized to Lin Yifan, said he had to go back to the company to deal with these matters, and left. Lin Yifan sent Han Xingyun back to Huayuan Real Estate and said on the way, Miss Han, I'm sorry to bother you with the house. Just call me when you need my signature. Han Xingyun had now swept away her previous frustration and said with a cheerful smile, Mr. Lin, this is what I should do. We will help you with the transfer of the house, so don't worry. Lin Yifan drove the Cayenne with one hand and opened his WeChat QR code with the other hand and showed it to Han Xingyun. Ms. Han, please add me on WeChat. I will need to buy a house in the future. I will contact you directly instead of bothering two people. Okay, thank you so much for taking care of me, Mr. Lin. Han Xingyun's face flushed with excitement, and she quickly took out her mobile phone to scan the code. She didn't expect that not only would she close such a large deal today, but she would also be able to establish a relationship with such a big client. From the sound of his voice, he will continue to buy it in the future. Does that mean I won't have to worry about performance anymore? With big customers like this, why worry about being eliminated last? As long as Lin Yifan is sure of himself, the boss will not dare to fire him even if he ranks last for 3 consecutive months. After sending Han Xingyun to the gate of Huayuan Real Estate, and with her bowing to say farewell, Lin Yifan drove his Cayenne away from Huayuan Real Estate and headed for Laputa. After Lin Yifan's car drove away, Han Xingyun walked into the company briskly, holding the contract in her hand, and went straight to the manager's office. Entering the office, Han Xingyun handed the contract in her hand to the manager. He said with a smile, Manager, this is the order I just signed, please take a look. Manager Zhou took the contract handed over by Han Xingyun and was a little surprised. I didn't expect that this employee, who was at the bottom of the performance list and was about to be fired, actually signed the order. But when he looked through the contract, the nonchalance on his face changed instantly. Has this villa been sold? Manager Zhou asked in shock.
Han Qingyun kept smiling, revealing a hint of pride in her smile. Yes, isn't the contract in your hands?
Manager Zhou glanced at the buyer's signature.
Lin Yifan.
These 3 words sound familiar.
Then he suddenly realized, isn't this the name of the young master at the Seaview No. 1 auction?
As one of the top real estate agencies in Shanghai, Youyou Real Estate is naturally very concerned about real estate news. As a leading brokerage company in the Shanghai Stock Exchange, Manager Zhou would naturally be present at an auction like Seaview No. 1. He saw with his own eyes that Lin Yifan spent more than 500 million to buy the king of the building in Seaview No. 1. He did not expect that this young man would come to his company and buy a villa just a few days later.
Manager Zhou was now considering one thing: what is the relationship between this young master Lin and Han Qingyun? Otherwise, how could such a good thing fall into the hands of Han Qingyun?
After all, Manager Zhou not only knows about some of the dirty things in the real estate circle, but has also experienced them personally. In order to sign a contract, some female employees would take the initiative to approach him, and would even sacrifice themselves for him to introduce them to some connections.
Could it be that Han Qingyun and that young master Lin are also like this?
Of course, Zhou Shuwen couldn't ask Han Qingyun about this matter openly, so he could only guess on his own. Looking at Lin Yifan's contact information on the contract, Zhou Shuwen's eyes rolled and he began to have evil ideas in his mind.
If it is an ordinary customer, the manager certainly would not want to compete for resources with an employee. But Zhou Shuwen didn't want to let go of such a high-quality big customer.
As a manager, it was common for him to use some tricks secretly to snatch the big customer away. Han Qingyun has been in this company for so long and has witnessed many such things. Seeing Manager Zhou's eyes rolling around, she knew what he was planning. So Han Qingyun pretended to be casual and said, "Oh, by the way, Mr. Lin said that he would need to buy a property in the future, and he also said that it is better not to bother 2 people for one thing. If you buy a house, please send me a WeChat message." Zhou Shuwen was indeed shocked by Han Qingyun's words. The 2 of them even added each other on WeChat, and the couple asked her to contact them when they wanted to buy a house in the future.
Zhou Shuwen didn't know whether what Han Qingyun said was true or not, but he didn't dare to gamble.
"I can only put away my little thoughts." So he laughed and said to Han Qingyun, "Qingyun, you did a good job on this order. Since young Master Lin said he wants to buy a house from you again, you should take the initiative to maintain good customer relations and try to make persistent efforts to get another big order." Han Qingyun smiled coldly in her heart, and said calmly on the surface, "Manager, don't worry, I will protect the big customers." Zhou Shuwen waved his hand and said, "Okay, you can follow up on this order."
Han Qingyun left the contract in the manager's office and walked out.
Here, Lin Yifan was driving back to the Laputa store to pick up Zhou Fei.
Zhou Fei ran into trouble in the store.
A young man wearing a high-end brand walked into the Laputa store with his arm around a seductive woman who was wearing revealing clothes. "Baby, I'll buy you a bag today, and then we'll go out for a big meal.
Don't go back to school tonight. I'll drive you back tomorrow morning."
The young man teased the young college student in his arms with a frivolous look on his face.
The woman hesitated and said shyly, "Brother Jiang, I hate you. Let's talk about it later."
The young man laughed. Although the woman did not agree on the surface, he knew she was just playing hard to get. A shopping guide in the store saw the customer coming in and hurried to greet him. Zhang Kaixian hugged the woman and said to the shopping guide, "Take us to see the bags in your store." The shopping guide quickly extended her hand to lead the way. "This way, handsome man." The 3 of them walked towards the bag counter. After taking a few steps, Zhang Kaixian saw a familiar figure and suddenly stopped.
"Zhou Fei?" he called out uncertainly.
Zhou Fei, with her back to Zhang Kaixian, was thinking about adjusting the display of clothes in the store. After all, this would be her own store from now on, and she had to run it carefully.
Chapter 52 Chapter 51 Zhou Fei's Trouble. Zhou Fei turned around abruptly when she heard a familiar voice.
Zhang Kaixian saw the familiar face and smiled. "Oh, it's really you." The girl next to Zhang Kaixian saw that her boyfriend seemed to be very familiar with this beautiful salesperson, and a sense of crisis surged in her heart. She asked coquettishly, "Brother Jiang, who is she?
Do you know her?"
Zhang Kaixian looked up and down at Zhou Fei, who was wearing a shopping guide uniform, and said with a cold smile, "Do you know her?"
"Of course I know her. She is my ex-girlfriend."
After that, he said to Zhou Fei with a hint of sarcasm, "I didn't expect that you would end up like this, working in sales. Now that you've gone through so much, you must be regretting your impulsiveness at the time." The shop assistants around looked at the scene in surprise, as if they felt that there was a big secret hidden between the 2 of them.
Zhou Fei looked at the man she once loved deeply and said calmly, "Regret? You think too much. The only thing I regret is that after I found out you cheated on me, I didn't break up with you right away. I actually believed the lies of a scumbag like you." Jiang Kaixian originally wanted to look down on Zhou Fei as a winner and let her know how wrong it was for her to dump him. It would be best if he could see Zhou Fei in pain and regret, so that he would feel better. As a second-generation rich man from a well-off family, this was the first time that Jiang Kaixian experienced being dumped by a woman. He arrogantly believed that he was the only one who could dump women, and never thought that any woman would be willing to leave him. But Zhou Fei was an exception. Just because he was playing around with other women, Zhou Fei broke up with him without hesitation. Even though Jiang Kaixian was just playing around with Zhou Fei at first, he still felt bad about being dumped by a woman. Jiang Kaixian, who was originally feeling uncomfortable about this matter, did not expect to meet Zhou Fei, who was working there. He was planning to enjoy her regretful look, and it would be best if she could beg to admit her mistake and want to come back to him. Just when Jiang Kaixian was secretly proud of himself, he didn't expect such words to suddenly come out of her mouth. This was something Jiang Kaixian had not expected. Not only did this bitch Zhou Fei not repent, she even called him a scumbag in public. Jiang Kaixian's veins were bulging with anger. He ignored their past friendship and said to Zhou Fei sarcastically, "You're just being stubborn, huh? My girlfriend, I can easily give her a brand name bag, take her to a high-end restaurant for a feast, and have a luxury car to pick her up whenever she goes out. And you? You are only fit to work in a store like this. You work so hard that the income is only enough to live in this city. You have to save and live frugally for several months before you can buy a bag." Zhou Fei listened to Jiang Kaixian's words coldly. Seeing him showing off like a clown in front of her, she just felt it was ridiculous. Not to mention that she knows Lin Yifan now. Even before she knew Lin Yifan, she could remain calm when Jiang Kaixian spoke nonsense in front of her. She didn't want to continue to be entangled with this kind of person. Lin Yifan might be back at any time, and Zhou Fei didn't want Lin Yifan to have any misunderstandings. "It's none of your business to interfere in my affairs. Just take care of your own business. Now please leave my shop." Zhou Fei coldly ordered him to leave. "Your shop?" Jiang Kaixian was stunned, then laughed unscrupulously. "You might be suffering from paranoia. Do you know how much it would cost to open a store in a commercial street like this? You? Can you afford to open such a store?" Zhou Fei was too lazy to pay attention to him and said to her colleague, "Lily, please ask them to leave. We don't want to do business with him." Lily, who was eating melons, heard Zhou Fei's words and quickly responded, "Okay, Madam Boss." With the support of the boss lady, Lily naturally gave Jiang Kaixian an unceremonious order to leave. "Sir, our boss lady has already said that we will not do business with you anymore, please leave." When Lily was eating melon nearby, she roughly guessed the whole story. It would be fine if Jiang Kaixian cheated, but now he is actually humiliating others like this. As a woman, she naturally stands on the side of her boss's wife. Jiang Kaixian didn't believe that this store belonged to Zhou Fei at all, and thought that the shopping guide was acting with Zhou Fei. "Who the hell do you think you are? Call your boss out. I want to see how long you two bitches can keep up the pretense." Jiang Kaixian was cursing in the store, and the other shopping guides couldn't stand it anymore. One of the girls came up and said coldly, "Sir, please keep your mouth shut. Sister Fei is indeed our boss lady now. If you make trouble again, we can only call the police." When Jiang Kaixian heard the second shopping guide also admit that Zhou Fei was the owner of this store and was so confident that she dared to call the police, he was immediately confused and began to waver. "It looks real. Is this store really owned by Zhou Fei? How is that possible? How can she have so much money to open a store in a commercial street like this? Could it be? Is Zhou Fei being kept by someone? Of course it is. If she wasn't being kept by someone, how could she come up with such a large sum of money with her ability?" After figuring out all these points, Jiang Kaixian sneered, "Zhou Fei, I didn't expect you to be so mean. I thought you were so noble. You're just hooking up with those rich old men for money. I underestimated you. I admire you." If Jiang Kaixian's previous ridicule of Zhou Fei didn't matter, then his remarks now really hit Zhou Fei's sore spot. She was so angry that she clenched her teeth and was about to curse back when a young man's voice came from outside the door. "I'm an old man? How come I don't know that?" Lin Yifan, who had just returned, heard Jiang Kaixian's words at the door and walked into the store jokingly. He came to Zhou Fei, hugged Zhou Fei in his arms, stared at Jiang Kaixian with sharp eyes and said coldly, "What?
You came to my store to make trouble and insult my woman. Who do you think you are?
Jiang Kaishan couldn't help but frowning when he saw the imposing Lin Yifan.
Is this the person who paid Zhou Fei to open a store? Judging from his clothes, he seems to be quite wealthy.
Could he be a second-generation rich?
A sarcastic smile appeared on his face, which looked pale due to alcohol and sex.
Wow, I didn't expect someone to come forward. Man, how does it feel to be the woman I left behind?
Come to think of it, you're really grateful. If I hadn't helped you get the first blood and trained you with so much experience, you would probably have to go through a lot of trouble before you could enjoy it.
Ha 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 ha.
Jiang Kaishan wanted to use this incident to provoke Lin Yifan and embarrass him. If Zhou Fei had not told Lin Yifan about her past, now that I have brought it up, I don't believe that such a hot-tempered young man would be able to endure it.
Chapter 53 Chapter 52 Li Fei saves the day.
After Zhou Fei is dumped, I will play with her slowly. After saying this to add fuel to the fire, he deliberately rubbed his hands under his nose, while his obscene eyes were fixed on Zhou Fei's towering breasts,
as if savoring the taste.
When Zhou Fei heard him say such words in front of Lin Yifan and saw his obscene actions, she suddenly became furious and felt a surge of anger rushing to her head. He was about to lose his mind and rush up to fight him, but he couldn't break free from Lin Yifan's strong arms. Lin Yifan hugged Zhou Fei tightly and said lovingly to Zhou Fei, whose eyes were red and she was about to go crazy, "Silly girl, I don't care about your past, why are you so angry?
Which girl hasn't met a few scumbags when she was young? Let's just treat it as a dog bite or a needle prick. What's in the past is in the past. Let's not care about it." After hearing what Lin Yifan said, Zhou Fei calmed down instantly.
She might not care about Jiang Kaishan or other people's opinions, but she cared about Lin Yifan's thoughts.
I thought Lin Yifan would turn around and leave after hearing this.
When Zhou Fei was at a loss, she heard such heartwarming words, and her eyes, as clear as autumn water, suddenly turned red.
Tears of emotion flowed down her face, and Zhou Fei couldn't help but lean into Lin Yifan's arms and hugged him tightly.
I was afraid that if I let go, the person in front of me would disappear. This scene made the other girls in the store envious. They were originally angry at Jiang Kaishan, a scumbag, and felt sorry for Zhou Fei. At this moment, he wished he could replace Zhou Fei so that he could lean on that safe embrace. When he heard Lin Yifan compare himself to a dog and say that he was a needle, he hugged Zhou Fei and showed his love as if no one was around.
This made Jiang Kaishan's face flush with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "You dare to scold me? Fine, if you can still run this store, I will take your last name."
After saying that, he took out his cell phone and called his uncle who worked at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Lin Yifan just watched him calmly as he went out to make a phone call and did not stop him. He put his arm around Zhou Fei and walked to the sofa in the lounge area and sat down.
Zhou Fei didn't expect things to turn out like this.
She said to Lin Yifan worriedly, "Yifan, Jiang Kaishan's uncle works at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau.
Will he get into trouble?"
"Don't worry, the most he can do is find fault and close the store.
Let's see what tricks he can come up with. I'll find someone first and see if he can handle it."
Lin Yifan sent a message to Li Fei, telling him the general situation. As for whether Li Fei has the ability to handle it, Lin Yifan is not worried. Even if Li Fei has no way to solve it, if it really comes to this, the worst that can happen is that the store will be closed, and the 3 million yuan invested will be wasted, right?
If it were someone else, they would still feel distressed, but would Lin Yifan care?
If the store is really going to be closed, we can just move it to another place and spend a few million to open a new store for Zhou Fei.
I just have too much money to spend.
But this incident also gave Lin Yifan a wake-up call. No matter how rich he is, he really lacks a lot in terms of connections. The only people he knows now are Li Fei and a few others. I have to find ways to expand my network in the future, although money can solve many problems. Just like this time, if the store is really closed, no matter who closed it, Lin Yifan would directly find his direct leader and solve the problem by spending money. But if you really do this, it still won't be satisfying enough. Not long after, several staff members in blue uniforms came in. Jiang Kaishan followed behind them, looking at Lin Yifan and Zhou Fei with a smug look on his face.
It seems to be saying, "This is what happens when you offend me."
The fat, middle-aged man in the lead said bluntly, "Who is the person in charge of this store? We received a report that this store sells fake goods and defrauds consumers, so we came here to find out the situation." He is Jiang Kaishan's uncle, Zhou Xing, who works in the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. After receiving a call from his nephew saying that a store owner was bullying his nephew, Zhou Xing happened to be near the commercial street and immediately brought people over to help his nephew.
Lin Yifan looked at Zhou Xing and smiled coldly. Cheating consumers? When did we cheat consumers?
If you say we sell fakes, fine, show us the evidence and we will accept the punishment.
You are the person in charge of this store, right?
We will investigate the evidence, but now that someone has reported it, your store will have to be closed for a few days for rectification. Zhou Xing had a stern face and spoke in an official tone. He directly demanded that the business be suspended for rectification and that the store be closed for a few days first. Lin Yifan was about to question. At this time, another arrogant voice came from the door.
Hey, who is so blind?
How dare you come to this store to cause trouble and even close it down? Lin Yifan smiled when he heard the familiar voice, swallowed back what he was about to say, sat on the sofa, crossed his legs and watched the show quietly.
Amid everyone's surprised gazes, Li Fei walked into the store with an arrogant step. He looked at Zhou Xing, the leader, with a hint of disdain on his face. Are you the one who wants to close my brother Yifan's store?
Zhou Xing saw Li Fei's posture and his face turned serious. Who are you?
Are you planning to interfere with our normal law enforcement? Ha, what a normal law enforcement. Li Fei laughed and said, I believe you know the law enforcement process better than me. I don't want to waste time talking to you. You are from Puxin district, right?
I want to call your director and see how his subordinates lead the team. After Li Fei finished speaking, he directly dialed a phone call.
After a few rings, the phone was connected. Ha, Fei boy, how come you have time to call an old man like me today? The person on the other end of the phone was Feng Jiaye, director of the Puxin District Industrial and Commercial Bureau.
Li Fei's father has been running a business in Shanghai for many years and has made many connections, so it is natural that he is the head of a district's industrial and commercial bureau. Later, he left Shanghai to expand his business elsewhere, and naturally all his connections in Shanghai, his base, were handed over to Li Fei. Li Fei runs a business in Shanghai, so he has to deal with these management departments, including the director of the industrial and commercial bureau. Because of his father's relationship, Li Fei usually calls these people uncles and aunts.
Li Fei said politely into the phone, Hey, Uncle Feng, look at what you said. You are still so young, how can you be called an old man?
Feng Jiaye laughed when he heard what Li Fei said and said, Okay, you only know how to say nice things.
What do you want to talk to me about today?
When talking about business, Li Fei said seriously, Uncle Feng, this is what happened. Today, my elder brother and a rich second-generation man named Jiang Kaishan had a conflict in his store on Liyuan Commercial Street. He yelled that he would ask his uncle to deal with my buddy, and then not long after, your men came to the store to cause trouble, and without saying a word, they closed the store for rectification.
Chapter 54 Chapter 53 Retreat in Disgrace.
There's no need to bother you with such a small matter.
It's just a few days of suspension. But my elder brother.
At this point, Li Fei lowered his voice, glanced at Lin Yifan, and continued to say to the other end of the phone, My eldest brother is not ordinary, and it is very likely that he came from a big family in Beijing.
If this matter continues. Li Fei didn't say anything else.
He had already said what he needed to say, so there was no need to elaborate. For someone as smart as a monkey as Feng Jiaye, it is impossible that he could not think of what he was going to express next. In fact, given his relationship with Feng Jiaye, as long as Li Fei took the responsibility, Feng Jiaye would not sit idly by. But with the mysterious Buddha Lin Yifan here, Li Fei naturally has to put on a show in front of Feng Jiaye. After all, this allows one to establish connections with people from the aristocratic families in the capital, showing that one has strong connections and can even call such people brothers. Although Li Fei told Feng Jiaye that Lin Yifan was most likely from one of the big families in Beijing, after spending some time with Lin Yifan, he had already determined in his heart that Lin Yifan was the young master of that big family. After hearing Li Fei's words, Feng Jiaye also fell silent on the phone. When he heard the name Jiang Kaishan, he already knew who Li Fei was talking about.
But this is not the point. He captured what Li Fei wanted to express. It actually involves a wealthy family in Beijing.
If this Lin Yifan is really the young master of a noble family in Beijing, then the power possessed by such a person should not be underestimated. What Li Fei talked about could be big or small.
If not handled properly, it would most likely affect his career.
After a moment of hesitation on the phone, Feng Jiaye said in a deep voice, Xiao Fei, I understand.
I'll call and ask. By the way, thank you for this time.
Before Feng Jiaye was about to hang up the phone, he specially expressed his gratitude to Li Fei. As for what he meant by thanking him, Li Fei certainly understood that he was helping him resolve a potential bomb. Returning to Lin Yifan's side, Li Fei made a gesture to Lin Yifan, meaning that the matter had been handled.
Jiang Kaishuan's uncle felt a pang in his heart when he heard Li Fei say that he was going to call his boss. He was preparing to make a quick decision and close the store first to avoid any further complications. As long as the store is closed, if this person can really bring up his boss, the matter has already been dealt with, and at worst I can slowly mediate myself. Who knew that just when he was about to order the store to be closed, a phone call came. After taking a look at the caller ID, he was secretly shocked. It was indeed Feng Jiaye calling. It came so quickly. He answered the call with a bitter face. "Hey, leader, what are your instructions?" Feng Jiaye asked directly on the phone. "Zhou Xing, are you in a store and preparing to close it?" "Boss, this is what happened. I received a call from a consumer complaining that this store sold fake goods and defrauded consumers, so I plan to suspend business for a few days to investigate." Jiang Kaishuan's uncle Zhou Xing was still prepared to struggle and try to get away with it. Who knew Feng Jiaye would expose him bluntly on the phone? "Consumer? Your nephew is causing trouble for them for no reason. They even called me." Zhou Xing was somewhat surprised to see that the young man was actually able to ask the director for help. But now that things have come to this, he simply stops pretending. Anyway, Feng Jiaye was about to be transferred, and his backer was the deputy director who was about to take over, and he had never gotten along with Feng Jiaye. The so-called county magistrate is not as good as the current manager. A former director who was about to be transferred, as the head of the department, with the support of the future new director, he is not inferior to him at all. "Boss, I don't understand what you mean. Since I received the complaint call, I should investigate and understand it according to regulations. I don't think my approach is wrong." Feng Jiaye saw that he no longer took him seriously, and he also knew that it was because of the upcoming personnel changes that the people below him had started to have strange thoughts. Feng Jiaye suddenly laughed in anger. "If you want to die, that's your business, but don't drag me into this. You don't even know the details of his background and you're just speaking up for your nephew. Let me tell you, if you really dare to close someone's store, not to mention whether the person behind you can protect you, even he himself will be in trouble. I don't want to say anything more. Now, immediately, take your people back to the bureau, or you can decide for yourself." After saying this, Feng Jiaye hung up the phone without any courtesy. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Zhou Xing was stunned and stood there with a grim face. People who are involved in the officialdom are not fools. Feng Jiaye's words have made it very clear that this store has a strong background. If I close the store myself, not only will I be able to keep my job, but even the deputy director behind me will be implicated. Another reason that frightened him was Feng Jiaye's attitude. Zhou Xing did not expect that he would get so angry over his store when he was about to be transferred. Feng Jiaye is indeed going to be transferred, so Zhou Xing doesn't need to worry too much about him in small matters. But if he really dares to go against Feng Jiaye blatantly, even if he has a backer, he will be in big trouble. After all, Feng Jiaye is still in office and is the director. If the boss is determined to deal with you, it is not a particularly difficult thing to do. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhou Xing had no choice but to grit his teeth and pack up his troops, leaving in disappointment. Jiang Kaishuan was stunned when he saw his uncle answer the phone and then leave without saying a word. He quickly ran outside the store and caught up with his uncle who was about to get in the car. "Uncle, what's going on? Didn't you agree to help me deal with this boss who doesn't know how to live or die? Why are you leaving now?" Zhou Xing, who had lost face, looked at his dandy nephew and angrily cursed. Fuck your mother, you just want to cause trouble all day long. You dare to provoke others without even knowing their background. I think you are the one who doesn't know how to live or die." Jiang Kaishuan, who was scolded, muttered, "Isn't my mother your sister? What did you say?" Jiang Kaishuan quickly shook his head and said, "Uncle, is the other party very powerful?" Zhou Xing glanced at him and said sarcastically, "Who can make Feng Jiaye desperately jump out to protect him? What do you think? So you're just going to let him go?" Zhou Xing scolded him angrily. "What else? You still want to compete with him? Do you have the ability to do so?" After saying this, Zhou Xing no longer paid any attention to his nephew. He turned around, got into the car and left. Jiang Kaishuan glanced at the store with an unwilling look on his face, and finally walked away in shame with a sullen face. Chapter 55 Chapter 54 Seedview Number 1 Senzhou Fei. Li Fei in the store saw that the matter was settled, and he still had some small matters to deal with, so he explained the situation to Lin Yifan and left the Laputa store. After leaving Laputa, Li Fei had already kept this matter in mind. He planned to contact a few people later and conspire together to teach this arrogant Jiang Kaishuan a lesson and let him know that some people cannot be offended casually.
Perhaps with Lin Yifan's power, he doesn't need to do anything himself to deal with Jiang Kaixian, but whether he takes the initiative to do this or not is of a different nature, so when it is time to act, he still has to use actions to show his attitude. Lin Yifan sent Li Fei out of the store. After he left, he returned to Zhou Fei, checked the time, and smiled at her. Fei Fei, are you hungry? Seeing that the problem was solved by the people Lin Yifan called over, Zhou Fei said happily, a little bit, aren't we waiting for you to have dinner together? Let's go, then, and have dinner. After saying that, he took Zhou Fei and left Laputa amid the envious gazes of the other girls in the store. After the two finished their dinner at a high-end restaurant, Lin Yifan asked Zhou Fei not to go back and to stay at Seaview number 1 tonight. Zhou Fei thought of what Lin Yifan said after the first time, her face turned slightly red, and she nodded obediently in agreement. After the two drove back to Seaview number 1, Zhou Fei took the initiative to take a shower first. After she finished washing, she came out wearing a gray high-end bathrobe. Seeing Zhou Fei with wet hair, like a lotus emerging from water, Lin Yifan couldn't help swallowing, and then he couldn't wait to rush to the bathroom. While Lin Yifan was taking a shower, Zhou Fei, who was free, walked around the house for a few laps and finally walked to the large balcony with a river view. Her slender hands rested on the tempered glass railing as she looked at the lights of the tall buildings below and listened to the occasional sound of ship whistles coming from the river. From this position, you can fully appreciate the hustle and bustle of the Bund. The scene before her made Zhou Fei feel like she was in a dream. Thinking back to when Lin Yifan first came into the store, I looked down on him because he was wearing all the goods I bought on Taobao. Unexpectedly, Lin Yifan bought millions of dollars worth of clothes at one time, and he earned almost 2 months' salary from this order. After Lin Yifan went shopping, Zhou Fei was very happy about this big order and occasionally fantasized about it. She fantasized that if she became the girlfriend of such a rich second-generation man, she would no longer have to worry about her life, she could live in a mansion, drive a nice car, and enjoy a life that ordinary people envied. But she was just thinking about it. She knew very well that this kind of rich second generation might not be able to look down on ordinary girls. Even if you like it, it's just for fun and novelty. Who would have thought that everything would happen like this when I was delivering clothes today, and then I got a luxury car that was more expensive than I had imagined. Although he didn't get a mansion, he did get a shop worth millions. This gift is no worse than a mansion. How long can Lin Yifan love me? Or how long will it take before I am discarded like a toy that has been played with? Silly girl, what are you thinking about? Just as Zhou Fei was staring into the distance in a daze, suddenly a pair of strong arms hugged her slender waist, and a voice sounded softly in her ears. Zhou Fei, who was in a trance, was frightened by the sudden sound and her body trembled slightly. Then she reacted and clasped the big hands on her lower abdomen with both hands. Leaning on Lin Yifan, he sighed faintly, I wonder if everything today is just a dream. Everything is so unreal, as if I could wake up from the dream at any time. Lin Yifan, whose chin was resting on Zhou Fei's head, was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Silly girl, what are you thinking about? It doesn't matter whether you are dreaming or not. Even if you wake up, all this is real. Zhou Fei didn't care about these things anymore. She was also an open-minded person. Instead of thinking too much and adding unnecessary trouble to yourself, it is better to take advantage of what you have now and enjoy the kindness of the man next to you. Zhou Fei, who had figured it out, put a sweet smile back on her face. She turned around, raised her head and kissed Lin Yifan on the mouth. Then she closed her eyes slightly and said softly to Lin Yifan, Yifan. Zhou Fei's face flushed, her lips pouted, and she looked ready to be pursued. Since the other party asked for it, Lin Yifan naturally would not refuse. 10,000 words are omitted here. After a tough fight, Lin Yifan finally surrendered and stopped fighting. Zhou Fei didn't even have the energy to get up and wash, and fell asleep in his arms. Lin Yifan thought about gambling on stones tomorrow and slowly fell asleep. The next morning, Zhou Fei woke up first. In a playful mood, she tickled Lin Yifan with her hair. Lin Yifan, who was awakened by the tickling, saw Zhou Fei, who looked energetic after waking up, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Fei Fei, let me tell you something. Zhou Fei, who was messing with her hair, was caught by Lin Yifan, and then was patted on the back symbolically by Lin Yifan. After hearing Lin Yifan's words, he asked, What's the matter? I have to go on a long trip today. I'll be back when I'm done. Okay, then I'll wait for you to come back. Zhou Fei didn't ask Lin Yifan why he was going away, but just told him that she would wait for him to come back. Lin Yifan's hands wandered around Zhou Fei's smooth waist, and he said, By the way, I will entrust an agent to help me transfer this house to you. Ah. Zhou Fei suddenly propped herself up when she heard this, not caring about the pair of plump breasts that were trembling and exposed to the air because the quilt had slipped off. Last night I was still thinking that although he didn't give me a mansion, he did give me a shop. Who knew that today Lin Yifan would take the initiative to say that he wanted to give me this house? Seaview number 1 is a top-notch luxury house. Zhou Fei also saw the news. It was sold for 500 million Namibian dollars, and it was given to her just like that? Who would support a woman and give her a house like this? Perhaps those wealthy men who keep young models or celebrities would do such a thing. The problem is that I'm just an ordinary salesperson. Although I look good and have a good figure, there are a lot of people like me. I'm not worth such a price. Zhou Fei thought that the best a sponsor could do was to buy a house in the suburbs and a house worth 4 or 500,000 yuan. This is already considered generous. I didn't expect that Lin Yifan would actually give me a Riverview mansion worth 500 million? Zhou Fei felt dizzy and felt like she was walking on clouds. Yifan, why are you so nice to me? Zhou Fei asked in a dreamy voice, lying on his chest. Lin Yifan stroked her hair and said with a smile, "Silly girl, you are my woman. I have the ability to treat you well." Chapter 56 Chapter 55 Date with Yang Qian. Besides, if I'm gone someday, these things can ensure that you have enough food and clothing for the rest of your life, and I can rest assured. What Lin Yifan meant by gone was that after completing the task, he took the money and returned to his original world. After all, as Zhou Fei is his first woman in this time and space, Lin Yifan naturally has to consider a way out for her. But Zhou Fei, who was unaware of the situation, was startled when she heard this. She thought that Lin Yifan meant leaving because he was tired of playing with her and didn't want her anymore. Sadness suddenly flooded my heart. Trying hard to hold back the tears in her eyes, Zhou Fei hugged Lin Yifan tightly, not knowing what to say for a moment. Lin Yifan, not noticing anything unusual about her, stroked her hair unconsciously. But what I was thinking about in my mind was going to gamble on stones today, and planning how to spend as much money as possible. Zhou Fei comforted herself over and over again in her heart. Isn't this the result I had expected? Since everything is a foregone conclusion, I should stay with Lin Yifan while he is still here. After comforting himself in his heart, Zhou Feichang smiled, cheered himself up and got up to prepare breakfast for Lin Yifan. After Zhou Fei left the bedroom, Lin Yifan continued to think about gambling on stones. The largest gambling stone market in the country is Youyou City in southern Yunnan province, which borders Myanmar and is the jade distribution center and wholesale market for the entire Southeast Asia. So if you want to gamble on raw stones, besides Myanmar, the best place to go is Youyou City, where there is an adequate supply of raw stones, enough for Lin Yifan to squander. But it would be too boring to go alone. Who should I find to accompany me? Zhou Fei had just taken over the store and needed to learn how to be a boss. Lin Yifan had no intention of taking her away at this juncture. Youyou just resigned and doesn't need a job, so you can ask her to go. But during their previous chat, Lin Yifan already knew that she had signed up for a CPA tutoring class and was going to receive training to prepare for the intermediate accountant qualification exam. There are only a few women I have met in this world. Who should I ask to accompany me to gamble on stones? At this moment, a woman in black uniform appeared in Lin Yifan's mind. After thinking about it, Lin Yifan decided to send her a message to ask. Are you there? Lin Yifan sent a message to a person named Yang Qian, who was a member of Huaxia branch, on WeChat. The other party immediately replied, "Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm here." A smiling emoticon was added after the message. Seeing her cute expression, Lin Yifan smiled and typed, "Manager Yang, how are you doing recently? Are you busy with work? Thanks to Mr. Talin, because of your deposit, the branch has promoted me to deputy branch manager in order to retain VIP customers like you." Yang Qian was grateful to Lin Yifan from the bottom of her heart for her promotion to vice president. If Lin Yifan had not deposited the huge sum of more than 350 Chinese yuan in her hands, how could she, with no background at all, have become the vice president of a branch? The deposits of 3.5 trillion naira are enough for other banks to swarm in and fight for it like sharks smelling blood. After all, depositing such a huge amount of money in any bank will bring considerable benefits to the bank. When this money was first deposited into the account, even the head office was alarmed and called us immediately. After learning what happened, the general manager had to take corresponding measures to maintain a good relationship with the customer in order to retain such a big customer. Then Yang Qian, who was the only link between the bank and Lin Yifan, was naturally promoted by the head office. It's just that Yang Qian has been so busy these days because she has just been promoted to vice president and has to hand over her work and get familiar with her new position that she hasn't had time to send a message to Lin Yifan to keep in touch. I didn't expect that Lin Yifan would take the initiative to send me a message today. Lin Yifan was surprised to see that Yang Qian became the vice president of a branch just because she deposited his money in the bank. He replied, "It's okay, it doesn't matter which bank you deposited in, no need to thank me." Yang Qian said, "That's true, but after all, I was able to become the vice president because of your money. By the way, Mr. Lin, are you looking for me today to withdraw a large amount of cash or to handle some business?" "No, I just want to ask if you are free these days. I plan to go to Youyou City in southern Yunnan province, and I want you to accompany me to do something." Yang Qian, who was in the office of the vice president of Huaxia Bank, pondered for a moment when she saw the message. She stroked her relatively flat belly, feeling a little hesitant. The reason why Yang Qian hesitated was that she was almost 3 months pregnant. "A month ago, my period was delayed for half a month and had not come yet, so I went to the hospital with my boyfriend for a checkup and found out. At that time, the doctor told me to take good care of the fetus because the first 3 months of pregnancy are the most likely to cause miscarriage. But now her big client asked her to accompany him to do something, and Yang Qian, who was trying to get closer to him, couldn't refuse. After thinking about it, it has been 3 months now and the fetus in my belly is almost stable. As long as I am careful on the road, there shouldn't be any problem." After thinking it over, Yang Qian replied, "No problem, I am now the vice president, and my working hours are relatively flexible. I can accompany you to Youyou City." Seeing Yang Qian's reply, Lin Yifan said, "Well, get ready and bring some clothes. We'll be on a flight this afternoon and we may have to stay there for a few days." "Okay, I'll go back home after get off work and pack my luggage. Mr. Lin, please send me a message when you are ready to leave." After the two finished chatting, Zhou Fei had already brought breakfast into Lin Yifan's bedroom. As for Yang Qian, she first found the president's office and reported her upcoming itinerary to the president. When the president heard that Yang Qian was going to accompany the bank's biggest client to do some business, he immediately said that he could help Yang Qian with her work, so that Yang Qian only needed to focus on accompanying the big client. After leaving the president's office, Yang Qian drove back to her residence. When her boyfriend saw Yang Qian returning home during working hours, he hurriedly asked her why she came back at this time. Yang Qian dragged out the suitcase and packed her clothes while saying, "A big client of the bank asked me to accompany him to Youyou City for some business. It might involve the use of a large amount of funds, so he asked me to come along." Yang Qian's boyfriend's eyes flickered for a moment, and then he thoughtfully helped her pack her clothes and said, "Then you should be careful on the road. You are still pregnant, don't disturb the fetus." Yang Qian sat on the bed and watched her boyfriend help her pack her luggage. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will take good care of myself and the baby. I'm going to be away for a few days. We have an appointment to take wedding photos, and we also need to prepare and discuss the wedding." Yang Qian also said uncertainly, "I don't know how many days it will take yet. If you really can't come back before the scheduled time, then you can make a new appointment with the studio for the photo shoot." Chapter 57 Chapter 56 Getting the School Time. The two chatted about family matters while Yang Qian packed her luggage and waited at home for Lin Yifan's departure notice. After finishing his breakfast, Lin Yifan said hello to Zhou Fei and went out. Sitting in the car, he first asked Yang Qian for her ID number, bought tickets for the two of them to fly to Li City in the afternoon, and then drove to school. Lin Yifan planned to go to the school to discuss the school time with the leaders of the college, to see if there was any way that he didn't have to stay in school every day, which was too inconvenient. Lin Yifan still wants to experience a complete college life, so he naturally would not consider dropping out. However, if he takes a leave of absence, it would be equivalent to extending the graduation time, which is not the result Lin Yifan wants. "It would be best if I didn't have to stay in school every day. I could go back to school to experience life when I had free time and still get my graduation certificate on time. As for whether it will be successful, it depends on how you negotiate with the leaders of the college. If it really doesn't work, you can only apply for leave of absence." Along the way, Lin Yifan was thinking about how to negotiate with the leaders of the college. When the car stopped at the school affairs office building, Lin Yifan finally had a preliminary plan in his mind. He got off the car and went straight to the hospital leadership office building and found the office where Dean Xiao Wenjie was looking through documents. Lin Yifan knocked on the open office door. Xiao Wenjie, who was wearing glasses and looked haggard, looked up and shifted his gaze from the documents to the door. Seeing Lin Yifan standing at the door, he smiled kindly and said, "Student, what can I do for you? Come in and talk."
Lin Yifan walked to the dean's desk and said politely to Xiao Wenjie, "Hello, Dean. I am Lin Yifan, a student in the 20th grade of the Department of Business Administration. I came to you today to discuss the issue of my study time at school." Hearing this, Xiao Wenjie asked with concern, "Time in school? Are you taking a leave of absence because you are not feeling well or for other reasons?" Lin Yifan shook his head and said, "Dean, I'm not taking a leave of absence. I just want to talk to you and see if you can put less restrictions on my time at school." Xiao Wenjie now understood what Lin Yifan meant. "Are you trying to tell the school not to care about your study time at school?" Lin Yifan nodded. Xiao Wenjie frowned immediately, put down the materials in his hand, and said to Lin Yifan in a slightly serious tone, "Lin Yifan, as a student, your primary task is to study. Do you think this idea is possible for you to ask the school to ignore your time in school? If there is no reasonable reason, I can't agree to your ridiculous request." Lin Yifan said calmly, "Dean, I can't stay in school every day due to business matters, but I don't want to drop out or take a leave of absence, so I want to discuss the issue of my time in school with you." Before Xiao Wenjie could speak, Lin Yifan quickly added, "Of course, if the dean can agree to my request, I am willing to donate 500 million Namibian dollars to the college for its infrastructure construction." This is the killer move that Lin Yifan thought of on the way here. Use money to get the dean's approval. Because the School of Business Administration had long wanted to expand the teaching building and library, but due to the problem of fund allocation from the normal university, the expansion plan of the school has been delayed and has not been resolved. In addition, Lin Yifan also wanted to let the dean know that he had a wealthy family, and the business he was talking about was not the so-called working outside or doing small business to make a little money, but real business. Being able to casually donate 500 million yuan to the school shows that one has reached the peak of his life before graduation. For ordinary students, a graduation certificate is a stepping stone to enter the workplace. But since I am so rich, I don't need a diploma to work and earn money. This is one thing. The second reason is that Lin Yifan guessed that the dean would not be able to refuse a donation of 500 million naira dollars, which was enough for the college to build a new teaching building or for academic research. This involves the status of the School of Business Administration among the various colleges in the normal university. Taking all these reasons into consideration, the dean should not be able to refuse my small request. Sure enough, when Xiao Wenjie heard Lin Yifan's proposal to donate 500 million Namibian dollars to the college, he was stunned. He looked at the student in surprise. He didn't expect that there would be someone with such a prominent family background in his college. Xiao Wenjie weighed the pros and cons in his heart. To be honest, he really couldn't refuse a donation of 500 million Namibian dollars. With this money, he could do so much during his term of office. If Lin Yifan's request is not granted, the school will not get a penny if Lin Yifan drops out or transfers to another school. As the dean of a college, Xiao Wenjie can make arrangements within his authority. This is a normal operation. It is not a big deal to agree to Lin Yifan's stay in school. After thinking for a while, Xiao Wenjie said hesitantly, "Student Lin, I can help you arrange your school time, but you must take the semester exams, you can't fail too many courses, and you must complete enough credits, otherwise I can't issue you a diploma." Lin Yifan was overjoyed when he heard this, and quickly assured Xiao Wenjie, "Don't worry, Dean, I will definitely take the exam on time and get enough credits." "Thank you, Dean." Xiao Wenjie nodded. Since the matter was settled, he smiled and said, "Okay, I'll make arrangements for you later. When you are free in the future, go back to school. Remember to be on time for the exams. Don't make it difficult for me." "Okay." Lin Yifan nodded happily and asked, "Dean, I will transfer my donation to you now." Xiao Wenjie quickly shook his head and said with a wry smile, "Don't hurt me. If such a large amount of money is transferred to my personal account, the supervisory department will come to me tomorrow. I will give you a public financial account of the college. You can transfer the money to this account. When transferring the money, just make a note that it is a donation from the public to help students." After saying that, Xiao Wenjie took out the college's financial account and gave it to Lin Yifan. Lin Yifan entered the college's account number on the mobile banking app and transferred the 500 million Namibian dollar donation as requested by the dean. After the transfer was successful, Lin Yifan showed the transfer page to Xiao Wenjie. Seeing that the money had been transferred, Xiao Wenjie nodded, thought for a moment, and then said to Lin Yifan, "Student Lin, since people from the society have donated to the school, we should hold a commendation meeting and a donation ceremony. But your situation is rather special. If you really hold a donation ceremony, you will become a celebrity in the school. Then everyone will be watching your every move. If they see that you are often absent from school,
the negative impact will be quite large, so. Lin Yifan quickly said, Dean, I know what you mean. I don't need this kind of donation ceremony. Just treat it as an anonymous donation. Xiao Wenjie smiled with satisfaction. Lin Yifan was so tactful and saved him some trouble. Chapter 58 Chapter 57 Yang Qian's condition. Lin Yifan said, Dean, since the matter has been dealt with, I will leave first. I have to go to Youyou City in the afternoon. Okay, then go ahead and do your work. Don't worry about the things during school hours. I'll help you with that. Lin Yifan left the dean's office with a satisfactory result, returned to the parking lot downstairs, opened the door of the Cullinan, got in, started the car and drove away. What Lin Yifan didn't know was that when he got into the Cullinan, a girl on a small campus road not far away happened to witness the whole process of Lin Yifan getting into the car. She looked at the scene with disbelief on her face. Lin Yifan sent a message to Yang Qian, saying that he was going to pick her up at the airport. Yang Qian immediately sent him the location of her home. On the way to Yang Qian's house, Lin Yifan called Han Qingyun of Huayuan Real Estate. Han Qingyun, who was showing a client a house, saw Lin Yifan's call and quickly walked aside to answer it. Hello, Mr. Lin. Han Qingyun's clear and melodious voice came from the telephone speaker. While driving, Lin Yifan said, Miss Han, I have something I would like to ask you for help. Mr. Lin, you say. I have a house in Building 2 of Seaview 1, and I want to entrust you to transfer it to someone because I will be going to southern Yunnan soon and cannot handle the transfer in person. I will send you her phone number later, and you can contact her directly to help me handle this matter, okay? No problem. The materials needed for the transfer of the house were just obtained when I bought the 8-room villa. I have all your personal information here. You only need to come and sign in person at the end. Thank you for your help. Of course. By the way, Mr. Lin, will the other party transfer the house price to you, or will our company collect it for you first? No, this house is given to me for free, you just need to help me transfer the ownership. Oh, okay. Well, thank you for your help. I'm driving. I'll hang up first. Lin Yifan hung up the phone, sent Zhou Fei's cell phone number to Han Qingyun while waiting for the traffic light, and continued driving to Yang Qian's house. After hanging up the phone, Han Qingyun was still shocked that Lin Yifan said the house was given to her for free, and her heart was in turmoil. Any house in Seaview number 1 starts at tens of millions, and this young man actually gave it away for free? Could it be used to pay off debts? That shouldn't be the case. I just spent 300 million naira dollars to buy an 8-bedroom villa. If I want to pay off my debts, why buy a house? It's a waste of time. Just as I was guessing randomly, my cell phone rang and Lin Yifan sent me a name and phone number. Han Qingyun dialed the phone and it rang a few times before the other end picked up. Hello, who is this? When Han Qingyun heard that it was a young woman's voice, a bold guess instantly popped up in her mind, but she still suppressed the distracting thoughts in her mind and dealt with the matter first. Hello, is this Ms. Zhou Fei? Yes, it's me. Who are you? Hello, Ms. Zhou. My name is Han Qingyun, and I'm a real estate consultant for Huayuan Real Estate. Mr. Lin Yifan has entrusted me to help him with the transfer of his house. Since it's being transferred to you, I'm calling you to see when it's convenient for you to handle the transfer. Ah, he really intends to give the house to me. Zhou Fei, who was in the store, heard the other party explain his purpose and cried out in surprise. She didn't expect everything to happen so quickly. The mansion worth 500 million naira will soon be yours? Han Qingyun said, yes, that's what Mr. Lin told me, so when do you think we can meet to handle the transfer? I'm at the Laputa store on Liyuan Commercial Street now. Come find me over here. Okay, I'll be right there. After Han Qingyun hung up the phone, she went to the client who was looking at the house. After obtaining the client's consent, she immediately called another colleague from the company to take over her position. After her colleagues arrived quickly, Han Qingyun took all the necessary information and went straight to the Laputa store. Let me say this on both sides. Here, Lin Yifan arrived downstairs where Yang Qian lived according to the navigation. Because he had sent a message in advance, Yang Qian knew that Lin Yifan would be here soon and was already waiting downstairs. After Lin Yifan got off the car, Yang Qian, who was waiting on the roadside, took the initiative to greet Lin Yifan with a smile. Lin Yifan saw the young man accompanying her, smiled and nodded at him, then asked, who is this? Yang Qian took the initiative to introduce, Mr. Lin, this is my boyfriend. Because I am not feeling well, he helped me carry my suitcase downstairs.
Lin Yifan smiled and shook hands with Yang Qian's boyfriend, saying hello.
Then he said to Yang Qian with some concern, "If you are not feeling well, you should have told me earlier so I can make new arrangements." Yang Qian quickly waved her hands and said, "It's okay, it's not a problem, it's not a big deal, don't worry, Mr. Lin." Yang Qian didn't want to leave a bad impression the first time she accepted Lin Yifan's request, so she quickly explained for herself.
This. Lin Yifan hesitated. Isn't this just nonsense?
Seeing Lin Yifan's hesitation, Yang Qian's boyfriend quickly chimed in, "Don't worry, Mr. Lin.
Qian is fine."
To put it bluntly, even if Qian has some problems, it has nothing to do with Mr. Lin, and it will definitely not involve you. Hearing what Yang Qian's boyfriend said, Lin Yifan frowned, but when he saw Yang Qian's pitiful eyes, he thought it was too late to find someone new, so he finally agreed.
Lin Yifan helped put Yang Qian's suitcase into the car, said goodbye to Yang Qian's boyfriend, and drove to the airport.
The flight I booked was to take off at 1 p.m., but it was already past 10 a.m. and it would take nearly an hour to get to the airport. When we arrived at the airport, we were almost ready to board the plane, just in time. On the way to the airport, Lin Yifan and Yang Qian chatted.
"President Yang, what's the matter with the feeling of not feeling well that you just mentioned? Please tell me so that I can be more careful and avoid any accidents."
Lin Yifan asked the question that concerned him most.
"Mr. Lin, let's not call me President Yang in private. You can call me Yang Qian or Xiao Qian." Yang Qian said a little embarrassedly.
In front of Lin Yifan, her identity as vice president really meant nothing.
"There's nothing wrong with my health.
I'm just almost 3 months pregnant and can't lift anything heavy, so my boyfriend helped me get it downstairs.
It doesn't affect my trip."
Lin Yifan breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "That's fine, I can rest assured now, otherwise I would always be worried." Yang Qian covered her mouth and smiled, "It was mainly because I was afraid of instability in the first 3 months. The doctor told me to pay more attention to it during work. Now it's almost 3 months, and the fetus is relatively stable."
Chapter 59 Chapter 58 Flying to Youyou City.
I heard you still call him boyfriend.
Now that you have a child, when are you two going to hold your wedding? Talking about her wedding, Yang Qian said happily, "I'm already preparing.
I'm going to take wedding photos first, and the wedding will be held after I give birth to the baby."
"That's great. Remember to notify me when the wedding is held so I can join in the fun,"
Lin Yifan said with a smile.
"Okay, I'll definitely send you an invitation to the wedding." Yang Qian then asked curiously, "By the way, Mr. Lin, what are you planning to do in Youyou City this time?" "Gambling on stones."
Lin Yifan answered with a smile while driving. At first, Yang Qian thought that Lin Yifan asked her to accompany him to Youyou for some important matter, but she didn't expect that he was going to gamble on stones.
"The question is, why do they ask me to join the gambling on stones? I don't know anything about gambling on stones."
"But never mind, I just need to accompany the big client well. Anyway, even if Lin Yifan doesn't look for me, I will find a way to get in touch with Lin Yifan. Now there is a ready-made opportunity in front of me, which saves me a lot of trouble."
"Mr. Lin, have you ever been involved in gambling on stones before?"
Lin Yifan shook his head. "No, I just heard about it before, don't you want to try it?" Yang Qian said with some concern, "Gambling on stones is quite risky.
People say on the internet that one cut can make you rich or poor.
If you don't have rich experience and professional knowledge, it's hard to win."
Lin Yifan smiled and said to Yang Qian, "Do you think I care about winning or losing?" Yang Qian remembered something when she heard this.
Lin Yifan was a wealthy man with more than 350 yuan in Chinese yuan, and no one knew how much money was in that Union Bank black card.
Would he care about the little money he won or lost from gambling on stones?
While the two were chatting, the car arrived at the Shanghai International Airport. Lin Yifan parked the car in the parking lot of the terminal and took Yang Qian to pick up the tickets. After getting the boarding pass, Lin Yifan bought a first-class ticket and went directly into the airline's VIP lounge. The two took a short rest in the lounge. Outside, the economy-class passengers were still waiting anxiously for their flight, but the airline staff in the VIP lounge had already taken Lin Yifan and Yang Qian through the VIP channel to board the plane first. The first-class cabin is in front of the boarding gate, next to the cockpit, while the economy-class cabin is behind the gate. There are only 2 rows of first-class seats, with 8 seats. After all, this is a domestic route and the destination is not a first-tier city. The airline cannot arrange too many first-class seats to avoid wasting excess seats. Lin Yifan had taken many flights in his previous life, but he had always sat in economy class and had never seen what a first-class cabin looked like. After coming to this world, he no longer had to worry about money, so he naturally bought a first-class ticket without hesitation, spending money while enjoying himself. Now when I walk in, I see that it is indeed first class. The distance between the 2 rows of seats is enough to put down another row of seats. It is not like the economy class, where taller people sit down with their knees touching the backrests of the seats in the front row. Moreover, the first-class seats are leather sofas surrounded on 3 sides. The seats are spacious and can be reclined for a semi-reclining rest. Economy class seats do not have this treatment, and even the armrests have to be shared by 2 adjacent seats. Under the guidance of the flight attendant, Lin Yifan and Yang Qian sat down next to each other, and several other first-class passengers also took their seats under the guidance of the flight attendant. Not long after we sat down, we heard a commotion at the boarding gate again. The economy class passengers were starting to board the plane. Half an hour later, the noise gradually died down. The flight attendant closed the cabin door and began to explain safety knowledge while the plane was still waiting for instructions from the tower. A beautiful passenger in the first-class cabin was also arranged to give a demonstration at the front seat. After the demonstration, the flight attendant returned to her position, the plane shook slightly, and then slowly reversed under the push of a tractor. When it arrived at the designated location, the 2 huge engines of the plane started, and then it slowly drove towards the runway. After reaching the takeoff point, the thrust of the plane suddenly increased, and it sped along the runway. Lin Yifan felt a huge push on his back and felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, so he simply closed his eyes and rested. As the speed of the plane increased, it suddenly lifted its head upwards, and Lin Yifan felt a falling sensation, which was the reaction of the plane leaving the ground. The plane continued to rise until it reached its cruising altitude, then it entered parallel flight. The flight attendant stood up and began to provide services to the passengers in the cabin. The stewardess who had just given the first-class cabin a safety demonstration walked up to Lin Yifan, smiled and asked softly, "Sir, do you need a drink or water?" Lin Yifan said, "Give me a glass of iced Coke." "Okay." After the flight attendant said that, she asked Yang Qian who was next to Lin Yifan. Because Yang Qian was pregnant, she only asked for a bottle of mineral water. After asking the other 5 first-class passengers about their needs, the flight attendant returned to the crew lounge to prepare drinks for the first-class passengers. When the flight attendant came to the first-class cabin with a tray, Lin Yifan saw that on the tray, apart from his own ice cola and Yang Qian's mineral water, the other passengers ordered either hand-ground coffee or cocktails. Lin Yifan smiled bitterly and muttered to himself that although he was now rich enough to rival a country, his behavior habits were like that of a country bumpkin. Even when ordering drinks, he still followed his previous habit of sitting in economy class. Because it was a noon flight, lunch was provided on the plane. Not long after the drinks were served, the flight attendant brought in the first-class lunch. The aroma of the food filled the first-class cabin. The stewardess smiled and served lunch to each first-class passenger. The lunch included milk, fruit, and a snack box. Lin Yifan opened the lid of the fast food box and took a look. There were 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, including a small piece of steak, a portion of sweet and sour pork ribs, and 2 vegetables. Although the steak is not particularly good, the food in first class is still much better than that in economy class. After Lin Yifan finished his lunch, he waited for the flight attendant to collect the food waste, said hello to Yang Qian who was sitting next to him, then reclined his seat and closed his eyes to rest. I don't know how long I slept until the stewardess' voice sounded in my ears, and Lin Yifan woke up in a daze. "Sir, the plane is about to land. Please adjust your seat and fasten your seatbelt to avoid accidents." Lin Yifan adjusted his seat and the plane began to descend. After a turbulence, the plane landed on the runway and slowly taxied to the terminal's jet bridge entrance. As soon as the plane stopped, the flight attendant came in to arrange for the first-class passengers to get off the plane first. After coming out of the airport exit, Lin Yifan considerately helped Yang Qian pull the suitcase and hailed a taxi at the airport exit. The 2 went straight to the Wuoding Hotel in Youyou City, booked 2 luxury suites, and then went back to their rooms to rest. Not long after, Lin Yifan came to Yang Qian's door and knocked on it. Chapter 60 Chapter 59 Gambling Stone Market. Yang Qian, who was packing her luggage, heard a knock on the door and opened it. "Xiao Qian, are you tired? If you are, take a rest first. We will go to the gambling stone market later," Lin Yifan said at the door. Yang Qian smiled and said, "I'm not that delicate. I've been traveling here by car or plane, so how can I be that tired? Okay, let's go now and experience the charm of gambling on stones." The 2 closed the door, hailed a taxi at the hotel entrance, and told the driver that they were going to the largest gambling stone market. The taxi driver stepped on the accelerator and took them to their destination with ease.
When we arrived at the Youyou gambling stone market, it was bustling with people talking and machines roaring. The market is very large, with rows of stalls neatly arranged close to each other, but these stalls all look a bit simple. The so-called gambling stone stall is just a simple shed built on the open space in the market, which can only shelter from wind and rain. The environment and decoration are not so gorgeous. Piles of gray stones are placed randomly on the ground in the stall. There are wooden racks against the wooden walls inside the stall, on which are placed some inconspicuous raw stones, but these raw stones are somewhat different from the raw stones on the ground. The stones that can be placed on the wooden rack have all been appraised by experienced masters and are raw stones with a higher possibility of producing jadeite. Groups of people gathered in twos and threes at various stalls in the market to look at the raw stones, sometimes discussing in low voices. Sometimes some customers who often gamble on jadeite would take out professional flashlights and shine them on the outside of the raw stones, trying to find any clues of jadeite. Lin Yifan took Yang Qian to the door of a relatively quiet stall. When the stall owner saw customers coming in, he hurriedly came over to greet them warmly. "My two guests, would you like to see some fabrics? What price range do you need? I can help you find some." "No, let's take a look ourselves first and call you if we need anything." Lin Yifan rejected the boss's idea of selling. "Okay, then you two, please help yourself." After hearing what Lin Yifan said, the boss tactfully left to greet other customers. After the boss left, Lin Yifan walked to a wooden rack and looked at the raw stones placed on it. There are a total of 8 raw stones on this row of wooden racks, of different sizes and shapes. The largest one is as big as a car tire, and the smallest is only as big as a fist. 3 of the raw stones have windows. Although this was Lin Yifan's first time to engage in actual gambling on stones, he had read quite a few novels in his previous life, including some that involved gambling on stones. Although the novel is fictional, some things in it are not false. Lin Yifan has a habit of looking up information to find out more when he sees something he doesn't understand. So even if you have never been involved in gambling on stones before, you still know some basic knowledge about gambling on stones. For example, the raw stone with a window in front of you is called semi-gambling material in the jargon, and the raw stone without a window is called full gambling material. While Lin Yifan was looking at the rough stones, Yang Qian beside him was also looking at the broken stones in front of him and asked Lin Yifan, "Mr. Lin, there are beautiful jades hidden in these rough stones that are no different from stones?" Lin Yifan smiled and explained, "Not necessarily. Some raw stones contain jadeite, some contain just stone, and some may contain jade, but the quality is too poor and not worth much." Yang Qian asked doubtfully, "There are so many ways to do this. Can you tell which piece contains jade?" Lin Yifan shook his head and smiled bitterly, "If you can tell whether there is jade, why is it called gambling on stones? Before the rough stone is cut, no machine can detect the inside of it, and even the most experienced gambling stone master cannot be sure of the inside of the rough stone. No wonder people say gambling on stones is a matter of one cut to heaven and one cut to hell. So how do you choose? Just pick one with your eyes closed?" Yang Qian sighed and asked curiously. Lin Yifan said, "An experienced stone gambling master can still roughly judge the possibility of the inside of the stone by the outer skin, but the probability of guessing correctly is not high. So to be honest, when gambling on stones, experience plays a part, but more depends on personal luck." Yang Qian nodded thoughtfully, and at this time Lin Yifan's eyes fell on the smallest piece of raw stone on the shelf. The fist-sized piece of raw stone is a semi-gambling material. There is a window the size of a finger on the stone. From the jade flesh displayed through the window, it is obvious that there is jadeite inside. As for what kind of jadeite was exposed, Lin Yifan did not often come into contact with jadeite and could not tell exactly what kind it was. He could only guess that it might be glass or ice. Many people think that glass-type jade must be very valuable when they hear the word glass-type, but this is not the case. The value of jade is mainly determined based on its type, water content, and color. In addition, the size of the jade and whether there are defects such as cotton wool and cracks inside will affect the final value of the jade. If we discuss the value of species, water, and color separately. Among the types of jade, the glass type is indeed the most expensive. However, if we only talk about the water content of jade, the more transparent and lustrous the jade is, the higher its value will be. In terms of color, green will be more valuable than other colors. However, these need to be considered comprehensively to determine the final value of jadeite. Take green as an example. With the same color and water content, if this green jade is glass type, it is the famous glass type imperial green, the most expensive jade. But if it is changed to bean type, the value of this jade will be greatly reduced. This fist-sized window material in front of you has very good water quality,
but the color is a little off. It is not imperial green, but a slightly transparent color. If it is imperial green, then the value of this window material is not low. However, even if it is imperial green, the size of this raw stone limits its value. The entire raw stone is only the size of a fist. Even if it is full of jadeite, it can only be made into 2 or 3 pendants and a few ring faces after it is opened, and it cannot be made into a bracelet. Whether the jade can be made into a bracelet or not, the value it contains is completely different. Lin Yifan was just about to reach out to take the rough stone to have a look, but before his hand touched the stone, a hand suddenly reached out from the side. Lin Yifan looked at the owner of the hand in surprise, and saw a young man in his 20s with a dignified bearing also preparing to take the material. Seeing that the other party's goal was to take this piece of material, they both withdrew their hands at the same time. Seeing the young man stop, Lin Yifan immediately felt a liking for him and took the initiative to ask with a smile, "Brother, do you want this material too?" The man nodded and said politely, "My grandmother's birthday is coming up soon, and I want to give her a meaningful birthday gift, so I plan to buy this piece of material to see if I can get some jade from it so that I can carve a Buddha statue and give it to her to make her happy." Chapter 61 Chapter 60 Getting to know Sun Xiaowu. He then discussed with Lin Yifan, "Brother, can you let me buy this piece of material? I have been looking for a long time and finally found a suitable piece." Seeing that the other person was buying the material to show filial piety, Lin Yifan immediately said, "No problem, since you are planning to use it as a birthday gift, I will give you this piece of material. You can buy any piece you want." Seeing Lin Yifan's understanding, the man said gratefully, "Brother, thank you so much. If I had missed this piece of material, I don't know how long it would take me to find another suitable one." "You're welcome. I'll go look at other materials." Just as Lin Yifan was about to turn around and look at other raw stones, the man called out to him, "Wait a minute, bro." Lin Yifan turned around in surprise, looked at him and asked, "What's wrong? Is there anything else?" The man took out a business card holder from his pocket, took out a card and handed it to Lin Yifan. "Brother, nice to meet you. My name is Sun Xiaowu. I am indebted to you for today's matter. If you have time to visit Shanghai, remember to call me." Lin Yifan took the business card, introduced himself, and then asked in surprise, "Are you from Shanghai?" Sun Xiaowu smiled bitterly and said, "Yes, I have been here for several days since I came from Shanghai. I have bought several pieces of jade myself and also paid an experienced craftsman to help me check them. But either the jade is cut too badly or the quality of the jade is not ideal. I am almost worried to death." Lin Yifan accepted the business card and said to Sun Xiaowu with a smile, "Then I wish that this piece of material will increase in value. I may have to stay here for a few days. We will meet again when I return to Shanghai." Sun Xiaowu's eyes lit up, "Brother Yifan, are you from Shanghai too? That's a coincidence. I'll save your phone number and I'll set up a table when I get back to Shanghai, as a token of my gratitude for your kindness in letting me have dinner today." Lin Yifan gave him his cell phone number, and the two exchanged a few pleasantries. Sun Xiaowu took the piece of material, called the stall owner over, and asked him, "Boss, how much is this piece of material?" The stall owner took a look at the material in the man's hand and flattered him first. "Boss, you have a really good eye. Although this piece of material is small, it is a glass-type old pit material. The chance of finding jadeite in it is very high." At this point, the boss pondered for a moment, then sucked his teeth as if reluctant to part with it and said, "If you want it, take it for 58,000. Can you make it cheaper?" 58,000 is a bit expensive for such a small piece of material. Sun Xiaowu was not moved at all by the boss's promotional explanation of the raw stone and started bargaining directly. The main reason is that Sun Xiaowu has heard too many such words in the past few days. As long as he sees a piece of raw stone at a stall, the owner of the stall will basically say how good his raw stone is and that there is a high chance of getting jadeite. As a result, the pieces were always cut too thin, causing Sun Xiaowu to lose all the money he had spent on buying materials. Although I won't cause trouble for my boss, I can't be so naive as to believe what he says or the possibilities." The stall owner said awkwardly, "Handsome man, this material is really not expensive at 58,000. Look at the window, there is real glass-type transparent white ice inside. 58,000 for such a raw stone is not expensive, right?" Hearing their bargaining, Lin Yifan watched with interest. Sun Xiaowu ignored the boss's words and said to him, "It's useless even if the jade flesh at the window position is of good quality. Who knows what's inside? I have already cut 2 pieces of window material today. Both of them had very beautiful jade flesh at the window, but they all collapsed after one cut. The boss hesitated for a moment, and finally said hesitantly, I can only give you a lower digit at most. If it's any lower, I really can't sell it to you. Seeing that the price the boss offered for the second time was indeed good, Sun Xiaowu took a look at the window position of the stone in his hand, nodded, and bought the stone. After transferring 50,000 Namibian dollars to the boss who received the money took the initiative to ask, handsome guy, do you need help to cut this stone? Go ahead and unravel it. If you can unravel the jade, I can find a carving master to process it. The boss said happily, okay, come with me, I will help you turn on the machine now. After saying that, the boss turned around and went to the stone cutting area to prepare for stone cutting. Sun Xiaowu looked at Lin Yifan next to him and invited him, Brother Yifan, do you want to go and take a look together? Lin Yifan was not in a hurry to choose the raw stone, and he had never seen the stone cutting process with his own eyes, so he agreed to Sun Xiaowu's invitation. The three of them came to the stone cutting area together. The stall owner said to Sun Xiaowu, handsome boy, your rough stone is relatively small, so there is no need to cut it. If such a small rough stone is not cut well, even if there is jade, it will be wasted. I suggest you wipe it first to avoid damaging the jade inside. Sun Xiaowu nodded and handed the rough stone to the boss. Okay, you are a professional, I will listen to you. The boss took the raw stone, fixed it on the bracket, and began to wipe the surface of the stone with tools. As water splashed on the contact point between the grinding wheel and the raw stone, the boss began to slowly grind around the raw stone window, and misty water vapor flew out from the other side of the grinding wheel. After polishing for about 10 minutes, the entire window position was expanded several times. The boss washed the raw stone in clean water, took it out and took a look. After seeing the material clearly, he raised his head and said to Sun Xiaowu helplessly, Boss, this piece of material has collapsed. Sun Xiaowu took the material from the boss with a grim look on his face. Lin Yifan also leaned over to take a look. He saw that the internal structure of the raw stone was revealed through the polished surface, and that it had transformed from the glass-type white ice jadeite in the window into the appearance of stone. Sun Xiaowu sighed helplessly and said to Lin Yifan with a wry smile, this is the third piece of window material that has been cut today. No wonder people say that window materials are rogue materials. The ones that can be seen are basically the best positions. Lin Yifan patted his shoulder sympathetically and consoled him, brother, gambling on stones is like this. No one knows what is inside until it is opened. Sun Xiaowu threw the waste raw stone on the ground, wiped the water off his hands with a tissue, shook his head and sighed, brother, I won't accompany you for now. I still have to go look for other materials. I have to find jade for the birthday gift no matter what. Okay, I'm going to try my luck with a few pieces too, so let's see who can find the jade first. The two said goodbye to each other. After Sun Xiaowu left, Lin Yifan returned to the shelf where he had just looked at the raw stones, ready to find his target and open a few pieces to try out the feeling. Yang Qian said beside Lin Yifan, Mr. Lin, the stone that man just bought from his store was cut and broken. Do you want to choose from another store?